next resolution comes
Oh,
up.
they come in.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah, and I'll be at the door. So.
Say something so I can see if the volume's working.
But what do we do at St. Patrick's Church? We take people into the very front.
Nope, still no. Okay, hang on.
And they put everybody in the time, first one. And they skip the second one, the second time, if there's two or there's four.
Well, actually, what are the first two resolutions? L'Oreal.
Yeah, that's it.
So I wonder if there's anybody out there for Gary.
Can I say something?
Probably not.
Oh, hang on.
Okay. Then would it be okay, Tyler, to just bring that group in and put them together out here?
Not together, to distance as much as possible between themselves.
That's what I was asking, Tyler. So then, let's say, should I put like,
Yeah,
let's say like,
something like that.
like one there, and then skip
Well, they're all in
this,
the
and then.
same family.
If they cohabitate, they can sit next to each other.
Okay, so I just want to know.
Okay, I've turned on every button. Something's gotta work.
And I need you to send officers and investigate it before you set them down. That's a joke. Honor system. Honor system.
Thank you.
Okay, Tyler? What did you do? I've got every microphone on.
I was waiting for it.
If y'all want to go ahead.
So Chris, can you hear me?
What?
I guess when it's our time.
Yeah, we're not getting audio right now
You can give it to
from you.
because they have a presentation.
You had headphones on yesterday.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Do the social distancing or whatever, you'll sit in that second row.
Maybe it's that setting.
I heard something.
Hi. Good. Very good. Yeah.
Good, I try to keep Monica completely in choke.
Right.
Is it possible that a setting changed on my computer?
I don't see how.
As long as we behave. Good to see you all. Yeah.
I've got your audio turned on. I turned everybody else's off. Monica was having a cow.
Nod your head. Chris, can you hear me?
Hey.
Okay,
So he can hear us, we just can't hear him.
right.
What the heck?
Hang in there, man.
For public
Just
comment,
wanna,
we're asking
for the
everybody
closed
to
session,
wait
I wanna present.
outside. We have
Do
two
you need my
monitors,
presentation,
one
plug it in
here,
somewhere,
one on
or
the
should we
other
just plug
side,
it in?
you can watch.
If y'all go into closed session and you have it on your phone, if you have the presentation on your phone, you can actually hook to the TV in there.
On my phone?
Mhm.
I have my laptop or my computer.
What's the problem?
He's got a presentation in closed session.
Oh, for executive session?
Mhm.
And do y'all have a laptop in there?
Is your laptop, does it have a wireless connection? Because it might be able to hook to the TV.
The TV, yeah.
Huh? I can't hear you.
Just kick out Robert, and then, well, I think he's trying to do the presentation and he wants it on the TV. Yeah. You should be able to connect to it wirelessly.
Yeah, executive
Robert-
session's gonna be in the.
Robert should be able to help him, because if he's connecting to it wirelessly, he knows how the setup is working. Don't leave, we're still having to fix this.
Worst becomes worse, we can have closed session in here and kick everybody out.
No hot mics.
Okay, now say something.
Hello, test. Good morning.
Okay.
Yay! Yay!
It works when I have focus on him. The audio works better, I guess, because then it's piping it through the system, so. So when he talks, we need to make sure he's got focus on us. Yeah, let's see. We'll do a little of both and adjust from there.
Hang on just a second.
Yep. Good morning. Great.
Okay, I already did it. Okay. Sorry. All right, there we go. Look at that.
Great.
Don't tell me what to do.
Test 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. Morning, testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. I'm going to leave it on.
tested,
This one?
yes.
We're gonna present this during public comment, Judge.
Okay.
I already signed you up.
Okay, okay. Test. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to call us in and gavel us in. Calling this meeting to order, and we are going to begin as we always do. And it's sure going to feel good, I think, to have invocation this morning. Please rise for the invocation, and please remain standing as we will follow with the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to Texas flags. Brother Williams, it's good to see you this morning.
Likewise, Judge.
Would you please lead us in prayer, Pastor?
Heavenly Father, we give you thanks and we give you praise this day. According to your word, I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help comes from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. And Father, we lift up to you our nation. During this time of turmoil, we ask your presence, and we ask the presence of Jesus Christ and your healing upon our land. And we give you thanks and we give you praise. And Father, I lift up to you the county commissioners meeting this morning. I lift up to you Judge Canales. I lift up to you the commissioners. I lift up to you county government. Indeed, our first responders, each and every one. I lift up our sheriff's department to you. I lift up our sheriff to you, our deputies to you. Thank you indeed for your presence with them and the commissioners, indeed, and all that pertains to county government this day. We ask that you would guide them, give them wisdom, give Judge Canales, give the commissioners your wisdom, your guidance, indeed, your insight and your foresight. May your blessing be upon this meeting. May your blessing be upon all that pertains to county government and to Nueces County. And we give you thanks and we give you praise in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Today is June 10th, 2020. We are at the Nueces County Courthouse, Commissioner's Court, 3rd floor, 901 Leopard. The time is 22 for the clerk. And for the clerk's purposes, I do certify that Commissioner Mares, Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Chesney, Commissioner Vaughn, we are all here present and certify that a quorum has been made. At this time, we are going to have a safety briefing. Timothy, would you begin?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, ma'am. We're meeting here once again on the 3rd floor of the Nueces County Courthouse, 901 Leopard Street. Restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the 3rd floor atrium as you exit the Commissioner's courtroom past the Human Resources Office. Please note there is a fire extinguisher located at the back of the courtroom. In addition, there are 5 fire extinguishers located throughout the 3rd floor atrium. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an AED is located on the right wall as you exit the courtroom next to the Human Resources Office. Participants responsible today for dialing 911 will be Tyner and Edward. Those responsible for performing CPR is everyone. Those who are certified are Dale and Margaret. In case of evacuation, our egress route will be down the atrium stairways immediately outside the courtroom, proceeding through the double doors located on the La Paz side of the courthouse and muster across the street in the parking lot. In case there is a need to shelter in place, we will remain in the building and wait further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office. Our shared safety topics for today are ensuring the continual health of employees and citizens who enter Nueces County properties while safeguarding and preserving the taxpayers' interests throughout the county. That concludes my safety brief.
Thank you so much. As always, safety is on the forefront of all of our minds. I know that you've seen some of the safety precautions we've made in the courthouse as you enter now, and you're going to continue to see all kinds of, I would say, proactive changes for the benefit of all as we reopen our courts. I just want to say thank you to everybody that's been involved, because I've been receiving very positive feedback. They appreciate that we take the public safety as they interface with all of the different services so seriously. So thank you for leading us in that effort, Timothy. At this time, Commissioners, let me take a few things out of order. I think it's for the benefit of the audience that we have accumulated in the hallway today. Let's first go through the minutes. Let's skip item E. Let's go ahead and approve Commissioners Court's meetings minutes of May 20th and also May 27th. You've had a chance to review. If there are no amended changes, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
And I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. We have two very important proclamations, resolutions that are for some amazing individuals that, gosh, I guess this is now, I'm going to get to that point in my life where I get to say I've really known these people my whole life. One has left this world, and one is still with us, and they both made an impact on Nueces County, on public service, and on my life personally. Let's start with Gary Bushell, the recognition for Mr. Gary Bushell Tyner. Gary couldn't be with us here today, but there's so many people that know him and love him that are in this audience. I'm going to pick someone wonderful to make certain that they hand our resolution off to him. Go ahead, please proceed.
Yes, Judge. Whereas Mr. Bushell served in the Marine Corps for 3 years, which included a tour with the 1st Marine Division in Vietnam, and was honorably discharged as captain. He then received a degree in economics from the University of Texas at Austin, and is also a graduate of the UT Law School. Whereas Mr. Bushell was a partner in the Matthews and Branscombe law firm in Corpus Christi, engaging in a regulatory compliance and government affairs practice in the late 1970s and early 1980s. He served as lead consultant to the South Texas Military Facilities Task Force in each round of the federal military base closure and realignment process in the 1990s and 2000s. Whereas Mr. Bushell worked in economic and community development in Corpus Christi for 10 years as president and CEO of the Greater Corpus Christi Business Alliance and president of the Corpus Christi Bay Area Economic Development Corporation. He worked with local, state, and federal officials, building consensus on a wide range of substantive issues. Whereas early in his career, Mr. Bushell spent 6 years working in Washington, D.C. as staff of U.S. Senator Lloyd Bentsen. He served as both legislative director and administrative assistant in charge of all staff functions in Washington and Texas. Whereas since 1999, Gary Bushell has worked as an attorney and government consultant in public policy, primarily in the areas of transportation, water supply, and military facilities. He spent 2 years in the 2000s implementing an extensive Texas Department of Transportation outreach program focused on local elected officials and community leaders. Gary Bushell has represented the Alliance for I-69 Texas since 2001 and the Gulf Coast Strategic Highway Coalition at the state level since 2003. He is a founding member of the Transportation Advocates of Texas and most recently served as Transportation Advocate of Texas Chairman. Now therefore be it resolved that the Nueces County Commissioners Court hereby recognizes Gary Bushell for his many contributions to the Alliance for I-69 Texas, Nueces County, and surrounding areas.
Thank you so much. I've served on the I-69 Alliance representing Nueces County as my predecessor, Judge Lloyd Neal, did for so many years. And I would say that all of the places where Judge Neal made such great contributions. It was both at the South Texas Military Task Force and I-69 Alliance, both of which I get to fill those big shoes. And both of those had the nexus of having Gary Bushell be a part of it for so many years. Gary has had to retire due to health reasons, and I just want to acknowledge him for the incredible life work that he has done, and I'm going to wish him the best in his retirement. The truth is, we have a great consultant in Gary. He'll always be a friend. He'll always be pushing for transportation issues, for military issues. I truly credit him and Treasury Secretary, the late, great Senator Lloyd Benson, for saving our military base here when we were under severe threat of BRAC. And so, anyway, for all those reasons, Commissioner, I wanted to make sure that Gary Bushell was properly honored here today. Commissioners, if any of you have anything to add, I think I just thought of a great person we can hand this off to. With your blessing, Commissioners, I'd like to hand this resolution off to Chairman Charlie Zahn, who is a great friend of Gary's, and also we served together on the I-69 Alliance, and I know that, I believe the port will be honoring him as well, so we'll make certain that we get it to Chairman Zahn and to the Bushell's family.
So moved, Judge.
Okay, second. All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Okay, great. Thank you. An incredible life's work. Also, Tyner, we mark the passing of another great public servant, the Honorable Joaquin Villarreal. We have so many people here to honor the judge, the late judge, and I want you to know and the county to know that we honored him in the way we thought was most fitting, since he spent so much of his life here at this courthouse. The flags were lowered to have staff the day that he was buried. Tyner, would you proceed?
Yes, Judge. Joaquin Villarreal III, January 25th, 1945 to May 27th, 2020. Whereas Joaquin Villarreal III, 75, of Robstown, Texas, passed away on Wednesday, May 27th, 2020. Joaquin was born on January 25th, 1945 in Robstown, Texas, to Joaquin Villarreal Jr. and Maria Magdalena Villarreal. He is preceded in death by many loved ones, including his beloved son, Mario Javier Villarreal. Whereas he attended St. Anthony's Parochial School through the 6th grade, Winseal Junior High, and Robstown High School, then began his service to his country, joining the U.S. Air Force, where he specialized in jet engine mechanics and served one tour of duty in Vietnam. Whereas after his military service, he obtained an associate degree at Del Mar College, then went on to receive a bachelor's degree in history and government from the University of Texas at Austin, and a doctor of jurisprudence degree from Texas Southern School of Law, Thurgood Marshall, in May 1974. Whereas Joaquin devoted much of his career to public service as an assistant district attorney of Nueces County from 1975 to 1976, Nueces County Commissioner Precinct 3 from 1977 to 1981, County Court at Law number 3, followed by the 347th District Court until 2000. Upon retiring, Joaquin continued his service as local presiding judge over Nueces County Juvenile Board and served as a visiting judge for the 5th Administrative Judicial Region through 2014. Whereas Joaquin was also very involved with organizations in his community, such as CASA, Boy Scouts of America, the Chicano Law Students. In addition, he generously donated to many nonprofit organizations, such as the Robstown Volunteer Fire Department, the Women's Shelter of South Texas, the Food Bank of Corpus Christi, Disabled Veterans, and Pee Wee's No-Kill Animal Shelter, just to name a few. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court hereby memorializes Joaquin Villarreal III for his many contributions to Nueces County and surrounding areas.
Thank you so much, and I know the family has joined us here today, and we would be honored if anybody wanted to stand up and say a few words, if you would, or if not, that's not a problem either. I just wanted to make certain that you knew that Nueces County has truly lost a great native son, someone who sat in this very court and was able to preside so well for his constituents. And I think that one of the things that at least gives me pause to smile is that right after the Junior Livestock Show in January, and you know what? January was my last true happy month, if you think about it, because by February, we were already in the middle of COVID. So January, I have nothing but happy thoughts. And you know what one of those was? It was the time I was sitting in Fermin's, early one morning. And in the corner is Judge Villarreal. And he called me over. We paid our respects. I don't have to explain to anyone from South Texas what that means. It doesn't matter that I am an elected and that he is no longer. There is such a thing as a sign of respect for somebody that has come before you, come at a time that it was so much more difficult than it is today, and to have made his mark in such a way. So I went over to pay my respects. He said some very nice things to me that empowered me and lifted me up. And we had that moment. And I loved to see that he was there in his beloved hometown where he was born and raised, where he served the people so well. And I wanted you to recognize that this court honors people who serve, and particularly in so many ways, as a prosecutor, as a county commissioner, and later as a district judge and the head of the local presiding board of judges, the juvenile. He did it all, and he did it with a lot of grace, and I will tell you that the lawyers all remember having to go into his courtroom, and you would get a real lesson if you went into that courtroom. And if you objected, or if you had anything to say, you better be ready, because you were going to get a whole explanation from Judge Villarreal as to the background of your objection. So thank you for being here today, representing his family, his colleagues, his friends. And it would be my honor to present this to whoever would like to come and receive it. Let me first do a little housekeeping. Commissioner Modis, your precinct, would you like to say anything? Or actually, would you like to make the motion?
Sure.
And I'll take a second.
Second.
I've got a motion, a second, and then let's just vote for housekeeping purposes. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign,
And Judge,
Commissioner.
I guess Judge Joaquin loved what it means, because that's the last place I saw him in January or February. I don't know if it was during livestock or maybe right during the primary when we were out in Robstown doing our campaigning, but had a chance to visit with him and pay respects, as you say. And he was there enjoying breakfast. And so I remember the first time I'd seen and known him, but not until I really had a chance to talk to him until, when I got on city council, and then especially when I became commissioner. And he said, well, I was commissioner where you were at. And I said, Judge, I didn't know that. He goes, well, you should know who was there before you. And I said, well, Judge, what year were you there? And he told me, I said, Judge, I was like 3 or 4 years old at the time. Give me a break.
You still should know.
Give me a break. But just put it in context, we've only had 2 other commissioners between Judge Joaquin and myself.
Isn't that
There's only been 2 between that time frame when he served as commissioner. And it is a special place to be able to serve here. You know the battles you go through, but you also know the people in the community you represent. And obviously the judge loved his community. We all do. We all love Robstown. But you saw it in the pride he did, and he was just such a strong man. I was always kind of intimidated by him because of the presence that he had, but when you had a chance to talk to him, you could see his humor come through, and just he was just a really great man and a great leader for our community, and so he definitely would be missed. you never realize sometimes to cherish those opportunities, not realizing they're your last. But I am thankful that I got a chance to visit with him for some time there at Fedmines as well. And so my condolences to the family. He is a true giant and never can be replaced, but we can always try our best to duplicate what he has done as far as community service. So thank you all.
And I just want you guys to know that, I guess it was maybe it was a week ago. Yeah, about a week ago. We're doing a lot of safety, new protocols, and I needed to see if there was any room in the first floor. So I opened the Historical Commission room. It's right there in front of the new cafe. And I opened the door, and it was the very day that I had heard of his passing. And I open it up, and I'm looking for space, but what do I see? A picture of Padre Nicolas Bailly, the statue. The day we dedicated that statue, that's at the elevator, as you exit the courthouse, go find that statue, because Judge touched that statue. He helped bring that history into this building. And you know who was sitting right next to him? My grandmother, Dr. Clotilde Perez Garcia, a dear friend of Judge Villarreal's. So you see, legacies do continue. So I just want you to know that picture it doesn't matter what we do with the space, or I will always take that picture, and I will, in fact, it needs to come out of there and placed in a more prominent location. And he's there with lots of other wonderful people that we have lost. So with a grateful heart, we present this to you. Commissioner, just because of the issue with me coming over there, would you mind so much? Thank you so much. Mrs. Villarreal, absolutely, nos acompañamos en sus sentimientos.
I'd like to say a couple of words.
Yes, sir.
You know, I just want to thank you for sharing the judge with us. A wonderful man. You know, he would never have trouble getting a job. He could always be a standing comedian. You know, I think that was his second job, you know. And yeah, in the courtroom, everybody walk in there sad, and by the time they walk out of there, they'd be happy, and you know, because that's the kind of a person he was. You know, but you know, he was a good mentor too. You know, he always mentored me when I was a JP, and he said, you know, lawyers are lawyers. You know, he said, you know, a good lawyer knows the law, and a great lawyer knows the judge. So remember that. You know who's in charge, right? So, but he was a great man, and got. Yeah. Well, God bless you, and wish you my condolences.
As they say, they don't make them like that anymore.
No,
Judge, if I could, I just
Yes,
wanted to add,
thank
you can't not, to grow up in Corpus Christi as I did and not know Judge Villarreal, as a lawyer in this community, and as a former judge, you know really when people come before you, a good judge doesn't care whether you're, where your background is, what you come from, what party, political party, you really don't care, and Judge Villarreal certainly epitomized that. He was always fair, and I remember the story. Ms. Villarreal, I remember the story when he told me that he had interviewed to be on like Judge Judy, and we always thought that would have been, I can't even imagine how comical that would have been to see him up there and how much fun that would have been for him, and I know he really enjoyed doing that, but he was always a super nice man and very fair when you went into his courtroom. He did it with a sense of humor, but a great deal of sense of seriousness and pride that he took in being a judge, and how much it meant to him, and how much he really valued the law, and how important the law was to him, and how important this community was to him. So I did have the opportunity to get to know him, and it was an honor to know him, and I'm very, very sorry for your loss, because he was definitely bigger than life, without a doubt, and Commissioner Matos Gonzalez and Judge Canales have all said it well, but I would echo their thoughts. He was a great, great man, and we're very sorry for your family's loss.
Thank you. I hope every time you think about the courthouse, you think about him and you think about all the great memories. The legends never leave, just so you know. You feel them, you know, and they pinch you when you don't do something right. I feel them everywhere, you know, so he will be remembered and treasured.
Judge,
Thank you. Yes.
I'm at a disadvantage here because I did not know him, but I've heard some really wonderful things about him.
and I am really sorry for your loss. Thank you.
That's what I love about Commissioners Court. We're just very united with the good. So, anyway, we thank you for being here with us this morning. Thank you so much. So, at this time, we're going to also, I understand, just because I'm getting good intel, that we have a lot of people for public comment, commissioners. So we're going to move over board appointments and workshop and come right back to him. And let's do public comment. Edward, thank you. Not to, let's see how many people we have. Okay. Miss Sherry Davis, 3102 South Alameda. Could we call Miss Davis? Miss Sherry Davis, okay?
And
While
Judge, she's going to give us a special presentation.
Oh, okay.
She represents Special Hearts in the Arts.
Oh, wonderful.
And so they're having a fundraiser, so
Oh,
they're just going to
wonderful.
present us with
Okay.
just a little memento.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Hi. Hello, good morning.
Come on over here, guys. Yes, go ahead, say good morning, Ethan. Say good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Go right over here.
Thank you for making my morning.
Hold up your sign. Good morning, everybody. I'm
Good
Sherry Davis. I'm with Special Hearts in the Arts. It's a nonprofit theater for individuals with special needs. And we have some representatives here. We have Will the Thrill, Morgan, Ethan, Annalisa, and Miss Ashley. And we do a theater program. We do art, music, theater, dance, and film. And obviously with what's going on, we have been struggling to stay afloat. And our Special Hearts are very special. We have 45 students involved with our program, and we decided to start a Just 5 campaign. If I asked everybody in this room, would you be willing to donate just $5 to help Special Hearts in the Arts? That's not much. But our campaign is this. If you're willing to do that, would you be willing to ask other people to donate just $5? And if you can collect that money within a 2-week period, call us, we'll come by and pick it up, write a check for the amount and send it to us. Go on Facebook or on our webpage and hit the donation button and put that donation in there. I think Special Hearts in the Arts will grow, will become great. We do have some incentives. If a certain amount happens, we will do a special performance for you. If another amount happens, you will have a special performance and have dinner with one of our Special Hearts. And if another amount happens, you will have all of that, plus a lot of goodie things from us. But I just want you to know we perform all over the city. We've only been in operation 4 years, but we've performed it at all the theaters. We've performed at the Hooks game. We've been at the amphitheater, and this is just a happy time. You are all welcome to come by our theater. We're going to try to start back up with our classes in August, and you're most welcome to drop by and visit and smile and have a good time. We do have a little envelope for all of you, and can our Special Hearts bring it to you? Is that all right?
Yes.
Will, would you take one up there? Take some up there and hand it out.
And Judge, I think maybe this, we always have great opportunities to challenge City of Corpus Christi, and this may be our opportunity to see maybe who can outraise each other between Commissioners Court and City Council. I know there's more of them than us, but I think you can still beat them. So,
How you doing, man? Good. Sorry.
Okay, Ms. Davis. Is you?
Thank you,
Did you get
John.
one, Brett?
No, I'll get one. Judge, Ethan is a local legend over at London High School, so.
thank you.
Oh, you know
Yeah,
Ethan.
absolutely. Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. He's,
Ethan was on our baseball team, the baseball team at
let me
London.
tell you, he is a local legend.
Is there anybody else that would like to take on one of these envelopes?
I would say leave a few extras in the judge's office.
I will definitely do that.
Thank you.
And God bless you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you
And-
very much.
And Judge,
Beautiful
so
presentation.
December 8th is their celebration, their annual celebration of when Special Hearts in the Arts was created. So maybe if we can have a proclamation in late November to celebrate and maybe declare Special Hearts in the Arts Day in Nueces
Yeah.
County?
Let's calendar that.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much.
appreciate it, and
Thank you.
I hope to hear from every one of you within the next 2 weeks,
Thank you.
okay?
Thank you.
And the contact information is
It's in
on
the
there. You may
mail.
call or
Thank
message
you.
me.
Thank you.
God bless
Sherry.
you.
Thank you.
Chesney, I'll make sure Chesney gives some.
As they exit, Juan, as they say, you're on deck next with Bobby. Welcome.
Good morning, Judge,
Good
Commissioners.
morning.
Judge, Commissioners, just want to kind of give you an update on the building facility maintenance manager the job opening was opened up back in May of this year. And just want to present Bobby. He's the new facility maintenance manager for the courthouse. Bobby's been with Public Works for over almost 20 years, Bobby. Yeah. And Bobby started back in June 2002 as the mechanical maintenance one for building maintenance. He was promoted in 2012 to foreman mechanical maintenance 2. And as of April, Bobby was hired for the new position as the facility maintenance manager. So I just kind of want to present Bobby, and I know you've seen Bobby around in the courthouse, and you'll be seeing him more. You have anything to say, Bobby? One other position that was filled in our department, Judge and Commissioners, here in the last month was the GIS/AutoCAD designer. Abdul Kasara has accepted the position, and he'll be starting with Public Works in the next couple of weeks. Just kind of give you a background of Abdul's background. He couldn't make it today, but Abdul has an associate's. He's getting his associate's right now as a mechanical engineer. He has a bachelor's degree in geology and a minor in mathematics. So he has 3 years of experience in the ArcGIS, engineering, and mathematics and geology. By a couple of weeks, Abdul will be starting with us full-time in our department. I also want to kind of brief y'all, Commissioners and Judge, is that since the beginning of the year, we've hired positions in our department, and they're getting filled. I think the percentage rate of hiring in our department has been about 63%. So our positions are getting filled in our department. So thank you.
And Bobby, don't take our silence as meaning anything. This is the time in Commissioners Court during public comment where people sign up and they come and present information, and we don't really say anything, but don't take that silence to mean we're not excited to have you as our building super.
Thank you.
So,
Can you write me down?
yes, of course.
I just, when I saw you, I just thought you were just like the courthouse to hang around there. I didn't know you worked here, so. But I've seen you around. Well, good, welcome, congratulations.
It's kind of like I told the judge last week, Bobby's kind of like the MacGyver of, you remember the
Of
show
the
of
courthouse.
MacGyver? He knows everything of the courthouse, so just want to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Lilia Ann Gutierrez. I saw her. There she is.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
And County Commissioners. First of all, I want to thank you for honoring Judge Joaquin Villarreal this morning. He gave me a golden opportunity to start working here at the courthouse, and I've been here for the past 28 years. So
How about
he is a mentor. He's part of my family. And as all of you know, that Judge Villarreal worked for Nueces County for many, many years in a lot of different capacities. But in November of 1977, when he was elected as commissioner, one of his visions was that he wanted a park for children in Robstown. And I know this because when the labor camp actually became the Nueces County Park, me and my brother and Mario, his son, were the very first children to slide down the slides and swing on the swings, and we were ecstatic because we had the whole park to ourselves. So the Nueces County Park was the vision of Judge Villarreal when he was the commissioner in Precinct 3. So with that being said, I want, with all due respect, Commissioner Mares, for the past 2 years, I have been asking you to consider renaming the Nueces County Senior Citizen Building to the Joaquin Villarreal III Senior Center. I would have loved for Judge Villarreal to have been here to see him honored in the park that he had the vision to start. Now, I thank all of you all for doing a fantastic job. And the park is a beautiful park. It is beautiful. It's got baseball fields. Everybody utilizes it. All the former commissioners that followed Judge Villarreal have done a fantastic job. But again, Judge Mares, I want you to reconsider renaming the Nueces County Senior Citizen to the Joaquin Villarreal III Senior Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And we also have, well, actually, let me see. I think I got that one. I signed up, but I'm going to give anybody else an opportunity because there are people in the hallway. Is there anybody else at this time for public comment? Okay, hearing none, my public comment is to recognize a very special lady, and she is here with us this morning. But this will be, well, I hope that she never really leaves us too far, but she will no longer be an intern at the Nueces County Judge's Office. And please stand and be recognized, Cristiani Borges Cuadros. I met her, I suppose, right when I became the county judge. And I want to tell you a little bit about her, and then I think she has some things to say. But she is now a graduate of Texas A&M Corpus Christi. And let me just tell you, her experience is fantastic. She hails from Brazil, and she speaks multiple languages. She was the president of the International Student Organization. And I think that the events that the ISO held all over our community is a testament to Cristiani's dedication and her commitment to diversity. She was a hospitality ambassador at the Rio Olympics. I would have loved to have been at the Olympics there. She was also an Olympic staff trainer. She was the co-founder of the Association of Social Integration Service in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. She is Pi Alpha member. That's the big honorary society on campus. I think the most important thing is that I said she graduated. I should have said for the second time. She graduated recently with her master's in public administration, and she graduated as the best student, the top student in her class. She is a scholarship recipient, and she is looking for a job. So if anybody needs to have an amazing person on their staff, I think I've just given you 5 good reasons why you should hire her. She also has worked as an English teacher and volunteered in so many different Christian missions around the world, including Melbourne, Australia. I am so blessed to have had her in my office. Her ears, her eyes, her common sense, her compassion and empathy for everybody that walked into my office makes her the perfect intern for any county judge. I'm especially proud when I looked at the resolution, not the resolution, but the certificate. It says, "We hereby express our sincere appreciation to Cristiani Borges Cuadros, Nueces County Judge Intern." But what I really liked is that Maggie put a picture of you and I, an old Latina woman with a beautiful young Latina woman, and we're holding a magazine that says Latina Women, and it just, you represent the future, multilingual, multi-talented, fantastic credentials, and the fact that you lent your talent for free, none of our interns get paid, while you were working at other jobs, while you were organizing at the university, and while you were getting your master's, is incredible. And one of her presentations will be displayed prominently on our TV screens downstairs. So I invite all of you to see how she has found a way to highlight all of Nueces County services. Cristiani, we're going to miss you, and I've been trying to practice my Portuguese. My mother actually speaks a little Portuguese. Obrigado pelo seu trabalho duro.
Muito obrigada.
I said,
Work
thank you
hard.
for your hard work. And I really do mean it. You are an amazing woman, and I really hope that your talent keeps you in the Coastal Bend. Would you like to say anything before we all say thank you?
Yes. Thank you so much, Your Honor, for having me here. Thank you, commissioners, for having me here. It has been a wonderful time. I have learned so much. You have no idea how this experience meant to me. And for me to see your hard work and how much you care for the community. And everyone who is here because they have this passion to serve, to make a difference, to bring impact, improvement, and a difference to people's lives. And seeing that just proved to me that this is where I want to be. This is what I want to continue pursuing in my life and career. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to leave the dais just for a moment.
You go, girl.
I don't know, we can get another picture here.
Muy bueno.
Only because of COVID, I do not. I want to thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'll say in Portuguese.
And I'll see.
Muito, muito obrigada por terem me recebido aqui. Muito bem. Eu senti como essa fosse a minha casa. I'll translate. Thank you so much all for having me here. I felt really embraced as this.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our public comment, and we'll return back to a few items that we have, which is the general information reports, item number E. And then, believe it or not, you know what? Let's do board appointments, because there's probably people waiting for that, Tyner. Are there?
Yes.
I think there are. Let's do board appointments, please. I'm sorry. That's letter H, everyone, and we have the announcement by Nueces County Judge, that would be moi, to make sure that we have a full board, a very important board, the Nueces County Industrial Commission, which is also known as the Nueces County Development Commission. And pursuant to Chapter 381 of the Texas Local Government Code, we've expanded our board to include the diversity of two amazing individuals, really three, but these individuals are representing areas that we really felt like we needed to bridge this gap. And Christine Bryant, welcome. And for those of you that don't know Christine, you should, because she has been with the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Commission. And one of the things that we really understand about our region is that by working with the CCRADC in conjunction with the NCDC, we're going to be able to be more informed. We're going to be able to stretch our tentacles out to understand what big business is doing, what big industry is doing, and how does that relate to specifically developing economic prosperity in Nueces County. And Christine has been very involved with quality of place projects. She knows that's important to us, and by bringing her in, no offense to Ian, but we move up in ranks in the sense of, he has got a big job to handle, and this puts her on the board as rather than having Ian just serve as ex officio. Really gets her in the decision-making and policy roles. So we're so proud to have you here in that role. And commissioners, just want to introduce to you Christine Bryant, new board commissioner.
Congratulations.
And then we have Mr. Oscar Martinez. Oscar is a fixture in Nueces County. He served the city of Corpus Christi for a good, wonderful time, and now is in private practice. And I think that where we recognized, or at least the commission recognized, is that being able to have, again, someone who understood city government, really from the perspective of having been intimately involved. So many of our economic projects are engineering projects. They are involving power, they're involving water, they're involving infrastructure like roads and whether or not to build longer runways and how are we going to involve right-of-ways and all the things that we've been working on. And Oscar brings that expertise as a seasoned engineer to the table. So, Oscar, welcome today to court, but most of all, thank you for agreeing to serve. And again, y'all are welcome to say anything. Butch Poole is here, and I want to say hello to Butch. Come on up, because people need to recognize Butch has decided to not only come on in the last few months, but more importantly, take a little bit of a leadership role. I needed somebody to help really spearhead the financial committee. And Butch is going to be hopefully coming to us when we start our budget workshops, presenting the NCDC's budget along with most likely other members of the committee. But he has taken on that role. It's very important that we not dream up the budget anymore, but that the budget become a living, breathing document that has longevity. So Butch, I hope maybe you were here to even knock on Teresa's door maybe today to find out more information, but okay, but we thank you for being here this morning. And John Breyer is present. Of course, he's the consultant with the NCDC. And since we have the platform and the mic, just so you know, Commissioner Vaughn and I spoke, we are still really focusing on economic impact after COVID-19. We need to know the economic impact of some of our best projects. Why? Because that economic impact will help us understand, we know we lost revenue. Right? That's not a mystery. But what we need to know is which of our projects can really deliver that recovery. And we've got to be able to not be afraid to go that route. And so, John, we're going to kind of pressure you a little bit to really work on that economic impact for some of our biggest NCDC projects. I know Commissioner Vaughn and I feel like, and we know that they cost money, but there's got to be a way that we partner with somebody to make it low cost for us. Because we've got to get those statements.
Well, you're exactly right, and I have to say, well, I'm so excited to have Christine and Oscar coming on the NCDC. They bring not only their professional skills that they have, but each one has some really unique additional skills. Oscar's expertise on infrastructure issue will be invaluable, and Christine's expertise and understanding of what we're doing as a region. And some of the things she's already doing to help small business that is complementary to what Code Blue is doing right now. And so, but we are in the final stages of working with Ray Perriman, an economist, to try to get hard data on what the impact is to make us more competitive in going after grants. At the same time, show what the real benefit is going to be in economic benefit to our community by some of the largest projects. And now is the time we need to be looking at this, because we are going to come through the virus. We're going to come out on the other side of this. And I think we need to be prepared, and we are preparing to take advantage of changes that will happen because of what we've learned over the last X number of months.
And you know, with so many new appointees now, what I really think is probably incumbent, Tyner, is that every commission meeting that, you know, we just do a rotation. Come and tell us what's going on. Mm-hmm. You know, just keep us in the loop or tell us what we need. Just a little bit of a touch from some of the commissioners. It'll help you with this commission, and it'll encourage that communication. There's a final gentleman that we need to announce, and he couldn't be here with us this morning. So John, stay right there while if anyone has any questions. But Dr. John Dawson will join us as ex officio. We felt like we were missing a branch of Texas A&M in our group, and so he brings expertise not only from the research side, doesn't he, John? But he'll bring Texas A&M inside the conversation. Every economic development project that you guys have identified has a component of research. And so just tell us a little bit about Dr. John Dawson.
That's exactly correct. I mean, we, Corpus Christi and Nueces County particularly has an opportunity to develop industries that are high-tech. I know that the president out at A&M Corpus Christi is working very, very hard to add additional research and additional programs that can turn that into a research university. It's a great opportunity. Dr. Dawson is the vice president in charge of all their facilities. The facility that just got put downtown. But in addition to that, in a previous lifetime with John Dawson, worked in the private sector development community. So he brings an understanding of what A&M Corpus Christi is doing, and he also brings an understanding of how you work with private sector to leverage private sector money to help on public sector opportunities. And that's one of the other things that getting an impact study will help us with. So,
Well, I want to thank you, and again, Commissioners, there's no action needed, but I believe that transparency calls for every time we act at the NCDC that you know about it. And of course, I want you to reach out to these commissioners. And our hope is that if you don't know it already, our building is open. It's open most days, not every day, but most days between 9 and 5. But please call to make sure. We do have a temporary staff member. At this time, it would be important for you to meet her because I see her peering
She's right
out.
here.
You can
She's
just
hiding.
wave. You don't have, we won't put you on the spot. Meet Lisa Quintanilla. And Lisa is working temporary, 29 hours a week. You really need to make time. If you have time today, if John's going to be here, let him show you the space. Let him show you where people are meeting, where they can work. All of our commissioners have the ability to go there any day of the week between 9 and 5. And of course, the hope is that with a real office and a real place to meet and to think and to entertain future economic development partners, we become a living, breathing economic development center. You have to have a place to go. You have to have a shingle on your roof.
we've already started using it.
Great.
A private sector entity that is interested in not only doing business here in Texas, here in Nueces County, but is interested in helping with finance some of that. We've already had a meeting over there with them. So
That's great. We want it to be used.
Yeah, absolutely.
We want it to be used. Well, thank you for taking the time this morning to spend with us and giving us the chance to run through some of our important items that came before yours, and Butch and Oscar and Christine and John. Lisa, welcome. Thank you. Commissioners, I will let you ask any questions if you have them, but if not, we'll move on. But just, Commissioner, I did see something.
I just
Yeah.
want to make a comment. I am really impressed with the quality of people that are on this board. So really looking forward to some things happening really soon. But great group of people. Did a good job, Judge.
Judge, with the exception of Butch Poole, I might take exception to that, but the rest of them are awesome.
You know, Butch said he thought that maybe somebody would make a comment about it.
Well, and I don't want to direct traffic forever, but I will say as we're learning, I am trying to help, guide us and get us going. But one idea that we've done, and it's worked really well, we're about to repeat it on June 24th, is I think we have a joint meeting with our hospital district. I think we would love if you would consider having a joint meeting with us one day. And we could have a workshop sometime in the summer. And we have to post it properly and whatnot. But then we could all be together with all of you as a commission. We can see how you're working, what your issues are. We can debate things. I think that's something you guys maybe as newbies can take back as a new idea. I think that I get a lot of opportunity to interact with this commission, but I think it's time that all members of the Commissioners Court kind of dig in and see what's going on, because we all want this to be successful.
Well, I think it's a great idea because this is Nueces County, their economic, their development commission, and I am so proud of the court here that is supporting this because that's how we're going to develop programs and opportunities after we get through the unintended mess that we're in with the virus. But we got to have a plan that when we're through with this, we come out in a lot better shape than we ever thought we could. So thank you very much.
Appreciate you guys. Thank y'all. Okay, now coming back in, we've now done board appointments. I think that Melissa's been super patient. She's here to represent emergency management. And this is your time, commissioners, to ask any questions. It's also Melissa's time to give you any updates with regards to COVID-19 response. I wish we had been a little bit more generous on that agenda item. Maybe we'll catch it next time to expand it to hurricane preparedness response as well, because Melissa's been doing a lot of good work there. But the agenda item for this day, Melissa, is just COVID-19. And I'll let you say anything you need to, but commissioners, if you have a question, this is your time to find out where we are as a status update.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you again for bringing this to court so that we can talk about everything that we're doing. So we are kind of getting to a place with COVID-19 where we're feeling the new norm starting to happen. So all of our operations, our testing operations and things like that are a regular operation now for us. And so you're starting to see this new norm, which is a good thing. It's going to stay with us, so it's not something that's going to go away. So a new norm is good to establish, and you can feel it happening kind of on its own. We're, of course, continuing to test around not only our jurisdiction, but around the region here. We still have regional assets that we're overseeing out at the fairgrounds, and they're there when we need them. They're there for the whole region if they need them. All of our team members are participating and working on the reopening of the courthouse and some of the other issues that come along with making sure that we have the capability of checking for fever and social distancing and other rearrangement of offices. We also are in a mode of updating plans. I know that there's a separation between hurricane season and COVID-19, but this year they are blended together. So we've had a series of meetings and we'll continue to also with the City of Corpus as well and our regional partners on how we can prepare ourselves and our community to respond to a hurricane, to evacuate, using those social distancing and best practices that come down from the CDC and the state guidance that we get. So everybody's in a mode of kind of reshaping their hurricane plans right now, all of our emergency management partners. I've been working very closely with Edward, and Edward's been kind of overseeing the reshaping of what we're going to do out at the fairgrounds, which is a huge part of what happens during a hurricane or another disaster. So again, taking into consideration social distancing practices, we've gotten guidance from the state on the reduction of folks on one bus. So we have a very specific number we're working with. We're making sure that we have pre-positioned contracts in place through Michael's office. So a lot of different work is going on that does blend COVID with the hurricane season. We can't go into our hurricane response without knowing that a lot of what we do has to change just to make sure we're making this the safest process possible. So there's all of the hurricane things that are going on. And I know you received an email from me yesterday about the cooling centers. I just wanted to clarify that like anything else, we do have a trigger point established for setting up something like a cooling center or a heating center, no different, than an evacuation or a declaration of a disaster declaration. So those are just some of the things that I wanted to brief on quickly. And then I'm just going to open the floor if you have questions for us right now.
Commissioners?
I don't have any questions, just a comment. They tested out at Hilltop yesterday and another day as well. And just want to commend Edward and his staff. They did a fantastic job. They're so organized. You can tell they have a process in place and they follow it and just really quick.
And we wouldn't be able to do that if we didn't have those strong team members on our team that are able to dedicate themselves to go out there and make sure that those different Edward's just one team member that's running projects and different processes. And so all of our staff members are doing that, and everybody's doing a really great job. And none of what's happening would be possible if we didn't have our team members. So Edward specifically, he's been the boots on the ground person for us. And so we're very thankful that we've been able to do back-to-back-to-back testing. That's why we're doing as well as we are in COVID, is because our team is able to do what we are able to do. So thank you.
Melissa, I just want to also point out that under this item, it says amended orders. So just for everybody's, awareness, situational awareness, we do have amended orders. Every time the governor changes his orders, we've also changed ours here. So for updated orders, please look at nuecesco.com. You can find the latest and greatest. great information, great guidelines. I want to thank the county attorneys because every time we change orders, they need to man the phones because there are lots of questions. I also want to thank Commissioner Vaughn because yesterday we were able to, remember, we are now in phase 3 of reopening. So businesses are now exploring this concept of outdoor events. It's going to open the door for things that really had been prohibited before. And we're venturing into new uncharted territory. And we need to work with businesses one-on-one. And it's going to, some can be in your precinct or, when you have an issue, please call us and we sit and work through it, whether it's a Zoom meeting or not. And the whole idea is to try to come up with a game plan that can allow the business to be successful with the right guidelines, knowing that it's going to be tricky. So any group over 500 really needs to come to the county judge's office. That's per the governor's order. And so that is really important. And when you're dealing with graduations and all of these big events, they're outdoor events and there's a way to do it, but you got to have a plan. And so that planning process is very important. And for instance, the Texas State Aquarium is on my email. I need to get to them. So if you're listening, Tom, I'm going to get to you right after court. But it's going to be important that they get open, but that they get open in a way that works for the safety of all their visitors. So thanks to Melissa and I and Annette, we can put our heads together and figure out, okay, how do we get the aquarium to open? Because that's, 1,000 people. That might scare you, but they have 40,000 square foot of space, right? So we're able to work through these together. So on the amended orders, like I said, please look online. Everything's there. And then as to the area economic recovery, I just want you to know that on Monday, Maggie, were we able to reschedule for Monday? Okay, on Monday, I will be meeting with Mayor McComb and I'm sure City Manager Zanoni, and I'm probably going to take Lauda. She doesn't know it yet, but I'm going to invite Lauda. Maria's invited, and we're going to go discuss, and probably an auditor, we're going to go discuss CARES Act. And we're going to go to discuss how we're going to work with reimbursements. And this is going to be a big, every day I send to Melissa ideas. Hey, don't forget about getting this person to send dollars in. There's a lot of, this is an accounting mountain that we have to get through. And I need to update you guys. I'm putting you on notice now that we scheduled this meeting yesterday. So you're hearing it hot off the press. I don't know how I can update you, but I'm sorry. It's going to be next Wednesday. Okay? Next Wednesday. So maybe I might, if I have a special meeting, it's just because I think it's super important and we need to hear this info. I'll get the info through Tyner. I'm going to ask Tyner to attend so that he can get info to you guys. I just kind of wanted you to know about it. I also want to make this awareness to everybody that you'll recall that the CARES Act, it's 75-25. That means out of our $860,000 allotment, 25% of it can be designated for economic recovery, okay? So on the next agenda, I'm going to have on there, but I'm giving you monster heads up, this court needs to make that 25% allocation determination. Do you want to use 25% for economic recovery as is the guideline? I think that's something that we should do, but it's for us to decide collectively, okay? So that's very important. The governor says 75% goes to medical personnel and public health, and 25% to help business.
Judge, wouldn't that kind of depend on what happens in regards to some of the other funds that we're trying to get from the city? Because obviously, as you note, that 800 and whatever thousand doesn't come close to reimbursing us for what we've lost.
But but you can only use 75% of it one way.
But I thought you could use, I thought the other 25% could be used for the whole thing. You're saying it has to be used for something else?
I'm saying that
you couldn't use the whole 100% for the reimbursement of things that we've lost?
Well, I don't read it that way.
Okay.
I have to tell you, it says 75-25, but I don't know if that's permissible. But here's the thing, our 100% reimbursement does exist. It just doesn't exist in our pot of money, right? So it's tricky. Those are the things that we
That would-
need to ask.
I mean, I think certainly I'm very big on wanting to use monies for economic recovery. At the same time, I just know what a hole we're in for monies we've lost. So if, it'd be easier to allocate that money, one, if you didn't have a choice, as you said, and two, if we knew we were going to get some of that other reimbursement back from the city.
I agree.
That would just
And
be-
just so you know, I really don't think the city has any choice.
I don't
I mean,
either,
I'll
but-
be honest with you, and also I want you to also have awareness that the real pot of money is all the dollars that were allocated to Nueces County. That means City of Corpus Christi, City of Robstown, City of Port Aransas, City of Bishop. All of us have this one big pot. And theoretically, if you didn't get your proper allocation, those extra dollars that are available, like let's say the city has 18 million. Well, it's very clear they don't have $18 million worth of reimbursements, right?
I hope, but let's.
No, I know, we know, Dale and I know, we look at it every day. They're not even remotely close. They're never gonna get there. And so 4.75 million belongs to economic recovery out of that $17.9 million pot. And that's what we're gonna go talk about, is what is the plan going forward?
When you say economic recovery, you're talking about? what?
Small business.
But didn't the city already did something for small business?
Yeah, but from a different pot of money. A different pot of money. This CARES Act has guidelines, and it's 75-25.
I know they did it twice, I don't know. But
They did it from the LIFT fund.
Lift fund, right.
And they also did it for help with utilities. And they did it also for, basically, they got $2 million yesterday. That was one thing Melissa and I discussed at length, is they received $2 million yesterday from the feds, from CDBG, that's the Housing and Urban Development Block Grant, and that's to help homeless initiatives. And Melissa deals with this every single day. It happened to us yesterday, where we have people who are displaced because of travel, they get into accidents, then they go to the hospital, they test positive for COVID. I'm sorry, say it again?
Why don't they go to the Salvation Army? It's a hub. Salvation Army and
Because-
Metro Ministry, that's their hub.
It's a hub, but they're not prepared for COVID because you have to isolate the whole family for COVID. So they can't go there.
They're positive for COVID already?
Yes. We have homeless people who are positive for COVID and they don't have, the worst thing to do is put them in an area where they share common bathrooms, common spaces, common living and so we need to go work with the city to figure out how they're going to use those dollars to benefit our particular COVID-19 homeless population. There's a lot to talk about.
Well, I can understand that city, because the city really is responsible for the homeless city in the city limits. That's
Correct.
That's one of the biggest areas they need to be concerned about.
Yes.
Because, we don't have very many homeless in the county area, but the city is the one that's got the major problem.
Yes.
So, I mean, I think the city should be paying attention to
Yeah.
that quite a bit.
Right.
But
Right. So anyway, we'll bring back the evidence that we have it's gonna be, I guess, a week from now. Disappointed about that. I'm sorry we couldn't arrange that sooner, but I guess that's the best we can do. We will, the only good thing about that is maybe Commissioner Chesney, I'll get some guidance before next Wednesday on whether that 25% is in stone or not.
Right, that would be the.
I'll find out. Okay, Melissa, anything else you think maybe we should know about, I know that Gary Barney is looking for more sites for testing, so if there is a site in your precinct that you are interested in, please, this is the day to let us know. Why
Yes,
don't you let us know?
The testing is gonna be ongoing, and so anytime we see an area or a particular facility or just an area of town, Port Aransas, or,
Southside?
yes, just let
Yeah,
us know and we can
Melissa,
get that set up through Gary.
I do want to go. I was kind of waiting for others to jump in since I did a couple and they did. So I was going to try to do one over. Hopefully at Church Unlimited for that kind of South Side London area of my precinct would be my.
Can I tell you, we're ready to get that in today. He
Then
asked
I'll
me
get-
yesterday.
Okay.
But they still gotta go through the county, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they gotta
Oh.
still sign up with the county.
No, this is MMT
the-
testing. This is the National Guard testing.
Oh, they're still doing it? I thought they had.
No, we are, so yes, we are ongoing, and we need to stay ongoing. I want to emphasize that while we made the New York Times this past weekend, they say if you're not talking about you, you're nobody, so they're talking about us, all the right reasons,
For the moment, yeah.
for how low our numbers are. But I want you all to know that Texas's numbers have been skyrocketing. Texas numbers have higher hospitalizations since we've reopened. We need to stay vigilant here. And as we keep going into all these phased openings where we're gonna have outdoor events, and Richard Borchard Fairgrounds is gonna have new events, and we're gonna have events at the aquarium and the beach and all these areas, we're going to see a potential of spike. But why can we control it? How have we done so great? I'm gonna be honest with you. It's our testing. We test and we isolate. And we don't just let them go to the Salvation Army. We grab them and we say, you're gonna go here. And we're gonna monitor you here, and we're gonna make sure that you get everything you need so you don't leave. Because the minute you stop being that vigilant, you create community spread. So I just want you to know that it's not over. It's just that we're enjoying the seasonality of the virus in South Texas, and we're seeing a lower spread here in South Texas, but we are staying vigilant. So testing is ongoing. Please send us your sites.
You know, Judge, I think the good thing for the future is Salvation Army is building a brand-new building right there on 18th.
Yes, they
at
are.
The freeway, and I think they're gonna be prepared to take on whatever they need to take on. That's their plan, you know, to be able to, you know, to take care of those issues that nobody else will take care of.
And it's gonna be a continuing, you know, challenge because people are gonna, until or if there's ever a vaccine, who knows really what'll happen. I mean, they've been looking for vaccines for other stuff for years. It's gonna be a real challenge because people are going to get it. And, you know, I just was corresponding today, you know, for me, it's all about, in my family, it's all about basketball. And so, you know, that's reopened. Well, just got a text today that one of the local basketball programs, one of the kids tested positive, so they had to shut, they decided, didn't have to, they decided to just shut it all down because they didn't want to take the risk. So it's going to, I don't know that we ever get rid of this stuff, and how we deal with it and how we treat it and how we avoid each other, I think avoid each other sounds a little extreme, but the social distancing is going to be, unfortunately, part of the new normal. But how we deal with it is going to be the big issue, because there's no question the numbers are going to go up with the openings and with the increased testing. I mean, we're doing 10, 15 more times more testing than we've ever done, probably. I mean, just here locally, it's been staggering to see all the numbers. So, I mean, it's just going to be, I don't know that we ever are done with this.
Go back to the real normal.
I don't
When
know.
you have this concept of, you know, self-accountability, that's what makes this disaster so different, is each one of us as an individual is responsible for stopping the spread. Not stopping, maybe reducing, right, because it's just happening. But us staying on top of testing, not only are we identifying these people and trying to separate them, but it's also helping us understand it more by knowing those numbers and capturing a larger population in our test to know, based on our population, the full population that was affected. If we stop testing or we minimize testing, we're only going to capture a small number compared to who really got it here. And so it's going to help our numbers.
Well, and you're dead on, and to me, the testing is very, very important. And, you know, I wish we were at a point where anyone who wanted to test could just go test. You know, I know we're not there yet. I mean, that would be the greatest thing, because I'd go, not because I think I have it or not because I have any symptoms, not at the moment, but I'd love to go test, but I just don't want to. I don't want to take
I'm
someone's
glad you
test.
said that.
I feel like we're getting closer. I don't think it's as much the
because I just don't want to take a test away from someone. That may be only.
That would make you feel bad.
Well, right. I mean.
Well, I want you to know that Melissa and I are working on lots of new things to bring to court. One of them will be making sure that every Nueces County employee can get tested for free as part of their wellness plan. And if you're not part of the wellness plan, but you still work for Nueces County, and I say wellness, I mean health plan, we still want to be able to offer that to you, because that keeps our community safe. And I'm also looking at pre-positioning, maybe going out for RFP to pre-position contracts for private enterprise. So if we have a seasonal flu season, for instance, that also merges into a COVID season as well, that we're going to be right back where we were maybe 6 weeks ago. So we're already looking to say which companies have the Cepheid cartridges, where if we get into a situation where there's another manufacturing plant that needs 800 tests and we don't have those resources, we have a contract for a specific price and turnaround time where that can be done. That is no different than pre-positioning for debris removal after a hurricane. So we are now, emergency management now is less about how do we do things and thinking about where we're going from here in the future. I want you to know we're spending a ton of effort and time on getting the courts ready for August 3rd. That is our number one priority. What do I mean? I mean jury trials. I'm talking about impaneling. We have 3 capital murder trials coming up. That's going to require a tremendous amount of effort. And I just need you guys to know that that is on top of all general hurricane preparedness. And none of our hurricane preparedness is the same. So whatever you think that we should be ready for, you need to erase that thinking, because nobody was ready for a hurricane inside COVID. So we've had to change all of our operation plans, including the way we actually work on the 5th floor. It's really been a tremendous amount of thinking and logistics. But the big issue right now is kind of working on the courts. However, if something's happening in your precincts that we need to know about, like there was an issue in Bishop, we got on it, but we didn't know about it. They had to kind of call us and say, hey, don't forget about us. We've got a room that needs to be, I would say, COVID ready, and we took care of it. Thank you, Edward.
Nobody called me on that.
I know that, well, we got really late, but the point is maybe do a little checking, because sometimes you don't know until you ask. So anyway, I just want you to know we're going to handle everybody across the county, but our priority really is getting us ready for jury trials on August 3rd, which is just around the corner. If you have anything, any thoughts, remember the video? What was it you said, Commissioner Modis? There's no monopoly on good ideas? Well, there's no monopoly on good ideas. So let us know. You might have the perfect solution for us that we haven't thought about before. So I encourage you, wander your courthouse. Let me know what's not working and what is working. We invite criticism, because criticism will help us be more efficient with the general public.
Two more things, Judge.
Yeah.
That's it for me, and it's not criticism.
It's okay.
I just recommend that the Salvation Army maybe be part of your meeting, see what they can come up with.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, I don't know what the hold up on the JPs is. You know, I know they're not in the tower, but how come they can't start their business? They don't have jury trials, but why can't they
Right, so
start?
that has to do with the Office of Court Administration, and they set the rules for them. And they just, we don't have control over that.
We could talk to them and let them
No, they are supreme being. They are like,
Well, we can talk to them, they're not that mean. But the thing is, Judge, I just think we talk about revenues, you're losing revenues there.
right, but this is coming from the Texas Supreme Court. They're governing everything. We really don't have, I mean, look, here's the thing,
Eviction, you know, what worries me is the evictions, people are taking advantage of it.
I know. Now, we are going back with, evictions are back on.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
I heard they were not
Evictions are
yesterday.
back on. Laura, is that, I'm sorry to catch you. So forget it, just hang on one second.
Go
Give her-
ahead.
Give
Tell
her a
us, Laura.
second. No, give her a second. But just so you know, I met with all of the JPs collectively. And Timothy was there with me, and we worked on a plan to get them COVID safe. But they also articulated their frustration with me about evictions. But it's my understanding that, can we not, you think? I will double check, but I believe evictions, we're back on evictions.
It's killing them, man.
Yeah, I'm certain that that's my memory, that
I
we're.
believe it's back on.
Yeah, we're back on for evictions. So, yes, it's gonna be pretty busy around here through the month of August. But like I said, keep us posted.
And everything is very connected, so, you know, I know that Tim is working a lot on the reopening in the courts. We had the security assessment, we're making changes for COVID-19, we're making changes for hurricane season. Each department works very closely with another department, we all work closely together. So if anybody else notices from another department, You know, I'll use my department, for example. If another department notices something my department's doing that's not working for COVID, or we're not in line with other people, I encourage, again, that constructive criticism. Let us know there's something else we could be doing. And likewise, I'd like to be able to come to your department as your emergency management coordinator, especially if you are a section chief of mine, and be able to tell you that there's something that needs to change in your department. So we need to be able to discuss those things with one another, because all of our departments are very interconnected.
And space is going to be a really interesting discussion in our first floor future. So look for a lot of good discussions as we start infrastructure
I'm very
repairs.
impressed with the number that they were able to manage for the central jury room. I
Right,
think
by the way, that
that's
number is
brilliant.
102. It's 95 jurors that we can seat and 7 staff members. So that's going to be our magic number down there. Like I said, we really have our work cut out for us just on that issue. And we will work with we are working with the Salvation Army, but we will reach out even more. But I'm going to tell you this, on Wednesday when I meet with the city, it's not just going to be about a discussion about CARES Act. So whoever is watching, because I know they watch these shows regularly, Commissioner Court, we need to also have a very frank and honest discussion about working together so that we can deal with the issues that we now know are presented to us. And the homeless present a really, and remember, homeless doesn't, you can be homeless for 5 different reasons.
We need to redefine that word.
We need to redefine that word.
Just like we're redefining everything else for
Yeah,
COVID.
that's right.
We need to redefine what homeless means for COVID.
Right.
Because there's
It's
a lot
not
of different
homeless on the
versions of
streets.
homeless right
Yeah.
now, yes.
Yeah, I agree. So anyway, we got a lot of good work to do, but we have great
That's the real
colleagues over there.
homeless.
We have great colleagues, and I know that they will open their arms and listen, and receive us. Okay, Melissa, if that's it, we're gonna let you get back to 5th floor. Keep us posted.
That's all I have, unless you have other questions.
Judge, I just want to say, I
ahead.
appreciate this being part of the agenda. I think this is
Good.
important for us to have open dialogue so we can all ask questions or at least listen and receive. And obviously, it helps the public as well. We're not over this yet, so we still
No.
need to remain, like you said, vigilant on the entire approach and strategy that we've taken. So I hope this will continue, even though our numbers have been relatively good. We saw
Yeah.
that spike on Monday, but it could have been just delay in reporting
It
from over
was.
the weekend. But, and that's why I'm trying to tell people as well, is like when we, those of us that are real active posting, trying to educate them, because there's still kind of
Yeah.
hysteria that we see about this,
Yes.
and
Yes.
rightfully so, but we don't want to get too worked up to think that we're on a upward spike, but
Right.
we're maintaining what we need to, and that's
Right.
only happening, I think, with the coordination that you all have put together. So I do appreciate this item.
Well, thanks, John. And we're going to have a press briefing today at 5 o'clock, so I'm going to encourage the audience to tune in. Mayor Joe and myself, every Wednesday at 5 o'clock, try to bring in new information. My theme today is really going to be about making sure that we continue to do it right, because you're going to get to go to that concert you've been missing. You're going to get to go to the aquarium with your children. You're going to get to do things that you have been denied, but there's going to be a responsibility that comes along with that privilege. And we will be able to contact trace back to that concert or back to that restaurant or back to that event. And so don't think for a second that it won't reverse if we have a major problem, right? Because we have to be that nimble. And that's why the governor has said to county judges, hey, look, I want to give you this guidance and these guidelines, but we also know that you understand how to work with your local group. And I think we've done a pretty good job so far, but keep businesses coming to us. I like that. You have to be able to say thank you back to them. And so I just want to say thank you to the businesses that have contacted us, and keep it coming. If you're worried about how to do it, let us help. And by the way, the way I help you is that I call the experts, okay? It's not me coming up with the idea. Let me allay your fear. It's a community activity led by emergency management, by our health department, by doctors, and by business people who can help create the good game plan. I don't know any team that goes into any event and expects to win without having a good coach and good players and a good game plan. And that's what we all represent. So appreciate you, Melissa, and keep the information flowing.
All right, thank you.
Okay, let's move on. We've now done E, F, G, H. Okay, we're at I, and then we go to consent agenda. I is incredibly important, and she is sitting here in the audience, and that's Susan Roth. Let me tell you that the most important thing here is that I need to gavel us out. So that timing is 10:43. Official gavel has been struck. 10:43, I bring us into workshop at 10:43.5.
Hey, Judge, can I just ask before you do that?
Yes.
Since we do have, it looks like 2 items on the agenda that are related to,
You want to take them all?
well, I'm just curious as to, do we have to go into the workshop since there's agenda items that we could pretty much ask any questions and do any presentation on, and that way they can still be action? But I'm just,
Laura?
well, we've got this workshop, but the agenda items are numbers,
He's just asking if we can combine it.
well, and not even, yeah, in other words, since we have agenda
What are
items
the
on,
agenda?
shoot, hold it, 6 and 7 on the regular agenda.
In other words, he's saying, can't we do this presentation under number 6 and number 7 without going into a workshop and coming out of a workshop?
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, let's do that so we can finish the consent agenda. Will you hold for us, Miss Susan? Okay, let's move on to, do I need to officially table that workshop or not really? For Robert's rules?
Judge, I would.
Judge,
I'm thinking to table
in
it.
6 and 7, I think, or at least part of it, I don't know, 8 kind of ties in with that
All right,
as
put
well, because I know we'll have
6,
ICE.
7, and 8.
ICE will give us a presentation on a couple of projects.
So
that are
just do 6, 7,
tied
and
in,
8.
So,
Yeah.
Okay, but the whole purpose right now is just to table that workshop. Can I get a motion for that?
Motion.
So moved.
And to take, and the
Second.
purpose of tabling is to bring it up for the audience in items 6, 7, and 8. It's not going away, it's just going to be properly dealt with under the agenda items. Okay, motion and a second, right? And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Okay, great. On the consent agenda, you'll notice, Commissioners, you are having items A through O. Are there any that need to be pulled at this time? A through O.
Judge, I'd like to pull I, L,
I, L,
and M.
M as in Mary?
Mary, yes.
Anybody else? Hearing no others, may I have a motion for A through H, J, K, N, and O, please, for approval?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Post same sign. Let's take them in order. Letter I, that's the Stone Garden Grant. Maria's here. It's a ratify the acceptance of the grant. Will you be, it's not yours, that's Sheriff? Sheriff's here. He can answer. Commissioner, do you have a question for the
Yeah, I
sheriff?
have a question for the sheriff. I
Sheriff,
know,
would you mind approaching, only because we're on video and they need that microphone?
And I know Cynthia put it on the agenda, I guess, for you, or she would have more information. I know in the past, there's been some questions or some issues with the city of Driscoll not being a part of the Stone Garden grant that we have. And I've even been told, I hadn't researched it, but I was told by their chief that they actually get Stone Garden grant, I don't know how they worked it out, through Victoria County to receive funding. So, I mean, I don't really want or need to get into all the weeds of that, but, you know, we look at all the different law enforcement agencies that are listed on here. City of Driscoll is not included, and there may be others that are not, that are from our county that maybe should be. But that's just always been a kind of a sore point for me, just wondering why or how can we get them back on? If there was clerical or paperwork issues, I understand that there might have been some deadlines that weren't missed, weren't made, whatever the reason. But I would really like to see if we can bring them in into our overall grant whenever we reapply or whenever the paperwork's, you know, processed again, just to have them a part of it, because it's a really strange setup to me. I'm not, like I said, I'm not sure how or why they are tied in with supposedly Victoria County on their Stone Garden monies, and I'm not sure how much they get. I can't imagine it would be much at all, but that's kind of how it's set up. So it's more, I guess I'm more giving a statement than a question, but if we could make sure that we try to work with them and have them a part of this in the future.
Understood.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Okay, I appreciate that. And can I have a motion then, John, to accept the ratification of that grant?
Motion.
Okay,
Second, but I
and a
have-
motion
I
is
have a
second.
question. Maria, I think, weren't you familiar with that? Back then, like maybe like, I would say 5 years ago, if I remember.
We,
Driscoll.
our department had intervened maybe about 6 or 7 years ago, because there were reporting issues. We were asked by then Sheriff Kalen to
take 'em
let
out.
them manage the grants, so that's why the Stone Garden, actually all grants from the sheriff's office are not managed by our department. So just to make that clear.
Do any of them have the indirect costs so that e-civis would be applicable? Or is there anything there where we could get dollars back?
From Stone Garden?
Yeah, or just any of the ones that, I just don't know if the sheriff knows about our e-civis and whether or not that could be helpful to them on
So they
any.
already, so from what I understand and what they've done in the past is they already, in their budget, they do budget for management and administration costs. I think they get 5%, the sheriff's office. Actually, I think each entity gets like 5% off the, again, I haven't been involved in that grant
Okay.
since for 5 or 6
We-
years already.
We were doing a grand judge, but then the sheriff said he wanted to take it over and he'd do it from his office and he didn't want our grand department to be involved at all. So that's why the sheriff took it over. And then, at one time, there was an issue with Driscoll not reporting on time one time, so he.
There was an issue with,
So we
I
took
believe,
them
the
off.
city of Driscoll and the city of Robstown. So we were trying to,
Streamline.
yeah, we were trying to intervene and try to see where the breakdown occurred. But again, we were asked to let the sheriff's office.
Well, Sheriff, just know that I have a lot of confidence in our grants department if we can ever be of assistance to you. But one of the things that we're learning with grants is that there's no doubt that the nuances of compliance, like, for example, I don't know if, CARES Act, for instance, there's webinars after webinars about just how interesting and onerous sometimes the compliance issues are. And we've developed a really good model for to track our indirect costs so that we can actually recoup them better. I don't know if that even applies to these grants. I just know that Maria is a great resource. So whoever is in charge of doing that for you, I believe in collaboration, and if there's anything we can do to help on that, if it saves money, and that's really what we've learned, is that by tracking our indirect costs better, we've been able to bring in more dollars to the county. So if that's of interest or of help, it certainly makes sense, so.
Thank you,
Michael,
Maria.
did you want to say something about it?
No, I'm on the next item.
Oh, you're on the next item? Okay, you're ahead.
Thank you, Maria.
Okay, I think, did we vote? Let's vote. I've got a motion and a second from Gonzalez, Madison Gonzalez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. I've got a goodbye co-op contract, letter L, for first responder trucks. These are 5 vehicles. We had the ability, Michael, to purchase some vehicles. And go ahead, Commissioner, with your question.
Thank you, Judge. And this is for just L&M. So I know that we had started working with Enterprise to work with them, and I thought that would meant we were going to get away from buy-board vehicles.
That is correct.
But?
Okay.
Okay.
Due to the timing and the nature of when we executed our contract and when we're ordering vehicles for that program, we're gonna be getting those vehicles largely in the next fiscal budget cycle. And so that freed up some monies for us right now to address some issues for the constables and the sheriff, to give them an additional vehicle in the real near term this summer. So that's what we're doing here, try to take advantage of that opportunity.
Thank you, Mike. I'm good for both items then, Judge.
I have a question.
Oh.
You replaced some vehicles. How old were they and what'd y'all do with them?
So, no, on this one
You
here.
didn't replace? Thought it was replaced.
Yeah, these are replacing. Let's see. Let's see if I have the schedule here behind me. Let's see. I don't have the vehicle schedule here in front of me, but I can provide it back to you. The listing usually is when they're based on reaching a certain mileage, which I believe is around 120,000 miles or greater. And these are vehicles that are in service 24/7, so they get a lot of miles on them in each of those constable office and for the sheriff. And so, or if they're of a certain age range, older. And so those are the ones that qualified. And what we're doing is we're just supplementing, because during the list of vehicles that we had identified under the enterprise program, that was the 55 vehicles, there were actually more than that qualified for that program, but we didn't have enough funds to do as many vehicles as we would have liked. And so these vehicles are in addition to those 55 that we identified in the first go-around.
Okay, so what I'm asking, what happened to the vehicles you're replacing? Do you give them to someone else? Do they go down? Are you selling
They
them?
trade in?
No, they go back into the warehouse to be auctioned.
Auction off.
Where do y'all auction them? I'm just curious.
It's an online auction with Renee Bates Auctioneers.
Okay, have you ever tried one that's just on site? We have sold so many of them and gotten such great prices. But they actually go to the auction and they auction right there. I mean, we've just gotten some really good prices on vehicles that's got 200,000 miles on them. I'm amazed. So just curious.
Yeah, that's the process we've used, and what we're trying to get away from is that whole process, because those vehicles that go to auction are very old and high in miles. And under the enterprise program, we're gonna be able to take those vehicles to market a lot sooner while their value is still higher and return those monies back into the program.
But you might be surprised. I'm telling you, I was surprised at
Yeah.
what we got for ours with 200,000 miles.
And we do advertise, when we do have an online auction, we do advertise in the local paper to let the people know that it is available. It's set up through Renee Bates Auctioneers, though, so that we have a wider reach than just the local folks. So the local folks definitely have an opportunity to participate, and then we also extend that out to anyone who's on the online bidding community. And we've had folks come in from even out of state to come and get certain vehicles at times.
I mean, there is an auction place right out in Robstown that does that. It's just something to think about and look at. Sometimes just because you do it one way.
And local.
Yeah, and it's local, just because you do it, you might get a better price the other way. It's just something to check into.
Sure. Yeah, I'll visit with you.
Yeah, I think
offline
it's
and
interesting.
Find out who that might be.
And also Commissioner Modis and Vaughn, since it's really Modis's precinct, but sometimes there's a lot of overlap over there. I asked Michael, and if y'all would help me follow up, you remember how the airport really needs a courtesy car? That was something that he asked for, and I totally agree that if you don't have a courtesy car, what makes you think anybody's gonna wanna fly in private on your airport, you know? So we talked with Michael about that, and I just wanna get some follow-up from you on that subject, but you guys could help me, just make sure that if that's available, it doesn't have to be a brand-new car. It could be one of these trade-ins, as long as
And
it's
that's
cleaned
something
up.
that's something that we always do, is we evaluate the cars that we're getting traded out to see if they do still have some useful life left in them, and if another department can take advantage of that, we will. But like I said before, the end game for us is to not have these old units in the fleet that are
Yeah.
driving up maintenance costs.
Really, really what you need is a go-kart, one of those golf carts,
They just bought one.
Yeah, good. Well,
Yeah.
That's all you need. Pick them up.
Just look go-kart.
Go-kart.
Funny, I don't know.
I recommend approval.
Okay, and so Commissioner Modis, okay, I've got a motion. Do I have second? Second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Does that also satisfy your letter M? Okay, then I'll take a motion on M. All those, second, please.
Second.
And motion is second. All those in favor authorizing the purchase on the buy board for letter M signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. I'm learning a lot about the buy board. I'm enjoying this little tutorial I'm getting. And one of the things that Commissioner Vaughn just sparked on is that I also want to check, it'll take some effort, but I want you to price outside the buy board on these vehicles. Because I'm beginning to get the distinct impression that the buy board is code for just getting the counties comfortable, because they want to make it so easy for us because of the legal contracts, that I have personally seen it not competitive on other, it's not cars, but I have personally seen recently how it is not competitive on machinery. And I think the trade-off is that I think it's so great because the contract's done. It's already vetted by the state of Texas. But I'm beginning to wonder whether we're getting snookered here. And we really need to make certain that we have some checks and balances. And this might not be the case at all, Michael, but I'm telling you, everyone's got a racket, and including the buy board.
So there are multiple, what we've been labeling as buy boards, but they're cooperative contracts that
Correct.
are throughout the state and outside the state that the county participates in. Largely, what this accomplishes for us is to meet the requirements of the Purchasing Act for competitive bidding.
Right.
So when y'all want a car and you want it in 2 weeks.
And you want it fast.
That's the vehicle that provides the county the best way to get something quickly. If we want to wait a 2-month cycle to bid it out and offer to the public, we certainly can entertain
Right.
that for things that we don't need right away.
And we won't-
And we have spoken many
Yeah.
times over the last 12 years since I've been in the purchasing department with folks in the local car business, and have been unsuccessful in getting anyone to return bids for these vehicles. So
I want to work on that. I mean, how is it that we can say local is so important, and then we don't get it done?
That's right.
Someone's listening out there, right, that owns a dealership or works at a dealership. Don't you want to have the county's business? Let's make this a part of a new, renewed effort to get a cost analysis. And I'm with you. Time is money.
And also, they need to sign up, participate in these cooperative contract opportunities
Yeah.
when the buy board has a bid out for vehicles.
Yeah.
To get on that list by providing a bid to them, because I mean, I can't hardly buy one vehicle for less than 50,000. So
Right.
as soon as I buy one, I'm done with that vendor locally. I can't buy any more from
Aha.
him until he goes through a bidding process for every purchase thereafter.
So they also need to do their due diligence and get on the
And we're
contract.
happy to provide any information they need
Yeah,
to get in
I think-
contact with those buy boards, so that they can participate and have an opportunity in that.
I mean, don't you think?
I do. I think she hit on something, and that was one of the reasons I asked you about that. There's money in this. There's no doubt. No one's gonna do it unless there's money. And I just know we've got a fleet of probably 100 trucks. And we have sold, and we have been amazed at what we've gotten. But I think a lot of them don't understand the process, and I think if the county would work and look at some other things, we might be able to do that.
But.
I think it's a great idea,
But
Judge.
we all still need to remember, we're not in that
I
process
know.
any longer. We are going away from buying vehicles. We're going to
Oh,
leasing
no, I know.
vehicles.
Yes, this is me peanut gallerying the word buy board, okay? That's all I'm doing. I'm stirring this pot.
On vehicles, there are opportunities in the heavy equipment area.
Yeah.
That we can definitely do that.
Yeah.
Because I know Public Works goes through a lot of purchases each
Yeah.
year to try to renew their old vehicles, and there's definitely opportunities there.
And the thing is, 10,000 here, 10,000 there. All of a sudden, he's got the money that he needs for whatever else is there. And again, I'm looking for the best overall value. And sometimes time means spending those extra dollars. So I'm with you. I just, like I said, I'm going to end the way I started. I'm learning a lot about this thing called the buy board, and it's taken me about a year to really get comfortable with me saying, hey, you don't have to be on the buy board to get the best value. In fact, you better do your checking if it's an expensive piece of anything, because it might be a trick. Well, really a mirage. It's not a trick. It's just a mirage.
But getting on the buy board is like a nightmare, man.
There's a lot of hoops that people have to jump through
I've tried to get some
to get
people
on
on there,
there.
man, it's like, golly.
Makes it too hard.
Well.
And the bids are only done at a certain time of year, so you may be interested in getting on the buy board today, but your bid may have just been offered to someone else or another multiple
Yeah,
award.
it's
And
very
so you may have
tricky.
to wait several months before you can participate.
Well, I always appreciate you, Michael, because you're willing to look at different, you're willing to analyze everything to bring us the best.
Yeah,
We appreciate
just because
that.
we've been doing things a certain way in the past does not mean I'm not
Yeah.
open to any new ideas. I definitely
Really
want to
appreciate
make sure
that.
that we get the best value for the county.
Well, and again, who really should be thrilled is the constables and the sheriff's office. So how about 2 thumbs up for Michael on getting new vehicles?
Well, let's give thanks to Romeo Ramirez in my office. who
Okay,
does
well,
the real,
Romeo, we'll give you,
work on the ground.
credit as well.
Plug.
All right. Okay, look, guys, thank you. Let's vote on that. Item number M has a first and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. So we are now complete with the consent agenda. We're ready to move on to the regular agenda. If he's watching, I'm going to go ahead and invite Estrada Hinojosa in the room so they can listen to the quarterly investment report, and then they're on deck. So, and then just want to check, Susan, or you have a plane, or you've now been moved to item number 6. How do you feel about that? Are you good on timing? I respect our folks' time that have come in from out of town. So, okay, good. So we're going to go to our quarterly investment report, and thank you, Dale, for leading this effort. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. We brought the investment reports for December 31st, 2020, as well as March 31st, 2020 to the Investment Committee. Went over the values of this. The Investment Committee felt the information was accurate and approved the information for submission to the Commissioners Court now. I'll go over the ones from March 31st, 2020. They're both you have both reports available for you. You'll see where our position is on both the periods. We're going to go over the investment report for March 31st. If you go to page 1, you'll see a summary of our cash balances as well as our compliance measures and our summary of interest earnings at the time. For example, our summary of our cash for this period, we had total cash and investments value of $174,569,273. If you compare that to the report on December 31st, which you all you have the balances available, you'll see that there was a $25 million increase. Now that seems like a lot, but if you remember, our tax collections usually start very high in the very beginning of the year, as well as January, February, and March, which is this period. So most of that increase is collections from taxes that we see. If you look at our compliance, our weighted average of our compliance is 13 days, which is well in compliance with our investment policy. Now, we go down to the interest. Now, remember last year we had a very significant increase in interest, and that's because we started receiving several balances from our depository agreement. We started receiving some interest, as well as our interests were up. They have now kind of leveled out, and some have been going down a little bit, and we'll go over those later, but you'll see that our quarterly earnings are $643,340. If you compare that from March 31st of last year, it is down slightly, but that's the reason we're explaining this. But we're still receiving $634,000 in investments. If we go to page 3, you'll see
$634,000 is our total.
Correct, for that period, yes.
For the period.
For that quarter, yes. If you go to page 3, you'll see our summary of our cash balances. You'll see each of our funds, our operating funds, capital, debt service, and other funds. As you see, our total investments is $174,569,273, with 29% being from our cash and cash in the bank. 68% is from our pool funds, which is our Texas class, and we have we've received most of our maturities have come into effect for our U.S. agencies and municipal bonds, so they're slightly down. But we'll kind of go over the reasons why they're still a little bit down as we compare to the rest of the period. If you go to page 4 and 5, you'll see our balances for each of the general fund, road fund, and all the other funds you have listed there, and you'll see what our balances are and how they compare to the same time a year ago. We are $9 million higher for our general fund, $902,000 for our road fund, $203,000 increase for our stadium fairgrounds. We knew our law library was, because of how it had been used for the code, was going to be down. It's down slightly of $46,000. And the other ones are down for inland parks and coastal parks. They may appear down, but there's a timing issue. Timing because we transfer funds from either the general fund or other funds to operate these particular funds. And it just, at this time, we just didn't do the transfers because of a lot of issues going on with COVID and other stuff. So it appears that it's down, but it's not theoretically down because of how the timing issue is. If we go to page 6, you'll see our balances for our compliance as we have. Now, as we see, our cash equivalents, that's our cash in bank at Frost Bank as well as our text pool, is $119,131,761, which is 96.69% of our total investments. Brokered CDs is $2,028,008, which is 1.65%. Municipal bonds is $1,047,270, which is 0.85%. And our U.S. agencies, which is our federal agency funds, is $1,005,414. Now, the thing you need to see is our cash equivalents is above our maximum investment policy guidelines of 85%. And the reason why that is because right now we're receiving about 1.6, 1.7% in our pooled funds. We can get a little bit higher than that from a brokered CD or a investment in an agency fund or our municipal bond. However, it requires a 3 or 5 year investment. And we don't feel that going that long of a time and locking your funds in for that long period of time justifies the increase in the amount of revenue we'll be receiving, and it's not a significant amount. As we see, our liquidity is 13 days.
In other words, you'd want to have the flexibility.
Yes. Because the rate we're receiving from Texas Class is significantly higher at where we're at, compared to what we can see in our brokered CDs. Like I said, we can see a 2.2, 2.3% brokered CD, but it's a 5-year CD. We don't want to lock our funds into a 5-year plan. Same thing with our municipal bonds and U.S. agencies. And we keep looking at that. Lorenzo and myself and my staff keep looking at this balances. As you see from page 7, pardon me, you'll see now this is only our investments. This does not include our cash and Texas Class. It's just our CDs, municipal bonds, and agencies. We had $5,336,000. We're now at $4,080,692. We had 2 mature, 1 brokered CD matured, and 1 of our agency matured at 1.25, and we had a few market adjustments. So that's why it makes the balances. That's why I continue to say why our cash equivalents are above our 85% threshold. Again, if you look at the very bottom of page 7, you'll see our interest earnings. You'll see prior year was $792,000. This quarter is $643,340, down of $149,000, and that's because the interest rate has gone down slightly. Year-to-date comparison, last year was $1.3 million. Currently, we have $1.24 million, a slight decrease of $114,000. Again, those are our balances we have. If you go to page 8 and 9, you'll see our investments that we have. You'll see a description where it says MB is our municipal bonds. The FHLMC, that's our agency funds. And of course, you see our CDs there listed and how they factor those in. For example, on page 12, you'll see our municipal bond. Our current municipal bond right now is a AA rating New York Building American Bonds. We're receiving 5% annual on 1.6 million. The maturity date of that is March of 2022. Page 14 and page 15 kind of give you.
I wish we had more money there.
Well, we do, but that's as much as we can do at that time.
I know,
but
but hindsight, right?
Yes.
Or
But it was a 5-year thing, and we were kind of limiting to how much we did for a 5-year maturity.
I know. That's where a crystal ball would have been helpful.
Yes, always helpful, but we wanted to, because a lot of our funds right now are coming from our bond proceeds, and we do want to invest some of our bond proceeds, but we can't lock them up because we want to for too long, because we need to expend them pretty quickly. On page 14 shows you our holdings by fund. You'll see our general fund is 21.46%. Our debt service fund is 5.17%. Our capital, because of most of our proceeds, is 43.35%, for a total of $4,080,000, which is just our investment funds. This does not include our cash and banks. And you'll see a pie chart below of how that's broken out. On page 15 shows you our broker dealers. Now, we do have 4. And it just so happens those 2 issues that were matured were from Wells Fargo. Since those now matured, we don't consider showing any investments from Wells Fargo. But I told my staff and Lorenzo that should we be doing some investments, we want to try to get back with Wells Fargo to make an even split with what our broker dealers are. But as you see, the ones we currently have listed, we're pretty evenly split amongst who we have. Now, something I wanted you to really look at is on page 17. That's our comparison to a 1-year treasury. We're projecting a 0.2.9% balances on ours. For ours is 1.16 as our projected annual yield. 1-year treasury is 0.863. So we're now above the 1-year treasury because how we're doing our investments for our Texas Class. On page 18 is a 2-year treasury. And this is the time where we need to look at how we're doing our current investments funds. Is we're right exactly equal to what a 2-year treasury is. And in the past, we've always been not significantly, but apart from a 2-year treasury because of how our interest works. Page 19 shows you what our interest rates currently are. For our Texas Class, which is our pooled funds, for March of 2020, we're receiving 1.23% interest. For a depository bank, which is Frost, we're receiving 1.19%. So those are the two things we look at when we start seeing investments for CDs, agency funds, or municipal bonds, is how much higher is, above that is the amount we're receiving. And these two numbers are daily. We can have access to the money daily. Where if you get into a CD or other investments, we might be limited to how fast we can sell this or any problems with brokered CDs. That is the quarterly investment report for March 31st, 2020. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Guys? I mean, it's hard to say that you're not happy with this investment report because you're comparing it to last quarter, which was so outstanding.
Yes.
And so try to put it in perspective, because it's, you obviously you see the, $114,000 decrease, but it's a pretty stellar investment report. It's just that compared to last quarter, which was out of this world, it's a little hard to,
And last year was the first year when we get to our depository contract where we actually started seeing interest in our bank. Before
Right.
that, we were receiving 0.01.
Right.
Last year, we started receiving 2%. So
So-
we started seeing a lot more interest from our banks.
Right, so what is in your professional opinion, what is your assessment of this investment report?
My assessment is right now we're doing very well in our balances. We're doing very well on interest. As we know in the market, as Noe will say here in a little bit, some of the markets are going down. So the interest are going down, so we should see a slight decrease in some of our interest, which we understand. But we keep, Lorenzo and my staff keep on it daily on looking at the investments that are available and then trying to make a judgment of whether it's in our county's best interest to do this. And that's how we look at the reports.
So 690,000 is a strong investment report.
If you look at our history, that's a very good report. In the past years, we were lucky if we received 200,000.
Right. I'm trying to throw the softball because I know it, but I'm really appreciative of you pointing it out. It's just that it's so hard when you're seeing it compared to last quarter. Last quarter was just, as we all said, we were jumping for joy, but this one is outstanding as
Yes.
well, in my opinion.
And like I said, last year looked so much, a lot better because we just now started seeing some money in our banks where we hadn't in the past, so.
Right.
So for example, if we had from time to time when our taxes are in our bank, we have 50 to 60 to $70 million in frost. In the present, they were paying 0.1%, which means they're paying pennies.
Nothing, yeah.
Now they're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars on the money we have.
Right, okay. Well, let me ask Commissioners Dale if they have any questions at this time. I think I actually asked already. I didn't catch anything. But we thank you for it. Obviously, Noe's going to follow you. This was no action needed, is because
That's for
the
March,
investment
though?
committee.
Is that for March or December?
For March, we got December's with
We
you
do have
available.
to
I wanted to go
approve
the
it.
most current.
I thought we did that. Oh, yeah, so committee.
Oh,
So,
Motion to approve.
right, so the committee does make the recommendation.
The committee
And
did
so
see
you
this and
make the
approved it, and we
recommendation,
were-
so I do
So
need a
moved.
motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed, same sign. Okay, so I think that's a perfect entree to Estrada Hinojosa's presentation. Welcome, Noe and company. And just I wanted you to be in the courtroom. I know you're watching, but I wanted you to be in the courtroom because I'm really proud of that. Our last 2 quarters investment-wise really do show a lot of, people need optimism, Noe. These are difficult times. And where there is good things to report, like your general fund is 9 million up, it needs to be noted. I wish I had a highlighter every time Dale said something that I wanted to put in yellow, Obviously, there's some funds that are always a little struggling, like law library, it doesn't make revenue, so it's always gonna be a little 40 down here. Or the road fund is always gonna be difficult, because our infrastructure projects are more than our capacity to bring in from the state on revenue. So there's gonna be pockets, but I liked that investment report. But you, my friend, are a financial advisor. So my first question to you is, what did you make of our investment report? And then we'd like to get into your presentation.
Well, I think, thank you, Madam Judge and members of the Commissioner. It's good to be here. Noe Hinojosa, for the record, with Estrada Hinojosa and Company, and my partner on the account, Bobby Villarreal. I think when I see this report, I just caution you that as you have all this cash out there, you're looking for investment returns to be as high as possible, but you are a local entity, a governmental entity that is restricted as to where you can invest those funds.
Right.
So don't go so crazy and invest in this equity market, which has been rallying like crazy over the last 2-3 weeks to levels that we hadn't seen since February, for that matter.
Yeah.
So I think.
Have you met Dale and Lorenzo? We're good. We're very safe around here.
I know you are. I know you are, and I think.
I mean, I can barely get a peep out of either one of them. We're good.
He mentioned that the return, the 2-year return, right now on your investments is north of 1%, 1.1%.
Correct.
Just as of today, as we're speaking right now, the Treasury yield, the 2-year Treasury yield, is at a 0.18. That's a AAA U.S. Treasury.
Ouch.
So you're literally exceeding the performance by almost 100 basis points. So thankfully, when those funds were deployed, you deployed them at a time where interest rates were higher, and thus your return is much higher than what the current markets are. So not only are you getting a better return, the value of your investment, if you wanted to sell it right now because you had an emergency expense, you can actually sell that security at a capital gain because you're receiving a greater return than what the market.
Are you trying to say how smart we are?
Well, I've always said it's better be lucky than smart. So we're very fortunate.
I'll take luck too.
Hey, tell me. So I think,
Luck is when preparation meets opportunity.
Well, I'll say this to you. I think you all remember last year when we had that dire strait for trying to build our fund balances. I'm going to get into that in a minute, but I think, today cash is king, and that's where you want to be, especially as you go about facing difficult times. I know that everybody's hopeful that property values will remain and oil and gas gets back into normality. I think that's going to be a while before we see that. I'm concerned, you being a property tax reliant governmental entity, on current collections. I think collections is going to be a challenge where people may end up being challenged next year in paying their property taxes on time. So don't be surprised if your 98.5% collections or 99% collections that you currently have in the books gets sacrificed a little bit by maybe 2 or 3 percentage points. So as you go about putting your budget together this summer, I'm sure Dale and I will talk about these things. Being conservative in projecting, lower collections may be prudent. And you don't rely a lot on sales tax. So
We rely 0% on sales tax.
exactly. So today, being Wednesday, we should be hearing from the Comptroller's Office in Austin as to how each entity across the state is doing with sales tax. But you got other counties that some get sales tax, cities get a lot of sales tax. Well, that's being sacrificed probably as much as 13 to 18%. And the month we had in April is now just about to be reflected from the Comptroller's Office in June, because there's always a 2-month delay for reporting. So we don't know what that number is going to be, but statewide, we had a drop of 13.2% in sales tax, and that was released about a week and a half ago. So with that, what I've given you, if I may, what I've given you is a presentation that pretty much is broken up in 5 categories. One is giving you a market update, which I've kind of given you the market update. In fact, you know what, Tyner, I think I gave you an old presentation. Oh, is that the new one? Does that say at the very top, June 1st or June 8th?
June 8th.
On your screen? June 1st.
We have June
Do you
8th.
mind sending?
We haven't updated it.
This is June 8th.
Yeah, no, yours on paper is June 8th. That was actualized. Do you have the email for the June 8th? You can forward that to Tyner so that the screen can be updated. Your screen presentation is not updated.
Yeah, but it's your email. But
Yeah.
if you email it to me, I can get it.
Yeah, we'll send you the new one. But anyway,
Stick to the paper.
yeah, so the paper one, the one that you have in front of you, talks about June 8th. And at about 2 o'clock Central, there'll be a release today of a Federal Reserve forecast that is done on a quarterly basis. Last quarter, first quarter of 2020, the Fed opted to not release the report, the forecast report, because of the massive uncertainty that was out there because of COVID. And what this is important for you is that, and for all of us in the capital markets, is that this report will be forecasting GDP expectations, the gross domestic product of the country. It's going to talk about unemployment rate, inflation, and I think another matter that is escaping me right now as we speak. But all of those forecasts have an impact on interest rates. What you have in front of you literally is the function of interest rates. If you look at that shaded column, that is called MMD. It's sort of like the Dow Jones, like the S&P 500 index. When you borrow money here, you'll remember you borrow money out 20 years or 25 years. So in essence, what we're showing you there, this is the municipal market daily index, and what each bond will pay if you're a AAA credit, what each bond will pay if you borrow money, for example, out to 25, the market will pay, you will pay the bondholder 0.38 basis points if you're AAA credit. You're not a AAA credit, you're a AA credit. So whenever we're pricing stuff for you, we normally put a buffer or a little additional cushion so the investor sees Nueces County is AA, so it's not going to borrow at 0.38. It may be at 0.75. And so to us, whenever you're borrowing money, that MMD spread, matters a lot. The reason I mention that is because in March, I've been in this business 31, almost 32 years, on our own about 28. And I have people in my shop that have been almost as much as 42 years, and we had never seen our market in March totally locked out. There was no interest from investors in buying municipal bonds. Everybody was fleeing to U.S. Treasuries because of the fact that the U.S. Treasury is the highest credit in the world. So the sovereign credits meaning people like you and cities and hospitals and school districts, airports, they were being perceived as relying on the federal government, and thus the spread between a municipal tax-exempt interest rate and a taxable rate became apart. If let's say that Commissioner Vaughn is Nueces County and I'm the U.S. Treasury, globally, someone in England will buy my U.S. Treasury at 1.25%, and you, being Nueces County, would not be even interested in lending you money at whatever price. So he created a spread between your credit quality and my credit quality to the point that you were not worthy of investment. I should have put it the other way. You're my client. You should be in the U.S. Treasury. I should be in the Nueces County.
Yeah, really.
But in any event, my point is that the world has now shifted to where, okay, the U.S. government has now provided stimulus. You heard about the CARES Act, almost $2.2 trillion. There's conversation right now about doing a HEROES Act by the House of $3 trillion, the SMART Act on the Senate of about $500 billion of additional stimulus. So we think that the globe is now really the world with liquidity, with cash, is saying, it's worth investing not only with the U.S. government, but also with Nueces County. And that's the beauty about having cash, the beauty about having your AA credit ratings, that in times of crisis, you really want to be the best-looking fella to dance with because you have your financials in order. So today's presentation is about that. It's about one thing, what's the market doing, and the other thing is how well are you dressed up to go dancing if you ever choose to go dancing. So in this market update, I'll give you an example. We are honored to represent the city of Dallas, city of Fort Worth, TxDOT. We literally did yesterday about $1 billion in our firm of financings statewide. And investors were so eager to buy our bonds that we were getting, on $1 billion, we were actually getting about $10 billion in orders. People were saying, I want to buy this bond, I want to buy this bond, 10 times more than we had ability to borrow or that we had ability to offer. So what did that do? It's about supply and demand. Little supply, great demand. What does that do? Drops interest rates. So today, yesterday, we closed the 10-year Treasury, which is another barometer that we measure, was at a 0.86. This morning was at a 0.79. So, you know, to you as a borrower, it's only get better. To you as an investor, I'm glad I didn't do Dell's report, because my job is to borrow, and rates are lower for you. As an investor, rates are lower. Therefore, Dell is not going to look really good too long, because yields or return are going to go the other way.
Right.
And your objective is forget about your return, stay safe. Because if hell breaks loose, you're going to need cash, and you need liquidity. Because if an emergency comes up, you don't want to be having a hard time trying to sell your security to come up with cash and address your questions.
And the world was built, at least from a public perspective, on the muni market. I mean, everybody, from schools to government, counties, cities, I mean, that's how we fund infrastructure.
That's right. So in fact, if you look at that page 3 on that presentation that you have, at the bottom, people ask me, well, how's Texas doing? How's the market doing? On page 3 at the bottom, it says in 2018, the municipal bond market had issued, in 2018, I'm sorry, had issued about 13 billion 9 year to date. Today, in 2020, we're about 16 billion 9. So Texas credits are pretty strong. Texas credits are well received by investors, and I believe that's because of how frugal, of how conservative, and how all of you policymakers make an effort of saying, hey, we're Texas, and we're going to try to keep our ratings to the highest level. So that's what that page 3 is about. Page 4 basically is a graph that goes out 20 years. The blue line is your municipal market daily index, the tax-exempt municipal bond. And the green line is your treasury line, 30-year treasury, 30-year GO bond. So we try to compare apples to apples, but in two different asset classes. One is taxable, the other one is tax-exempt. And you'll see in 2008, 2009, you see how the green line dropped, and look how the blue line went away. That was the example I was sharing with you, Commissioner Vaughn. Sorry for picking on you.
Okay.
But we're friends, so you were the blue line and I was the green line. What happened there? The investor fled to quality. They went to the U.S. Treasury. People were not expecting to make a lot of money, so they were going to buy tax-exempt bonds. So then they looked at Nueces County, AA, AAA. I'm going to go with the AAA, and it is the U.S. government, so it created that spread. The wider the spread, the worse it gets for us to do refinancings, because we have to buy treasuries to pay off all debt, and it's another exercise that we don't have to get in here. Well, what's important to you, irregardless of that spread back in 08, 09, when we had the last recession, today in 2020, look at interest rates. They're so much lower than what they were in 08, 09. What is that a sign of? The sign of that we have to stimulate the economy one way or the other. So today, if you have a mortgage, if any of your constituents have a mortgage, this is the time to refinance your mortgage. The federal government, the Fed, cares about putting capital out there at the lowest expense so that businesses like yours and mine can employ people and keep this whole thing going. And thus, that's what interest rates are doing. If you look at 2020, look at the blue line and look at the green line. Again, they're spread apart because of the credit dysfunction. You know, municipals were perceived as a higher credit risk than treasuries. The beauty of it is that through the stimulus packages that you heard about, the CARES Act, and how state and local governments in some areas of the state of Texas, we got hurt, made a big stink out of that at your expense in terms of not getting the fair share. At the end of the day, everybody got some money, and in the eyes of the investor is saying, hey, the federal government of the United States is going to back up the munis. The Federal Reserve came with special tools to stimulate liquidity flow into our business. So back in March 15, 16, when people didn't care, well, now they care. Why? Because we have so many other people willing to invest with us, and more specifically the federal government. We wish they could do more, but at the end of the day, something is something, and the investors care about that. So it's kind of like put your money where your mouth is. You know, that you want me to lend you money? What about your daddy? Meaning the U.S. government or the Federal Reserve. So that's been demonstrated. So now that blue line and green line is now coming narrower. People are confident that the muni business is going to be out there and it's going to help. So with that, let's market update. If you go to page 6, we get into the specifics, to the nuts and bolts of the county. The county, this is your debt portfolio. We got about 8 loans outstanding. Yes, that add up to about $143 million. So this $143 million debt is paid over 20 years. The graph below it shows blue bars and gray bars. The blue bars is your principal, your gray bars are the interest costs associated with those loans. So $143 million is expected to be paid back over 20 years. Today, your payments are about $13 million. In 2040, your payments are going to be less than $1 million, or probably $500,000. So we're trying to show you, here are your loans, and here's how you're paying them off over time. Your tax rate in 2017, on the upper right-hand corner, was 30.8 cents, or 0.3880. And today, in 2020, your tax rate is 0.3116, about a penny, but not even that. It's more like 30/10 of a penny differential, higher. So that creates a tax levy. The tax levy related to bonds is your interest and sinking fund, the INS. You levy 4 cents, for its 21, and as is reflected on the graph below it, that red line that goes across, that is your tax levy that is dedicated to pay off debt. So that red line, if it's maintained at property values that we have assumed at the same tax rate level, it's literally sufficient to pay off your debt. You say, well, no, there's the bars in 2022 and 2026 are higher than the tax levy. You know, what are we going to do with that? We have a CIP that we talked about last year. You know, we don't intend to do CIP funds financings until next year. So, you know, how are we going to overcome borrowing money and not impact the tax rate? Well, that's where we have to be a little bit creative and how we can, you know, massage that debt structure so that we can achieve your objectives.
So that's an excellent point. So is there something that we can do to take advantage of interest rates right now? You said if we have a mortgage, we should be refinancing. Well, we do have a mortgage, it's just called something different. What about refinancing any of ours? I know that I read in the paper that the city of Corpus Christi did that. Do we have any of those same options open to us? For any of the ones that are callable?
You've had some coffee, Judge, this morning.
Not yet.
Well, I guess if anything, you look at your loans, one of the things that we look into your portfolio is those call dates.
Right.
There's a column that we have, and we make reference as a call date. Unfortunately, in 2017, we had a tax reform that we could not advance call bonds outside of 90 days from the call date.
I see.
So we have to wait to that call date. The closer we get to it, the better, because then you borrow on a tax-exempt basis. But today, as you pointed out, even taxable rates are pretty low.
Mm-hmm.
What you all care about is that your interest rate, you know, I just show you the principal amount, the nominal amounts of your principal outstanding and call dates. I didn't show you the interest rate that you're paying for those loans. But in this particular case, the closest to today, in terms of the call date, is that call date of 2/15/22. Those bonds, you're paying right now a 4.3%. You notice how Dale pointed out to you that.
You can do better than that, right?
Well, today, you can do better than that because it's your credit.
Right. That's what I mean.
You can probably borrow at a 1.6%. So the savings could be close to $1 million, about $750,000, if we were to do something like that today. And I'm using rates of last week, so rates have actually rallied in your favor. But what I care about is the function of the taxable rate and the tax exempt rate. In this particular case, I just step on me you don't care about that because this bond can only be sold on a taxable basis. You cannot sell on a tax exempt because the law doesn't permit you to borrow on a tax exempt basis. But even though you borrow on taxable, the rates are lower than your original borrowing rate. So you can do that. Then the question becomes, okay, before we do any refinancings, anything creative, let's talk about your plans. You know, what are you thinking about doing in the future? So we'll turn the pages and walk you through that. Today, if you want to do a refinancing, that's about the only thing I would recommend you to do. But I need to know more about what are your needs. You know, it's sort of like suitability on if I buy a stock on Apple or Amazon or Exxon.
Right.
Well, let's talk about how diversified you are and what are your other needs. So I was going to come up with saying, okay, turn the page 7. And about this time last year, we were just talking generally about, you know, implementing a CIP. You know, I told you all, I think, put together a formal plan so that we can make a good pitch to the rating agencies and restore our ratings and be seen in a more positive light. We did all of that. This page 7 right now, on the fourth column from left to right, those are your actual payments of all the bonds that are currently outstanding. So in 2020, your payments are going to be $13.3 million. In 2021, goes to $13.9 million. Then 14 million 7 is your highest payment in 2024, and then it drops, or 25, 14 million 780, and then it drops. So people like you and I, you know, I don't really care about 25. I may not be here, right? And I'm probably going to be here in 2040 or 42. So if you were to do a financing, these bonds in 2012, I think they're real short. I think the last payment on those bonds is 2026. So only between 21 and 26, we can play on how we would allocate the savings. I know Commissioner Chesney will be on me. He said, why are we extending that? We don't need to extend it. We probably can figure out, okay, if our pressure on 21 to 26 or 25, that's where our high payments are. Okay, if we were to do a refunding, going back to your question, Judge, is how can we insert those savings into those questionable, into those questionable years? But then I'll say, okay, I asked Dale, how are you doing with the bonds that we sold last fall? Please.
No, if I can.
Please, Commissioner.
One of the things that, you know, doesn't bother me is reasonable debt, right? I don't want to be the county that has the highest, and we're in that highest, and I don't necessarily want to be in the lowest. Now, coming from a self-proclaimed fiscal conservative, that may sound a little funny, but it really isn't, because in my scope, as you well know, because we've had these conversations, my big issue is trying to figure out, especially this year, and I'm not trying to get into any fights today, I'm just kind of telling you where I'm coming from, is to really try to figure out how to get to that effective tax rate. To me, bond indebtedness rate can help that if we do some of the things you're talking about, refinance, you know, because if I look at these rates, because the INS rate all adds into the overall effective tax rate, right? I mean, it's the INS versus, you know, the general fund rates and so forth, and M&O, you know, rates. So as I look at that, I think, okay, you know, I kind of salivate at those 13s way down. I know that's way down the list and we can't get there, but my question to you is, if this court's inclination was to try to get to an effective tax rate, could we have a significant effect for this budget year on the INS rate, to get that potential INS rate if we refinance some of the stuff, and potentially, you know, I know we talked about doing a bond every 2 years, and we've done the 40, but I think we've done a really good job of articulating to the community what we're spending that money for. And I think we've done a really good job as a court of spending that money on things that are necessary, right? I think in these times, especially, people want to see needs only and not wants sometimes. And I know that, and that may be definitionally different for different people. And I may think it's a need, and Joe may think it's a want, or he may think it's a want. I think it's a need, right? So I get that, and that's kind of what we have to struggle through. So I'm kind of talking at length, but this is really a big issue for me this year and every year, but very important. So do you think, and I'm getting to a question, believe it or not, do you think we can reduce the INS significantly by refinancing some of what we have and still potentially maybe adding a small bond to that and having an effect that would be positive in getting to an effective tax rate or close to?
Yeah.
That's a multifaceted question,
It
and if I
is.
didn't make it clear, tell me.
You
and
have never
I'll-
asked easy questions either, so
Yeah,
this is
well,
good.
you know.
It's a compliment, Commissioner. It's
No,
not.
I appreciate
But
that.
I think at the end of the day, if you look at that page 7, there are literally 4 components that drive your tax rate. If you look at our assumptions on page 7, at the very top left-hand side, we have this collection rate of 98%. I just mentioned to you that we may be in a trying year for the same reasons that you just pointed out. People may want a break. And, you know, you got overlapping jurisdictions. You got the city of Corpus Christi, Del Mar College, I think the hospital district may be charging a tax rate too. The school districts that are funded differently than the way we get funded. The state of Texas helps the school districts a lot in their funding. So going back to how do we get that, how do we get this effective rate to a lower level? Collection rate is important. Our projections for property values, look at your property values on the third column from left to right. We had a growth from 2020 to 2019 of 2.64%. I'm contemplating that your property values may go up by 3.5%. Well, if we look at the classification of your various property class values, if we have a high degree of concentration or a high degree of values on oil and gas, well, we don't have to tell the stuff about oil and gas. Very likely oil and gas is going to drop in values. I got counties like LaSalle and Webb.
And you need to distinguish that because that means mineral values.
Mineral values.
We are not a county that relies on mineral values.
Yeah.
Very, very different.
Exactly. So in looking at how property values will be announced, I think the appraisal district will be sending you notices when? Probably by now, no? Have you not know what the property value estimate may be?
Preliminary values coming up, the real value in July.
In July. So today, we're talking about, you got property values of 30.2 billion. We're looking at 31.2 billion by July. Well, there'll be protests, I'm sure. The same people that are concerned, hey, can you give us a break? The first thing they're gonna do is go to the appraisal district, I know I am in Dallas, saying, hey, what'd you say my value is? I mean, who can buy my property at this particular moment? Only someone with good credit and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, that's key in how we represent to you, can you? I think you can, but at the end of the day, then you go about the issue you mentioned earlier and the things that you have to democratically decide on. Do I want to have my funding for CIP needs next year? So it's about what do you want? And the want is like telling my kids, Dad, I want to go shopping and I want to buy this. Well, honey, can't you buy something cheaper? And those are the kind of issues.
And I think that's the question is can't, you know, and it is, it's a court decision, but, you know, again, I've always articulated that the tax rate bothers me a lot more than the debt does, because I know how low a debt we have. I know how conscious this court has been for years in regards to that, and so I think we're in a good position on that. So that's kind of where, you know, I'm looking is, do you think, and I look at this rate where it's going to go up to, what, it's going to stay the same?
Yeah.
This particular year?
On page 7, yeah.
Yeah, so
That's
is
his
there a
stats.
way to get that, is there a way to do enough refinancing now? Because I would think, holy cow, I would think with all the bonds that we have out there that we bought in years past, the rates have got to be, you know, worth looking at a refinance. Could we get that rate down? That's what I'm looking at, because anything that we can look at as a court that can potentially get that rate down is going to help us in the overall rate. So it's just,
It's,
so what's your take on that? Do you think we can? Can we get that down?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at page 6, the call dates after this 2022 call date is 25, then 26. So you got more juice that you can refinance off of your 25 bonds and 26. If you, let's say, right now, if you do only the 22s, that's about $23 million. When you bring in the 25 and the 26s, now you're talking about a $15 million, not necessarily refunding, but potentially a restructuring.
And you're
to
talking.
achieve the goals that you want.
Right, you're talking about those, you said, I think those were in the 4s.
Yeah, very likely they're 4.5% to 5%.
Which,
Right, we could get 1 point something.
I mean, we ought to do that no matter
It's
what,
part
because
of-
that's gonna save everybody
Well, that
money,
was,
but-
that was the question.
Right?
It's actually a part of why I'm here is kind of get you guidance. It's a workshop type of an item. It's not an action item. So I'm thinking, okay, what do you want to do? Okay, if you tell me, no, I want to, on page 8, if you go to page 8, we have bonds being issued for about $40 million in 2021, another $40 million in 2023. I have clients that have told me, well, we know we're going to need $40 million in '21. What do you think about interest rates? You mentioned earlier about, Dale, if we would have had a crystal ball, I would put more money in that investment.
Well, and I think where you're headed is it might be more prudent if we're gonna do another bond, not to wait. And I mean, I get that. And I mean, I mentioned that,
the-
Judge and I've had a little brief conversation about that. I mean.
Is that what it was?
It was a brief conversation, right? No. I'm talking about the nice conversation we had, the one where,
Oh,
you know.
that one. Oh, yeah,
Not-
I remember
no,
now.
The nice conversation. So, saying, because I mean, look, if we've got interest rates in the 1s and 1.5s and things like that, that's not gonna stay that way. I mean, at some point.
Agreed.
We're gonna get out of this Fed being at 0.025%, and we're gonna start seeing them rise. So, if there's a way, if we need to look at something like that now, then we need to look at that. It's just, but to me, for me, the balance would be, if we could somehow figure out how to reduce by refinancing the INS and look at potentially adding a bond, as long as we clearly articulate now, I think we've got the capital improvement plan, we've got the needs, where that money's gonna go. I think, and you're the experts, and so I'm trying to, ask is, I think we could potentially reduce the INS rate by significantly refinancing and still potentially adding some bond. Now, if that's wrong, then that's
Well-
wrong, but I'd sure like to know, because I think not looking at a bond right now with these rates would be
And Noe
not a
Noe
good
was
steward of money.
kind of saying yes, but he's saying he wants guidance so that he can bring back possible proposal. But just so you know, the one thing we're waiting on is that July value. And let me tell you why I say that. Because Noe has predicted something that I'm gonna tell you we're gonna beat, because I already know. I've seen the preliminaries. So he needs a little guidance also back from us about what that TAV looks like.
Yeah.
And I can get that for you pretty quick. The problem with preliminaries is just that, they're preliminary. And boy, if you decide to move on that and it turns out not to be, it doesn't, all it is it's a generalization. I love July, because July gives me what I really think I know. Having said that, we can look at the conservative nature of the preliminaries. And what I usually do is take it and divide it into 2. And then I know I've got a good number. And if that division by 2, Noe, still beats your 31 Bs, then we have something to talk about.
But let me just say this, that if the question is, do I think we can lower the tax rate by refunding? Yes, you can. Where it becomes real challenging, and I'm not gonna use the word impossible because you don't wanna do that, is when you bring in the CIP. The
Yeah.
CIP needs of $80 million, I only have so many aces under my sleeve. I mean, you can't really finance 80 million, which is gonna add about another $6 million of debt service payments on average.
You're saying the 40 we've already done and another 40 is what is that when you're saying the 80? No.
Another 80, 40 and 40. Last year, I was told
But we already did the 40, right? Are you?
I thought the CIP
Yeah,
was
he's
about
just
120.
saying that if you did the whole
Oh,
thing.
120.
Yeah, if you did the whole
okay.
thing,
I'm
he's
not
already
saying-
way
oh,
in the
right,
future.
Right.
So-
I don't want to, I'm not sure I want to swallow
He
80.
just wants to talk about the next 40.
Yeah.
If you can just keep it on
Me,
that.
now, I'm one of 5, right?
No, I
get
know,
that.
but that's what you're,
Or
just get
30, or
into
20,
apples and
or
apples.
25, or something. I don't know what the, I mean, and if I get outvoted, I get outvoted. I
No.
don't.
The
but-
issue is, if you tell me I need to do 20 or 30 and keep the tax rate at the levels that it's in, well, I can work with some of that.
No, I want to make it hard for you, Noe, not easy for you.
You never have made
I want to
it
make
easy.
it really hard. I want
But we
you to.
haven't
What else?
gotten, and I mean, I know that, and I don't want to, this is awesome, but I do want to keep on moving, but keep on that question, but
Okay.
you're
So
not,
then
you're
you
doing
tell me,
fine. I just want you to know that this is also important to, his question is valid, but we haven't gotten to cash reserves yet. And that's a component. You have to ask yourself, okay, could I refinance my way to lowering my INS? Of course, the answer is yes. You can do that. But then there's the issue of what are your future needs? What is your tax assessed value? What are you thinking that you're gonna lower
Collections.
from 98 to 95? And oh, by the way, where do you sit on cash reserves? And you said it in the beginning, that cash is king. And the reason, so all of those things are gonna come into play.
In this particular fund, if you look at that spreadsheet on page 8 or page 7,
Mm-hmm.
on the upper right-hand corner,
Yep,
I show you your cash reserves as of 2019 fiscal year end, 4,000,007. Dale,
okay.
see on the right-hand corner, that 4,000,007?
Uh,
Dale
yes,
just-
I see it.
Dale just shared with us
Wait a second. Okay, got it?
4,000,007. So that was in the CAFR, that was audited. Dale just shared with us that this particular fund, although I don't remember, Dale, if you said by, your projections by 9/30/20 will be 6,000,008, but he did say you got 6,000,008 in this particular fund. In other words, this particular fund may grow an additional, if I'm being too, what do you call it, hopeful, Dale, let me know.
Optimistic.
But if you're telling me that you're gonna end up with 6,000,008 at the end of this year, well, that's more money to have in cash in this fund, except when I bring to you your $40 million in '21, another $40 million in '23, you look at the fourth column, no, I'm sorry, you look at the fifth column from right to left, and there's a column that says issuer contribution. Well, where is the contribution gonna come from? It's gonna come from this particular fund that right now he's got 4,000,007, for fact, maybe 6,000,008. But when I look at those contributions and you intend to borrow this 80 million, I'm using rates of 3.25%. So that's going back to Commissioner Cheney's concern. No, hey, why do we borrow 3.25%? What's the going rate right now? We probably can borrow today at 2.65. So those payments are higher than actual by probably 60 basis points in terms of the interest rate. But then, when I look at that fifth column, at the bottom, you'll see that we have to come up with about 18,000,008 that we don't have in this particular interest and sinking fund. So a function of getting to your effective rate, if you tell me, I don't want to make it easy for you, I want you to tell me, how much lower can you get? Okay, tell me, you want me to bring that tax rate from 0.42126 to a 0.32? You want me to lower the tax rate by 1 penny? I'll come and tell you, here's what we need to refund, here's how much we can afford.
And that's what I'm looking for.
Got it.
That's at least what I'm looking for. Some options on that to where if you can, if there's a way to do some of the stuff we want and all this, whatever, and can still lower that INS rate.
Sure.
That's gonna help us on the effective tax rate.
Sure.
Again, don't know if there's gonna be.
Or
tax
how
rate.
about say it, how about say
or
it this
the
way,
rate,
because this is more palatable to me,
The rate,
the rate.
the rate. We'll go with the rate.
I like
know,
that.
I get there's a
Because I
debate on
think
that.
you're gonna get 5-0 on that concept, and that's smart, that we're gonna lower the rate by doing these options, by looking at these options.
It doesn't mean I'm not gonna quit
No, I know
trying on
that.
the effective.
No, but I'm just saying, I think
I-
in order
I
to
hear you.
kind of get Noe
Fair enough.
on that head, I think he's looking for a head nod as to, hey, can I bring you back some options? I think the answer is yes.
I can bring you an option, okay, if you want to fund the 80, it's going to cost you X by doing this refunding. If you want to fund 40.
I'm not interested in 80 right now, just.
No, I
that's just-
understand. I
Okay,
understand.
just.
He's
no.
just
And
gonna
nobody
throw-
is.
No, no,
And
no, I know,
nobody
right,
is.
right,
Nobody's
right.
told me that they're interested in 80. But, let's say that, why don't we just do this then? If you say, keep the tax rate the same, which is what I like for you to have, because last year Dale took away about 0.25 basis points from that tax rate. But we
He's
won't say-
still
we won't-
on it, Dale.
we won't
He's
say-
still on
We
it.
won't say that publicly, but anyway, now you want to shave another penny, that's less resources to borrow, right? I'm not inducing you into borrowing, but again, if you tell me.
Yeah, you are. You like us to borrow because you make money, and that's okay. It's okay
Thank
to
you,
make money.
Commissioner.
It's all right. It's okay.
But anyway, go into.
That's stimulus.
You're
That's
tough.
that's creating jobs.
From 4.2 pennies.
Yeah, what she
I will
said.
bring it down to 3.2. I'll bring you a scenario, see what that
Yeah,
does.
okay. Sounds
And
good.
then we give you another scenario of keeping the tax rate to maybe a half a penny cut.
And we're gonna ask you to do that by next court, because honestly, we've got budget workshop. Let me get you a date, but it's coming up quick.
All
I'll
right.
get you dates,
But would
Noe.
that
I'll
show-
get you dates.
Would that show the effect for 2 years, no, instead of just 1 year? I mean, what happens the following year?
Good question, Commissioner. I think if you look at the third column from right to left, look at the tax rate. It's on page 8. It's highlighted in yellow, the 2020,
4.2.
4.2. I'm keeping that 4.2 through 2027,
He's keeping it steady under his analysis. But also.
for 6 or 7 years.
But I mean, and I gotta
7
thank you for this, because it keeps us, it keeps me optimistic. But I mean, look at your growth. I mean, you've got literally no growth at all, which we know isn't realistic. But that's great, because it keeps us conservative. But the also thing is, once you factor in the cumulative, fund of 6.8, you no longer have a contribution issue for 2021
So why don't I do this, in order to move this ball forward?
or 2020.
I'm gonna bring to you, what happens if we borrow this 40 and 40 over the next 4 years and do a refunding? Can you keep the tax rate at 42 cents, and at what expense? And then we'll say, okay, what if you cut it a half a penny? What if you cut it a full penny?
And do it 40, and 40 and 40. Do it both ways for
Yeah.
the commissioner.
Well,
Okay?
when I get to
He
a half
just
a.
likes to do the scenarios. Just let him.
When I bring it down
That's
to
fine.
by a half a penny or a penny, you will not be able to afford the 80 for sure.
Well,
You may
right.
be able to do 25 or,
Correct.
but at least you know where you're going with it. And
Yeah.
then if you decide to go higher, hopefully we're out of this crisis and property values come back up,
Hey,
oil and gas comes back up.
Yeah, and what if I told you I knew for a fact we have, $1 billion worth of new growth? That's gonna be, that's off the effective. That's gonna be a game changer.
Yeah, but I'm also concerned is what if we don't? What if something happens and say, how do we go to the well and get the money that we lose $2 million?
That's very fair, Judge, Commissioner. I think that's the importance of how much you're using from that savings account that right now is 6.8 million,
Right.
and it used to be zero. If you remember, we did the restructuring or
I
the
do.
refunding a year ago to
How could I forget?
restore the fund balance in the INS, which is what got us a downgrade back in those days. So now we got some money to play with. We may need to play with more money, and that's
Yeah.
why when you tell me I want to lower the tax rate, we have less resources. It sounds good for the taxpayer,
Yeah.
but it doesn't sound good for the who? The rating agencies. The rating agencies want you to tax $1, but they don't live here, right? So the more resources you have to build your reserves, what if we get hit by a hurricane this summer or this fall? So going back to your issue,
you.
Commissioner, you're gonna say, hey, what if?
Yeah.
And that's, we need to be mindful of that. So then on page 10,
We've been there.
just to jump in over, because I think I know a little bit of guidance I have a little guidance from you. There I'm comparing you to the top 25 counties in the state of Texas by population. And at the bottom, there's a little ranking row. Anything that you see in yellow is pretty much, you're like in the middle of the fray. You're where everybody is. You're the 16th largest county, I believe. Yeah, the 16th largest county by population. So that's your ranking is 16. You're not the highest, you're not the lowest. As you go to the right, your rating is 15. Page 10.
Thank you.
So your ratings are in the middle of the pack. That's where you are, and I'm sure you'll be there for a while, considering the environment that we're in. No matter how much you do with improving your fund balances, the rating agencies right now are very skeptical of rating increases because of other issues that you cannot control. Taxable assessed values, despite the fact that you're 16 in the state, you're number 14 in the largest tax base in Texas as a county. The TAV ratio is a function of your population versus the value of the property values. So you're 18. What does that mean? that there you start showing that property values are becoming poor. In other words, you got too many people in a community that should be worth more. So for example, in this particular case, Harris County, Houston, is $448 billion. But as a TAV, they got too many people. They're poorer than you no, I'm sorry, they're actually wealthier. Their value per person is $95,000, and you're at $78,000. So when a rating agency is looking at you, they're looking, okay, how much is Judge Canales' value to repay this debt? Well, it's only 78. Harris County is 95,000. Collin County, which is Plano in North Texas, is 137,000. That is where the wealth is. So the wealthier, the better is your socioeconomic indicator for a rating. That's how they get. That's why Collin County is AAA. I mean, I just looked at Collin County, and that's where they are. So your job is to see how do you improve quality of life. The city of Corpus Christi, which we represent, we're doing a lot of improvements on streets. We're financing streets. We are paying for streets with cash. As those streets get paved, and you would expect values to move up if all other economic conditions are normal. Then you go to total geo debt. You're number 16 in the state, and only 7 counties in the state have less debt than you. So you're ranked 8th. You're positive. The rating agency is not going to give you a hard time because you have too much debt. You don't have the debt. So then we do a taxable debt as a percent of taxable assessed value, debt as a percent per capita, you're 11. So despite that you fact lower debt, now you got into the yellow side. Now you're not as good because you don't have as much property value to support that debt, so you're 11, and you have too many people that you got to serve, so you're 11, despite the fact that you literally have no debt. So.
And another way to say that for the audience is that we need more new economic development here. We have to have more growth because as it stands right now, our status quo is not helping us. It's actually hurting us. And for all the regional growth that we've had, it's not in Nueces County. And that is shocking because I love giving the speech how we have $60 billion worth of growth. Well, yeah, but it's not here in this county. We have had growth, but we have had a disproportionate growth compared to our neighbors.
Sure. So then you turn the page to 11, and then I start looking about, hey, how's your sister and brother at Del Mar College, the school districts, the city of Corpus Christi? What is their debt? So when you bring in the others together, you're number 9 among all the top 25. So all the overlapping debt is not out of whack. You're actually better than where you should be. As a percent of TAV, you're again at number 9. How's your tax rate, the M&O tax rate? Only 6 counties have a lower M&O tax rate than you. So as you tell me, I want to shave rates, well, I mean, I'm not being an advocate of anything, but I'm just saying you're already up there with one of the lowest tax rates
Yeah, we're one of the
state.
lowest counties in Texas without having the supporting value.
In fact, when you add all the tax rates, INS fund, farm to market, M&O, you're actually number 6. Only 5 counties are lower than you. I think Collin County, Tarrant County, Dallas, I want to say maybe Harris. Well, actually, it's right there. So 24 cents is Dallas, Tarrant County is 23, Bexar County in San Antonio is 30, Denton is 22, and Collin County, the wealthiest county in the state, is 18. And then you come in at 31. And this is as of 2019, not as of
Hey,
2020.
what sticks out to me here, like just a total red herring, and it's in red, is our fund balance. And honestly, Noe, I've looked at your reports, love these notebooks, carry them around with me, really use them so much. I want to emphasize that, keep sending them because they're so well. But I don't know if I ever saw this particular comparison on fund balance as compared to everybody else. This one does not make me happy that we are dead last here.
Well, you're only only somebody else is slower than you, but at the end of the day.
I'm sorry,
you're-
almost
you're
dead
on-
last.
You're on the right track. You're on the right track.
Yes, we are.
You
We
have-
are.
I mean, I just heard the numbers from Dale. I think fund balance, general fund balance this year, you may think about adding another $9 million, Dale? Did I hear? Not quite that much? What do you think? Or you don't want to be on record yet? Okay.
He's holding out
that's
on
a
me.
good auditor.
I is a good auditor.
But let's say
But it's
that-
going to be a good number.
Yeah, so let's just say that that's what you gotta keep an eye on. So when you tell me I wanna lower taxes,
Well, that was my point. It's not
goes-
trying to take a stab here, but just saying, look, we did amazing work here, going from where we were to where we are now. And 24% is phenomenal.
Well-
And our goal was 25,
Now,
but it just shows you that these guys are way ahead of us.
but now, that's your fund balance. I'm not a proponent of people spending money. I'm
Mm-hmm.
very conservative myself. But the column prior to that, you're number 21. You got, with whatever revenues you're generating through the tax levy,
Mm-hmm.
there are 20 other counties that are spending more than you are. You got less revenues to work with because either property values, collections are poor, tax rate is low. Your tax levy is not enough to compete with the other guys. So you're spending a lot less than others. And thus, when you tell me, this is my ideal scenario, okay, let's try to achieve that. But be mindful that part of economic development, Judge, is not only having the lowest tax rate so people can move in, but also quality of life. And do you have the infrastructure to operate as a government? And by the way, I noticed the elevator here is a lot faster to come back up, so it was good on my knees this morning when I didn't have to climb those stairs. But anyway, so then you look at the next concern that is prevalent all over the country is and what's good for your employees, is your unfunded pension liability, second column from right to left. You have an unfunded pension liability of about $51 million, meaning that you have funded about $200 million. So you're, or maybe more than that, than the $200 million, but at the end of the day, the funded ratio is 86.41%. On average, it should be at about 78%, 79 or 80, and you're greater than that, so there are no concerns. When people ask you, oh, the cities are gonna default, I think I sent a note the other day to all of you who get my emails on a daily basis that pension funds are becoming an issue, and that's not an issue for Nueces County, and you're to be commended for that. You're number 9 in terms of funding, so that's not an issue. And then, when I give you the 5-year history, continued disclosure tables, there's a table on the back section, and it's table number 9, I want to say. Yeah, table 9. And this is another page that all of you should have with you, because, we all, in the business that we're in, it's about transparency, and it's about how are you faring versus previous years. And on page 9 is nothing but a 5-year history of your operations. In 2015, you had revenues of $82 million to play with. Now you have $94 million. So you literally, in 5 years, have gone up $12 million, which is about, maybe maybe $2.5 million a year every year. So you're not spending money like crazy from 2015. Your fund balance, the very bottom line, your savings account back in 15 was $23 million. It dropped to as low as $16.5 million. And since 17, you're now at $22.7 million. That number has to be higher, and Dale and I have had many conversations on that. And when you say how high, well, there are some counties across the state, when you look at the top 25 comparables, that are funded 100% of their expenses. I'm not suggesting you do that, but I think you should be somewhere between 25 to 35% in case of a rainy event.
And I promise you, those people that are there in that level, they're not worried about their $2 million loss of revenue the way we are, because they know that they plan for that this day. I've heard a lot about the terminology black swan, whether or not this is a true black swan event. I don't believe that it is, because it does not meet the third criteria. And I've checked this with UBS, with Goldman, with JP, and every other major financial analyst. And the reason it doesn't meet black swan is because it was predictable. and it is predictable. You may not know the name of your storm or your contagion, but you darn well know that you better be planning for whatever is unexpected. And it was predictable, so it's not a true black swan, although one might enjoy calling it that. But a black swan event does require that third element. And I think that we need to be very mindful in this county going forward that when we do have revenue building, that we earmark that for cash reserves. Because again, the counties that are at that, enjoying that 35% mark, that 40% mark, you know, they're in a different boat than the rest of us that are worried about, if you're worried about $2 million killing you, that's a problem. We need to solve that problem going forward. And that's going to start with being very careful about spending. It's going to be, but also about generating revenues and putting them away. I think we can do it, Noe. I think we can aspire to it.
When you look at the top 25 counties,
Yeah.
the counties that have on page 11, that have the most fund balances, other than Collin County that is super wealthy, most of the counties that have the most fund balance there are those counties along the Gulf Coast. Galveston County is a client of ours. They're now at 62%. You know, the Brazoria counties, the Fort Bend County is not, but in fact, I was going to point out Fort Bend County being in Harris, it's at 2283. They have to do something about that too. And so
And that's a good point, because we can no longer use the excuse that we're a coastal county and we've been, you know, devastated by storms. Well, so have they, right? They found a way to become resilient, not just in structure, but in their fiscal house.
And you and I will recognize, you cannot build this overnight.
No,
It has
no,
to
it
be
takes
a
time.
process of 3 to 5 years. I mean, you've been in rating meetings with us, and the rating agents will tell you, well, what is your objective with the fund balance? Well, over time, we want to build up.
Yeah.
And you'll get there, we'll get there.
We'll get there. Well, look, we've already, the Herculean effort was made. I mean, this is one of our highlights. Had we had State of the County, this would have been a big theme, right? That we have overcome this deficit of where we were, and now we are strong. But I'm saying we need to go further. Okay,
That's
super.
it. Any other questions?
That was very good. I'm sure there are other questions. I know you're available to commissioners if they'll just call you.
Yeah, definitely.
Tyner was nice enough to bring me
When is your next meeting?
so our next meeting is June 24th? June 24th, and then, just so you know, just to keep you in the loop here, July 7th is our budget workshop.
I know some of you care for the information to come to you as quickly as possible, and trust me, we tried our best. It's been really, really busy for us. A lot of clients are in the same position you're in. I mean, in terms of how we're gonna balance this budget. There's a lot of, there were more fears about 21 than 2020. So, thankfully, you know, we were not affected as much, so in terms of a society, so I look forward to working with you in the next 2 weeks or a month.
Well, thank you again. I really appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Bobby, as well, for being here and answering questions earlier.
If we're late with the information, blame it on Bobby.
I'll blame it on Bobby. That's the company. Commissioners, I'm mindful of a lot of things as I look at the time and some of the folks. We have folks that have come in from out of town on 3 major issues. And one of them is the Texas Water Development Board grant. And so that one is the one that we moved from workshop to work with 6, 7, and 8. I'd like to take that up now. Tyner, I've also been advised that we have True North here with us. They have a flight to catch. So I think what we ought to do is concentrate on Susan Roth's presentation, and then we will follow that up with the medical examiners, site selection committee. It won't take long, and then we'll maybe elect to move to executive session. We can have lunch, and then we can get True North on there to catch their flight. Okay, I'm giving everybody warning on that. So let's move to items number 6 and 7. They both have nuances, but they're very, very similar, item 6 and item 7. And then, I guess number 8 has to do with the mobile command center, but Commissioner Morris, did you think that also had to do with drainage?
I'm sorry, I thought it was.
I did too at first, and so I said yes, but
They
instead
provided
of,
us background information on the.
They did. They're gonna
items
be
seven,
kind of a-
six, and
It's
seven.
gonna be mostly in the command center.
Yeah.
right, so I'm sorry, we'll just move to that. It's just items 6 and 7, and I want to welcome Susan Roth. She's here today to give you guys an overview of something that's absolutely important. Every time we can find a funding source for projects that need to be done that's outside our traditional funding source, that is a good thing, and that's what this is.
Table number 5, Judge?
Oh,
Judge,
Table.
You want
Yes.
to go in table number 5?
Yes, we can do that too right now. Let's just do it real quick, like, hold with us, Susan. I have an item that I need to table, number 5. Can I have a motion?
To next meeting or when? When
To next meeting.
next meeting.
Motion to table.
Motion to table to the very next Commissioner Court's meeting. Motion to table, I'll do the second since I asked. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, now we'll go to Susan. As I said, the Texas Water Development Board laying the predicate for Ms. Roth. You remember the Commissioners Court hired Susan and her consulting group to really get us to this moment, amongst other things, but to kind of get us to this defining moment, which is getting our application in timely. We didn't know what was going to happen with COVID, but the applications are due June 15th. We literally got the rules about 30 days ago. She was working with the rule makers. We had lots of conference calls with them, getting ready, working with Maria. A unbelievable amount of effort to put all this together. And again, the most important thing for you to know is that this grant needs your authorization to proceed. She's going to let you know what it's all about and why it's important. But most importantly, I want to highlight the fact that had it not been for grants, working with Susan, working with Public Works, working with literally every major player in South Texas that has to do with water in the last 30 days, this would not be before you today. We had to really move. And so Susan, take it away. Tell us about this grant and why this court should approve it. The submission of it. I want to approve it myself. I want to give it to us. Why we should approve the submission.
Yes, thank you so much, Judge Canales, and thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate your time. Well, it's still, I guess we're officially afternoon now, a little bit. But Tyner is going to be advancing slides for me, but before we get into my presentation, and I have some slides to show you, I do want to kind of give you just wanted to share with y'all, as we've been looking at, or as I've been looking at different grant funding, and there's been a number of programs. You probably have been hearing, that the General Land Office, that they have funding available through CDBG MIT, which is for mitigation projects. Water Development Board was coming out with their whole new flood infrastructure fund program, or the FIF program. It's like you keep hearing about, or the coastal management, resiliency planning funds that are available. There's a number of pots of money out there. And I just want to assure you guys that as I've been looking at the different pots of money, I hope y'all can hear me okay, that I've been trying to be very mindful. I know money is tight, and of course it's even more tight with since COVID-19. I would have never guessed that we'd have this in the midst of all of this going on. But I just want to share that as I've looked at the different pots of money, the best pot of money for doing a regional watershed planning effort study is really through Texas Water Development Board. That gives you the best, highest amount of grant opportunity. And it's because it's a Category 1 project. And in fact, as I kind of get into this, but just to let you know that, again, I've tried to be very mindful, and I've really kind of suggested a lot of the mitigation projects that you guys kind of have identified to really be looking more at CDBG MIT, because that's 100% grant. There's no match. Whereas with this Category 1 funding for this regional watershed planning effort, it's a 75-25 split. Tyner, can we go to the next slide? And so this gives you just a quick overview. This new program, it was a result of Senate Bill 7 and Proposition 8 during this last legislative cycle or planning cycle last year. They offer 4 categories of funding through Texas Water Development Board. And the one that I'm focusing on for you guys is Category 1, and it's for regional watershed planning. It has to be a hydrologic unit code 10 or a HUC 10 size or larger, which is very, very large. So our project qualifies for that requirement. As Judge Canales mentioned, the deadline is June 15th to submit the abridged applications. It's a 2-step process through Texas Water Development Board. You first submit the abridged application, staff reviews, ranks the applications, and if you rank high enough for the grant funding, then you're invited to come back and submit a full application. So again, this is on a very competitive process, competitive basis. We're looking at least from Water Development Board, some of my friends over there, they're thinking that like the county would know if y'all approve this, the submittal, that you guys would be notified in August to be able to be invited to submit your final application, or I would say maybe like late July, so you'd submit it like late August. Funding commitments then, what they're targeting is in October of this year. So the study itself wouldn't start probably till January, going through your procurement process, and it'll be an 18-month period is kind of what we're estimating.
And Susan, just so that the court and the audience knows, the reason we focused on Category 1 is because the other categories are not grants. They are low-interest loans.
You know, you're correct, but it's minimal grant.
Minimal grant.
Very minimal grant, and it's primarily a low-interest, zero-interest loan. So
What is minimal grant? What we're applying for?
No, the other categories.
The other categories, and
2,
looking.
3, and 4.
And that's
2,
a
3,
really
and 4.
great question, Judge. Looking at the other categories, and it depends on the projects, based on some of the criteria and requirements, you guys would definitely look like you could get an 8% grant, depending on, of the overall project budget. It could be as great as 13%, but that just depends.
But it's very low.
It's very low.
Yeah.
And again, with Category 1, it's a 75% grant match, and then there's a 25% is what all 3 counties would need to participate for the match. In fact, I don't know if we want to go.
I would go ahead and go to the next slide. I'll show it.
Show some more information. Really quick, this is the goal. I just wanted to give you just a quick summary of the goals of the proposed regional study. We're looking at, again, this is on a regional basis. We're not studying the watershed just from a jurisdictional boundary, but more from a watershed boundary. And so the watersheds we're going to be looking at are Baffin Bay watershed, the entire watershed, as well as South Corpus Christi watershed. And so with that, this kind of gives you just kind of a quick, list the highlights. We're going to be looking at doing a hydrologic and a hydraulic model. This is going to be with HEC-RAS. I mean, this really gives you, I want to say, this gives you the tools to really make sure some of your mitigation projects, things that you've got identified that, not saying that they're bad ideas, it's just that if they need to be tweaked, if they need to be larger, it just gives you the full big picture of the flow that's coming through the watershed. And then, of course, Water Development Board, they like you to definitely evaluate different solutions to the flooding problems, and it does incorporate some water quality issues as well. You have to conduct benefit cost analyses, come up with feasible solutions, and then also to identify different funding options.
And Susan, we use these words so they flow off your tongue so easily because you're a civil engineer and you've lived your life now working with water. But HEC-RAS is a computer model. It's a computer program that allows us to model the flow of water through natural rivers and streams. And prior to 2016, we lived a world of one dimension. And so people ask me all the time, we've done a lot of drainage studies. What do you do? This is totally different. We've never done this right. Correct, Susan?
That's correct. And I think a lot of times in the past, And again, it's just because of money that a lot of times I see folks, and it seems like with y'all's county as well, where you kind of look at localized flooding or certain areas where there's maybe some flooding issues. But from a planning standpoint, it's just really ideal if you can study all the flow that's coming from Jim Wells, for example, and how that's hitting y'all's county, how that impacts your county, the land use assumptions, everything that's built into this model. You can really get a better idea of what's happening and where, I want to say, and where maybe you need to be focusing on mitigation efforts.
And in fact, what might look like an easy solution on the ground, if you look at it in isolation, may not be a solution at all long-term. If you have a 500-year event or a 1,000-year event, it might be fine for a common rain storm, thunder event, but it would never be good money used if you did not understand what the 1,000-year impact was or the 500-year. And that's why, commissioners, we have done studies before. We've never done a comprehensive Nueces County study. This is even greater than that. It's looking at our entire watershed basin, and it's really important to distinguish for our audience as well why we're doing this, why it's important. But even if that didn't move you, the legislature identified, I believe, 13 different basins. I can't remember how many, maybe 15 different basins that needed to be targeted with these dollars. And we were one of those basins. So I think it's really important to know that they contemplated us applying for this very grant when they set forth the opportunity for voters, which we did, thank God, at Proposition 8, vote in favor of it. So I just want to distinguish what it is that we're doing, why we're doing it, and that it's never been done before, because we didn't have the ability to do it before.
That's correct. Thank you, Judge, for filling in some of that helpful information, important information. And I also just want to share, oh, thank you. I lost my slide turner, slide advancer. But I also want to share as well, with the funding through Texas Water Development Board, when the legislature, when they appropriated these funds from the Rainy Day Fund, this is a one-time deal that they did during the last legislative session. The funding itself, they really are focusing heavily on regionalization and really highly encouraging folks to look at studying drainage from an entire watershed perspective and not just looking at local flooding issues and not even just looking at it from a jurisdictional boundary, but again, getting back to that overall big picture of the watershed. Maria, if you want to move to the next, the benefits, and I know it's been kind of a long morning, I know, for you guys, but this just quickly just highlights just what I was just mentioning. I think it'll be excellent for you guys, y'all serving as the lead entity for this project. You're going to have a model, you're going to have models constructed just like the judge was mentioning. You definitely gain economies of scale by all working together, and you kind of get, as I call it, more bang for the buck. And then most of all, you're really well positioned then when you're looking at funding for mitigation, because then you have the study to back up your request. And of course, just to let you know, like even visiting with Juan, with the county engineer, you guys, I know that's something that, just to let you know, even though as this model is created, with Juan's background and interests, it's something where you guys can continually maintain this and update the model. So I don't want y'all to feel like all this money is spent on this, this one time, and then, you're going to have to, then you're going to be wondering, like, how do we update the model when we need to do that based on development and future growth? Maria, the next slide. And this gives you really quick, just as I was mentioning, the two watersheds that we're looking at, Baffin Bay and South Corpus Christi watersheds. You can see the blue and the pink. Those are the entire watersheds of, that are going to be included in the study.
If you go right back to that, just real quick, I think it's, the one thing that's important is that we definitely do dominate there. If you want to know why we're the leader in this particular, we're not trying to, be the captain of every team, but in this particular study, there's a reasonable expectation that we would be the lead. Just make sure you look at the geography here. And by the way, we were asked yesterday by Jim Wells, any way you could help Duval, any way you could help Brooks, we really wanted to, but they're not in our watershed. So we feel terrible that we can't make a dent regionally for some of our fellow counties. But again, we didn't pick them because they were our favorites, although we really love them. We picked them because this makes sense. This is how the water flows. So I just want to point that out.
Thank you so much, Judge. And I think a lot of this is kind of so close to me that sometimes I kind of fly through some of this information quickly. This right here is a list of all of the potential key stakeholders that we've identified at this time. This is not like a carved in stone list. We're not trying to leave folks off that need to be involved, but we just started to sit down and go, okay, who are some different entities that we would like to have involved in this regional study? And so again, Nueces County as the lead applicant, we have Jim Wells and Clayburgh. Both of those counties have already approved resolutions and letters of support. They did that during their commissioner court meetings that they respectively had on Monday. So just a few days ago. So we already have their support, and we've been visiting, of course, in touch, having Zoom calls with their county judges. And then the other cities that are listed there, we have a number of letters of support that we've already received. In fact, Maria, if you want to go to the next slide, this is a continuation of more potential key stakeholders. We have at least 10. I think we're going to end up with at least a dozen by the time we submit the application, depending on y'all's approval today. But to be able to submit to Water Development Board with our application, in addition to the resolutions approved by both of the other counties.
And some of the big leaders in water are really, we're so fortunate. Just so you know, Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries already sent their letter of support. They are one of the lead water quality groups in the nation, having control over one of the 18 national estuary programs. South Texas Water Center is big Texas A&M's #1 go-to for water flow. And so they have supported a project and would be actually working with us, and you'll see that shortly. And then the Port of Corpus Christi is also supportive. And again, I think all this will serve us very well in the point system when they take a look at our application. And there are many others that are coming in, but those are the ones that off the top of my head that already have put forth their letters of support.
And Judge, just to let you know, we also have a letter of support from Senator Hinojosa.
Oh,
so
wonderful.
to put with the application, and
Great.
they're also working to get a letter of support from Representative Hunter.
Great.
So, yes, in fact, really quick, Maria, maybe go back to the list. I just want to highlight, or the next slide, just like the judge was mentioning, South Texas Water Center, A&M Kingsville, we had an excellent call just recently with Dr. Wren. She's going to be providing graduate students from her program to help provide in-kind service. So again, it's just an excellent, I love regionalization, as you probably can tell. But it's very exciting because this project can just provide, it's such a win-win. It can just really provide value on so many levels. And so it's exciting too, just to have A&M Kingsville involved in some of the work they're doing, having some of that data shared with this regional study, having some of their graduate students work alongside with the engineering consultant that's selected, their team of engineers. Again, it's just, anyhow, there's a lot of benefits that we're trying to incorporate into this project. Maria, the next slide. And just like Judge Canales was just mentioning, there is a majority of the effort is really in Nueces County. And you can see this gives you a breakdown. You can see with the blue highlighted streams, those streams, this is kind of giving you an idea of the hydrology component of the project that's planned for y'all's area. And you can see, and again, with the cost estimate, as we get into some of those details, all of that is built on the size of your drainage, of your watershed. That, of course, contributes to the cost for the hydrology. But then we also look at the stream miles, and that's the component used to develop the cost for the hydraulic component for the hydraulic model that would be developed. Maria, if you want to go to the next slide, that shows you your hydraulic study area. I've been trying to work with Juan. It's wonderful just within his engineering group that y'all have an exhibit that he had provided me that just, if you can see on that map, I'm sorry, it's maybe hard to tell, but there's you'll see some little red circles outlining areas, and those are the drainage kind of problematic areas that Juan, that you guys have been tracking just internally. And so I wanted to show you where those are in relation to some of the hydraulic work that'll be done. And again, it just shows you just the number of stream miles. It shows you just the level of detail that will be conducted. And then this will all be conducted according to FEMA standards, also to let you know. Maria, if you want to go to the next slide. And just from what I was just sharing, and of course, I can give you a little more information for Jim Wells and also Clayburgh, but of course, I'm just focusing on you guys for Nueces County. The overall total project budget, this is, for 3 counties, this is a really big endeavor. We're estimating $2.25 million. And with that budget that's being proposed, Water Development Board, they would provide for a Category 1, like Judge Canales was mentioning. Categories 2 through 4 do not offer this level of grant match funding. But for Category 1, for this type of project that's proposed, Water Development Board would then match, if we're selected, depending on how high our application ranks, you guys could potentially receive almost $1.7 million in grant funding. And then the applicant match is 25% is what they require. And so that amount is $562,500. That amount is shared by all 3 counties. And the beauty of Water Development Board's funding is you can provide cash and in-kind contributions to meet your 25% match. And so I've been involved with these types of regional studies now for about 20 years. With Water Development Board, what I have noticed over the years with getting it to rank high is that, and they don't state this in the guidelines, but it's really important to show, to contribute a sizable amount of cash. And so they always say it's great if you can at least provide 50% amount of cash. And they mainly say that because, and they want all 3 entities, in this situation to provide cash, mainly because they want to make sure that you guys basically have skin in the game, that you guys are really committed. So they're like, yes, you can provide in kind, but please provide a sizable amount of cash as well. So that would be shared by all 3 counties. I've tried to go through and identify ways that in-kind service could be gained for this project. And of course, visiting with Juan, it's great that y'all have a survey crew. You've got 3 full-time staff in your surveying group. We can use that towards the study. That'll count towards in-kind service. You guys, and I'll go through a list of more in-kind service, but so it's nothing to be concerned about as far as being able to meet that requirement. But the other nice thing that Water Development Board has confirmed is that you guys can use Go Mesa funding. I should say you guys, Nueces and Clayburgh, both of y'all have Go Mesa funding that would be eligible to be used towards your cash match. And so I just wanted to kind of share about that.
Does the next slide show the breakdown? Okay.
Then we can get in, Maria.
There it
And
is.
this slide, this shows you of that $562,500. I've broken it down, and again, it's by the amount of work that would be conducted in each county. And as like Judge Canales had mentioned, there's quite a bit of effort that's focused in Nueces County. So that's the reason why, and it's based again on the allocated costs, looking at the percentages. That's kind of how I've come up with the cash and the in-kind contributions for all 3 counties. I've got the 3 counties listed, and you can see the cash amount, and Jim Wells and Clayburgh, they are committed to those amounts, to their cash amounts. But I do want to highlight for y'all's cash contribution, part of my contract will count towards that. 50% of my contract will count towards y'all's cash contribution. And then for the in-kind service, I'll go into more detail in another slide about that. But the different entities that we've listed or I've put together as potential key stakeholders, those entities will help also provide in-kind service for that total amount. So for Nueces County, you guys can, there's many ways to get in-kind service, but I've also got a number of other entities, just them coming to the meetings. We use loaded hourly rates for attending meetings, reviewing documents, providing comments. I mean, there's just, again, there's so many ways.
And because it's an 18-month cycle, and if you take out the 50% that we can use, money we've already paid Susan would be attributable to our cash contribution. We're looking at about, Commissioners, a expectation of a little over $200,000, and that would be over 2 fiscal cycles. So you're looking at $100,000 that we would find a funding source this year and $100,000 in 2021-22. And so I just want you to know that it really makes this grant, you can see why this was the one to go after. Because we were able to do a pro rata, because we were able to use Susan's contract as cash. And again, she can go over it, but she's painstakingly figured out how we meet our in-kind service contribution. And of course, that's a big relief, because now if you're looking at $100,000 and you know that our Go Mesa has doubled, we're receiving about $667,000, Dale, and next year we're gonna get about 1.6. And so, actually more than doubled, about 2.5. And so I feel very comfortable that the rules allowing Go Mesa, and we triple checked it, and we brought Scott Cross in for multiple reasons, but we wanted Scott to kind of give us that thumbs up because he's kind of our Go Mesa guru here in the county. And we now know that watershed planning studies are approved. They are part of the accepted use, and because again, we've got this major spike in revenue from Go Mesa, this all just fits in perfectly. So I don't want the court to be overly concerned. Well, if you get it, how will you pay for it? So I think we've identified that we would break it up into 2 fiscal cycles, and that our Go Mesa having a tremendous spike in revenue, if that's your choice. If the court's choice is not to use Go Mesa, we certainly have other opportunities to use other funds as well, including CO. But again, you want to match your funding source to the best project, and so.
And I think, Judge, on the Go Mesa, just a question that I would ask, I think I responded back to Tyner, was to just, we need to double check on that, because Dale and Scott and I have had a lot of conversations about what is and isn't allowed with Go Mesa, and
Right.
just to confirm, because it's.
We agree. We don't want to get caught in that, but we did our due diligence, and we actually got an email back from Water Development Board. We actually got we actually looked at the Go Mesa language and found in there where watershed planning studies were, well, I think it says planning studies. I don't know if it said.
Watershed planning, watershed studies that are not necessarily coastal related, or any kind of watershed?
So these are both coastal related
Okay.
because of Baffin Bay.
And you know, Tim Richardson, and that's a really a great question, Commissioner.
I just wanna make sure.
Oh, yeah, I mean, exactly. It was one of those where it was like, okay, this is the cash amount. Then it was like, I reached out to Texas Water Development Board. I asked the question, by email, they emailed back confirmation. Yes, we've checked. That will work fine. Then we visited with Tim Richardson. He sent me language. Actually, I've got an email I can forward that says, these are all the requirements that you can use Go Mesa funds for, and planning, like, it fits perfectly. Like I want to say, they make it a little vague.
No, they do.
don't.
No, that's why we've had to check. And I
yeah.
think, and
So-
Scott's in the back and Dale's here. I can't remember, because Dale was real, as he should have been, diligent on making sure that we were spending some of that stuff. And Scott, we actually
Scott, come on
emailed
up.
somebody at Go Mesa, or somebody, not at Go Mesa, somebody, who did we get confirmation from on that too?
Office of Natural Resource
There you go.
Revenues, ONRR is where the money comes from.
That would
It's
be.
under the Department of Interior.
That would be where I would want to get, I mean, it sounds reasonable.
They're
I'm
already
not-
correct. You can use it for it.
And if they verify it, then I'm good.
It's really no different than my natural resource specialist 1 and 2 positions and the work that they're doing when they're preparing this kind of studies for doing permitting for public works or anything else.
Yeah,
So
we got fortunate here
Yeah,
on
that's
this,
great.
but.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
so we're good. But again, when we get to that point, let's just say, let's apply, or let's vote to whether we should apply. But if we get fortunate, we're selected, then we'll get, as a court, we'll make that determination where that comes from. Or
much
in,
are- how
or in
much are
budget
we-
cycle, you could make that
The
determination.
judge we're gonna make up 114,000 out of Go Mesa.
Right, and how much, how much is the grant that we would be, you probably said that.
2.25.
2.25, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And that, okay.
And there's so many other things to tell. In the interest of time, I'm gonna let Susan finish, but there's so many other important things to tell. But commissioners, every time it rains, the phones start ringing. You guys start ringing. It happens every single time. Drainage, I asked, is almost every one of yours, maybe not, I shouldn't speak for everybody, but I know, you call me, you call me, you call me. Drainage is everyone's number one issue. And so we'll never be able to get the real dollars we need, which are probably hundreds of millions of dollars, okay, unless we do this. The cart has to come, right? That you cannot put the cart before the horse. And so it's really important that that you guys know that collective we, but particularly Susan, is gonna work with you as individual commissioners to help you put some Band-Aids on. This does not mean we're not gonna address your individual precinct needs for drainage. But these TWDB dollars were meant for this. And so I just wanna assure you that whether it's Bluebonnet or Petronila, all of those are still very viable projects for other funding sources, and I feel very strong that as soon as, and North Beach for Carolyn, and London for Brent.
Leave me, include me.
Well, everybody's, right? But there's no doubt that we're gonna get there. I mean, we just have to get past this June 15th hurdle. And I don't want you to forget, we have a pending grant for TCEQ for Petronila Creek. We have a direct gift, not gift, but a direct allocation of $22 million for Petronila and Baffin Bay. So we have tons of dollars coming South Texas way, but it's gonna mean zero unless we get this HESRAC modeling. And that's just the truth. And that's what all the scientists, that's why it's unprecedented how many letters of support we have. And it's very, very telling how needed this is. So for what it's worth.
Susan, and.
Go ahead,
And going with
Commissioner.
that, I'm a little interested to find out I'd like to get a copy of this, so if you can email this to us before you
Absolutely.
get back on the road, I would
Sure.
appreciate that. Also, you mentioned some for the letters of support. You didn't mention Representative Heredo, so I'm not sure if you've reached out to him or if he has sent
He's
one in
on it.
yet.
We
Okay.
already have him too.
Because I heard the senator and Todd Hunter, but I didn't hear Abel's name. And also, you showed the chart a few slides over prior that showed the in-kind contributions of all the different groups. So those are groups that have already committed, because I know you gave us a list of potential stakeholders, so I'm assuming not all have officially confirmed that they'll be a part of this. So are they already part of it, or are you just looking at them potentially being in-kind contributors?
And you know that, well, I'm glad you asked that question, Commissioner. On the budget here, this slide that summarizes it, both Jim Wells and Clayburgh County have already approved their in-kind contribution and their cash contribution. And so for example, like Clayburgh County, I already have a letter of support from Dr. Wren for South Texas Water Center, and she's saying we're gonna provide the in-kind service basically for Clayburgh. Like, they're gonna provide almost 50,000.
And so I think mine is, I'm asking more because I have City of Aguadulce, I have Driscoll, I have City of Robstown, I have Nueces County Drainage District Number 2, just in my precinct alone, and of course, RADC. So you have them kind of listed as in-kind service contributions. So have they been approached yet? Are you working on that, or is that the group you look at next, I guess, or maybe we're one of the big hurdles and then go after them, all those other groups that are listed? Because we have our partners here from the Drainage District number 2 here today.
And and Maria, I don't know if you have an update, or maybe Maggie's here, but I'm pretty
Commissioner
sure.
Roja, yes, we did get Drainage District number
2.
2.
We got a letter of support, but it doesn't spell out, on all these letters of support for these entities, it doesn't spell out like an exact, like, in-kind dollar amount. For you guys, to be honest, depending on the scheduling with your survey crew, your field survey crew, you could meet your 70,000 easy. We're gonna have about $250,000 worth of just field surveying, and that's going out, getting cross-sections of, in the field, getting, for elevations to put in the model, to get elevations of structures, all of this. I mean, it's such a huge effort. So it's one of those things where it'll be great if they can come. Would love to have them come to the meeting, love to get people's buy-in and involvement of, specific issues. And then the thing is that we can document their in-kind, but it's not like they're held to a certain
Right,
in-kind.
that kind of happens next, because I think he's thinking, like, for example, all we've done is reached out to say, we're doing this, right?
I see what you're
At some
saying.
point,
Okay.
all those asterisks, they'll get a chance if they want to, but there's no requirement that they have
No,
to.
Yeah,
only
we're not
if they
going to push
want
that
to.
on anybody, but I think, if you look at a lot of the projects we've done, I think of the County Road 36 project that we have with JJ over here, City of Robstown, Drainage
yeah.
District, my office, we're all putting in some part of the pie, right? We're putting in either in-kind contribution or dollar amounts. And so I know if you add a lot of groups, it could get very convoluted, but I think this is such a big project and everyone's so interested in it that I want to make sure that they're given that opportunity to contribute if they're able, if their skill set, if their equipment is able to contribute to that, then I want to make sure that they're a part of it. And that's all I was trying to get to, is just, had we reached out to all these groups listed yet? Because the little asterisk to me kind of shows that they're listed to invite, and participate, but I wasn't just sure if they've done it yet. So if they haven't, that's fine. I mean, that's work that you and we can still continue to do. But I just wanted to, that was a very thorough list of the potential stakeholders that are either on board now or could potentially be on board. And so that's exciting to me, especially when we talk of something at this scale.
Yeah.
City of Alice, City of Orange Grove, all of our cities here that are impacted, all over the different drainage districts that we have. So I just want to make sure that, this is historic. Let's not.
Oh, I'm so excited.
This is
it'll be
the amount of
cool.
money, I agree, it's going to be hundreds of millions to fix this. But, getting this on the right path, we got to do it right. And so I just want to make sure everyone's reached out to, everyone's given an opportunity. If they choose not to, that's fine. They have millions of other projects to do. But I just don't want anybody to miss out, being invited to participate or, for you to reach out to them and either go to their meetings or at least give them a chance to give them a letter to review. if
Or
they wanna
even this
pass it.
presentation.
Yeah, maybe just even this. This is great. So if you could just follow up on those lists and let us know who has actually been reached out to or who you potentially will do that, in the next
Hey,
several
Maria,
weeks or months.
could I impose
Maria's
to get to the commissioner?
been great.
Take this list and make a couple of columns, letters sent, received, letter of support, received resolution, kind of, because really the work begins if we pass this first round. And then we're really gonna dive into everybody and say, okay, we passed this first round, do you want, because really I told Jim Wells, once you commit to the 50, there's nothing to say that you can't ask Alice, could you give me 5,000? Could you, in other words, who will, but I don't want to put any burden of cash
Sure.
on any of these folks, but on their in-kind, it's not just that they're good at it, they could help us by meeting that 70. If they attend a meeting, if the Drainage District comes to a meeting, that's an hour. It all becomes helpful. So Maria, would that be okay if you could get that? And don't just get it to Commissioner Morris, get it to Tyner, and he can get it to everybody. Because that way the commissioners could help us by trying to secure those grants. Secure those, letters.
And, and Commissioner, I'm glad you bring this up because that list, and I put potential, we're just starting, we're like reaching out. I mean, again, if there's other people, well, let me just say hypothetically, I've had a really great track record on getting funding from Water Development Board. I feel really confident on this. Maybe I shouldn't quite say that yet, but we have such a great application. I think the overall picture, the study, getting like A&M Kingsville involved, all the different, players. I just feel like, it's one of those things where if we get the funding and we get the go, then when we have the kickoff meeting, what I like to do is then to really sit down before the kickoff meeting and I would want to do that with you guys to say, with all of y'all to say, okay, who all, is this a good list? Is there somebody we need to take off the list? Do we need to add people to the list? And then like getting the word out about our kickoff meeting and then getting those people, if they aren't, like you're saying, interested, if they're interested, oh gosh, I love it. It seems like the more people or, key, entities that we have involved, then when you go through the whole process together, because Water Development Board requires 3 public meetings or town hall meetings is what they'll call them. I usually like to do 4 personally, because when you get to the very end, you've gotten all this buy-in and everyone's kind of for the most part, you've kind of been going through this process together and you get such an excellent work product at the end where everyone's like, yeah, this is what we want, or this addresses our needs, or like, and I want to circle back before I forget, like some of the areas that Juan had shared with me with, on the red circles on the map of those problematic drainage areas. One of the items in the study, they're going to be doing one-dimensional, two-dimensional modeling to really look at some of the flooding issues, drainage issues in some of those specific local areas. So I don't want y'all to think this is all so high level that we don't get, really try to, dial down into some greater detail.
And just in case y'all are wondering, we did reach out to Carola, South Texas Water Authority, and we did miss her board meeting, but it's on the agenda for the next board meeting. So whoever we missed, like we couldn't get to, again, there was such a short amount of time. But if you're an entity on that group and you haven't gotten your letter yet, or we haven't, it's coming. It just, hasn't reached you yet. But I think the most important thing to know is that if you're a stakeholder on there, we're gonna work with you because it's imperative that and here's the thing, you're gonna get a copy of it. So it's not like it's our study and doesn't belong to you. If you're a stakeholder, you're gonna get a copy of it, you're gonna get to use it. Think of it as somebody just paid for you to have a $2.25 million study. It doesn't matter if you're Petronila or Agua Dulce or anybody in between. You get the rights to have that work product. So that's what's good about it.
And Judge, is she's right now number 6, right? Because I think I put down number 7 for mine, right? So is she still number 6, or we jump into number 7?
No, so we've got to we have to authorize the grant application, and so you have to actually have permission from the court for Maria to submit on Monday. Is Monday, June 15th?
Yes, Monday at 5 p.m.
Are you ready for a, are you ready for a motion, Commissioner?
I made one.
No, I'm ready for that motion, yes, but I need to
Okay.
go to the next one.
All right, let's go ahead and
Second.
make that motion
So
and
moved.
second. Okay, all those in,
It's okay, I made the motion.
it's okay, sorry.
It doesn't matter.
Motion and a second.
You
The
can have the
clerk
motion.
probably has it.
You can have the second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. And then on number 7, the differential there is the construction rehabilitation phase activities, Maria? Or do we want to,
Mine.
okay,
Mine.
go ahead.
I hate to be the dark horse here, but, and thank you, Ms. Ross, for everything, and, but everything she said here, and I'm glad you're following up a lot of things, but I don't think everybody was contacted. I was never contacted, before yesterday, when you called me, and JJ wasn't contacted either, and I think JJ is one of our experts, in drainage out there. one of our main experts. LMB is another one. You know, we've worked with the watersheds, we worked with the flow of the water from Jim Wells County. We got records to show the flow of Faber County to Bishop to, you know, we've done all those, we've done some studies like that, but nobody ever called to see what we've done, you know? And, you know, the thing is, that what, again, I support, this is a great deal. The planning is great. I don't have nothing to, we should have a plan. We already have one that's been sitting on the shelf for 15 years. You know, so that we didn't, it's a county-wide that we did one time, still sitting there.
But we've never done a county-wide one, ever.
No, they did.
No, they haven't.
Naismith-
Only partial of the
Well,
county.
whatever they did, Naismith did a county-wide, supposed to be a county-wide, they didn't complete it. And it's been on the shelf for 15 years, whatever it is, believe me, Judge. You know, and then the other one, this is great. I mean, I think we should have a region-wide. This is good. I have nothing, I support it 100%. But I'm not gonna support it, I'm gonna sit there, we need the construction right now, Judge. We need to apply for all this, number 2 and number 4. Our people are flooding, our people are underwater. You know, for us to do a planning for the next 2 years or 3 years, and then insist for another 5 years, when are we gonna help them? Water Development Board told me, apply, Commissioner, for everything. You know, you might get 1, you might get 2, you might get 3. But you go for it. He said, there's nothing that says you can't. They're different categories. So I think that the planning is great, because later on, when we want to do it, we already have the planning, we know what we need. But what now inside our colonias, inside our communities, we need to get the water out of there. We need to drain that water out, and we need these grants. We need these grants.
We do, but category 2, 3, and 4, it's minimal grants, and it's
Whatever-
low-interest
whatever
loans.
it is, Judge.
Right, but what is your funding source?
Well,
What is your funding source? Because
I have money I can put down as a down, in-kind. Every time we do one, it's an in-kind.
Right,
You know?
but the problem is that, first of all, I want to address 3 of your issues. I agree with you wholeheartedly that we need to address these people's drainage needs. And just so you know, that's why we have a $144 million grant pending for everything that's in your
I
district.
know, but that's
Everything that's in your
pending, but,
district.
you know, I don't know what pending means. I
Well,
don't-
pending means
5
they're
years, 10
thinking about
years,
it.
Could be whatever.
Right, but what the point is that
this-
LJA
but
has
this-
got
but
all
this
that.
These grants could be now, you know, they're not
Right,
talking
but they're
about
not
5 years.
grants.
You know.
They're low-interest loans, and they're not the best
Well, I
funding
think-
source for
I
these
think
projects.
What I read, that there were actually grants, some of them were grants.
Yeah, they're minimal.
And they're matching funds, you know, so they're not really loans, they're matching funds that we can match.
Well,
We've
let me-
always matched the funds.
Yeah, let me
you know.
back
Hold on,
up.
No, hold on, let me finish, okay? I mean, I heard you all this, hold on.
But
let me
I
try.
need to correct, though,
No.
one thing before you continue. I do need to correct something. You said that you hadn't been contacted. We approved as a court over, 6
Okay, I
months
stand-
ago.
I stand corrected, Judge.
Okay.
Okay, let me just keep on going, good waste of time here, but anyway, you know, and I'm coming back, and I know that Commissioner Mares, I know Commissioner Vaughn, I know I do, people, and you say you're right, you said it, they keep calling you, every time I'm calling you. You know, and what do we tell them? We're waiting for a grant that maybe take 5 years? You know, so I think if the possibility is there to get these grants, you know, and I think that with the help of JJ, because he's already got the plans, he's already got the flows, he's already got everything that we need to do to submit the grant, let's submit it. What's it gonna hurt? It's not gonna hurt anything.
Well, there's actually, I think it does create confusion for the Water Development Board as to which project we think is priority, which one we want. And because I've had the opportunity to develop a relationship with the director of the Water Development Board and the head of grants,
But then,
because.
I got a relationship too, Judge, and they said to go for it, and it wouldn't hurt. One's planning and one's construction. We need the construction now. We need the infrastructure. We need to correct, we need to get the water out. Those people are,
Okay.
you know, they're tired of being underwater. We know,
Right.
and we not, every time we promise them 5 years from now, it don't
Right.
happen. So I think it's time that we do what we need to do. I mean, I think if the opportunity is there to do it, the Drainage District 2 should go for it too, because you never know, they get it, we don't get it, somebody's gotta get it, you know, and hopefully that we can do it. I just, you know, the planning is good, but once you do the planning, where's it gonna go?
Right.
It's gonna sit there, you know?
Susan, do you want to address that issue?
Yeah, just real quick, in fact, Tyner, can you show that slide that's on there, or can it come up on the screen? Perfect. Yes, and what I was gonna, and just thinking about this, again, just looking at money, well, money is always tight, but it's especially tight during the economy the way it is right now. This just came out, CDBG MIT funding, it just came out about 2 weeks ago, so it's very recent. We've all been kind of waiting. The one beautiful thing, and this is something, just an idea, I'm throwing this out there, maybe JJ or even, I know the county, you guys are gonna be looking for a grant project manager, consultant to handle your CDBG MIT.
Correct.
What's great on this is that Nueces County is one of the 23 counties that's considered the HUD mid, which is the most impacted and distressed. And so, and what's really important about that is that 50% of the allocated funds out of this 2.3, the amount that they've got allocated out of the 2.3 billion, 50% of that has to go to those 23 counties. And you guys are one of the 23 counties, which is awesome. And what's really great about this program is there's no match. It's all grant. And whereas Category 2 at Water Development Board, it's a loan. There's no, like, you can't do in-kind service. It's a loan and then like a small grant. And that's kind of the situation for Category 2 projects, which is mitigation or, doing some of the things proposed. But this funding, you guys should go after this. The applications aren't due till.
We should go after everything, really. Even the GLO, even the GLO is gonna have monies coming down in December, October. We should go for those monies too.
Commissioner, and you're,
Let
and I
me
should.
just ask JJ
okay.
to say a few things on this.
Well, really, just, can I say just one more thing? And I don't want to be telling you what you should be doing. I was just assuming you guys did not want a loan. And if you don't want a loan, this is a great opportunity because the applications are due October 28th. And what I've done in the past is you can say this regional study is going on. This is your estimate, like you want drainage ponds in this area, particular area. You can still earmark it and say, we want to be considered for this funding, this grant, and we're doing this study, and it's like you can kind of get a placeholder for this money. And so you can still do your study to confirm the sizing, everything is the way you need it, and the location or whatever. The details for this mitigation project, but yet at the same time, you could get it as all grant. And that's all I just wanted. I just wanted to share that there's some other opportunities that just came up, like I say, 2 weeks ago. So.
Yeah, the rulemaking is done and the applications are open, and that is the plan going forward.
JJ, what's the deal on the, would you give me an update on those grants?
Yes, sir, Commissioner. Good morning, good to be here. Well, afternoon by now. Good to be here today. Like Commissioner Jag was saying, some of the grants, I think probably what you're looking at as far as the grant versus loan deal, if you're putting the entire county's medium household income percentage, it puts you at a low percent grant, higher percent loan. But these projects are specific to like Petronila, specific to like Blue Bonnet. So those, you're picking up the medium household income from like Robstown for the application of the medium household income for Petronila. So in essence, you could get up to the same like 75% grant, 25% loan or so. There's different calculations that go in there. But looking at countywide, you're probably looking at a
So how do you do it if you can segment and do it just for?
Yeah, you could do one for like the London area. You can do one for Petronila.
Well, you couldn't do London. That wouldn't work. But sorry.
And all those loans.
But wait. But hold on. So how do you do that? In other words, I mean, how do you?
An LMI has to be designated for those areas, and there's a way to do an LMI with a survey. But we know already, because of the demographics, social demographics, Robstown meets the LMI criteria. We know this from CDBG-DR. We know Petronila meets it. The LMI is not the issue here, but keep going. I'm very curious.
So it's all based on the formulas for the different locations and the different grants we have. We did a little presentation, but I don't know if It's basically, because there's two projects that we were approached for, one for Commissioner Mares Blue Bonnet and one for Commissioner Jag. And if you go to the next, that's Petronila right there after a rain. If you go to the next slide, see that's the locations of it. Petronila would be right off of 665 and County Road 67, and Blue Bonnet's on 44 and Bosques.
So what you're saying is, I think, that if Petronilla wanted to be it would have to be like Petronilla would have to be the LMI, or Robstown would be the LMI, not Nueces County, because Nueces County would dilute it too much, I think, is what you're saying. Nueces County would make it to where it would be more loan and less grant, whereas Petronilla or Robstown.
Like for the planning, which is a category 1, but that one is mostly grant rather than loan. For that, you use the LMI for the entire county. In this area, you use because the monies or the project is being categorized for that one specific area. It's going to benefit just that one community pretty much.
So would you then be suggesting that we wouldn't be the right ones to be the applicant for, that it would be Petronilla or Robstown?
No, it'll have to go through the county, like the precincts, yes.
So I don't understand. Maybe I'm not understanding you then, because I thought what you just said was if.
Yeah, but it's in my precinct,
the
so I
grant-
can go through my precinct.
Right, right. So in other words, like, can Nueces County do it just for Petronilla, and that would somehow reduce in your opinion?
Yeah, because you're looking at the benefit cost analysis of the area that's impacted.
So you could say, Nueces County could say, we're doing this just for Petronilla or just for Robstown.
And you pick the residences and everything in within that, basically the impacted area.
And that would potentially, in your opinion, then raise the grant quotient to where it's higher and lower. I mean, Susan, do you agree with that? I mean, I'm just curious, you've done this too.
You're mixing apples and oranges here. This is all category 2. What they're trying to do is to say we should submit grants for category 2 for these 2 projects, okay? Which will now, which he says, and I'm looking at the rules right here. It's not like we haven't had this discussion, JJ. We've had this discussion. And as I told JJ, it's important to make certain that we get the right and accurate information. And depending on what your MHI is, you are eligible to receive different percentages of grant money, okay? But again, as Susan explained, category 2 starts with the word loans with interest rates of 0% or grants based on the following method. What JJ's telling you is that these areas would get the highest ranking because of their LMI, okay? But it's still not as good as category 1. Category 1 is the best.
I know,
It's
but
got the
it's
highest
totally
rate.
different.
Category 1 is definitely the one with the highest.
It's the one that everybody wants to get, and it'll be
Totally
competitive.
different grant, Judge, it's not, how can you mix it together?
Well-
Well, but wait, because all I'm asking is, and two, the other concept, so, okay, I get it's 2 different buckets, but in other words, I don't know what the harm would be in applying to every bucket if it was on the same level of grants to deal. So that's what I'm trying to determine is why is it bad? I mean, I don't like the low grant, the low grant and high loan. I'm not interested in that at all. But if it's the same potential high grant, low,
Different categories.
low cash, different buckets, what's the problem in applying for all the different buckets? They may say no to all of them. I get it. They could say yes to all of them.
So there is
what's the-
something called a strategy. And the strategy is that JJ, with all due respect, who I absolutely adore and love and have tremendous confidence in all of his projects, does not work for the Nueces County Grants Department. And because he does not work for the Nueces County Grants Department, we have not put together the strategy that would be a successful grant, i.e., we've worked for months and months and months. Remember when we hired Susan months and months and months ago? We've spent all of this time working together to make sure that the Water Development Board, we understood the rules, that we worked with Water Development Board to say, this is what Nueces County wants to put forth. We know that we're gonna have lots of competition from Hidalgo County. And we wanted to make sure that our best project was put forward so that they knew this is the one that we want from this bucket of money. That's not to say that that the engineering you've done here is not worthy. It's not to say that these projects aren't going forward. But yes, there is harm that's done by the review committee when they're looking at all these grants. How do I know this? Because Ms. Roth, who we hired on purpose with strategy in mind, has been doing this for decades and understands Water Development Board better than anybody else because she has been successful in this group. And she gave us the best advice, which is these projects are best put forth for CDBG funds. Then you go get all your letters of support, you build a case, and then you try to go win your case. And there is such a thing as getting your ducks in a row. These projects, as great as they are and as ready as they are not the best projects because we didn't work with Juan like we worked with, Susan worked with Juan on this. We haven't worked with all of the jurisdictions. And I think that's the reason the strategy is very important.
Let me correct one thing. JJ works for the county. He's working for me. I pay JJ for doing that.
I've never
I paid
approved JJ for
doing
these items.
For the assessment that we
Yeah,
did.
it was back in 2018,
Tornilla, Jose Grande, he's paid for it. Yeah, we paid for it. Right? Last year when he did all the
Well, he
drainage
came just-
assessment. So yeah, he was working for us. It's not, how can you say he wasn't working for the county? He was working for us.
Can I just get Ms. Roth to answer my question that I asked that I'm still waiting to try to get an answer for? I mean, can you tell me what the harm is in this? Because I like the CBDG. I'm in. I think that's great suggestion. We voted for the regional. I'm in. So can you tell me why you think it's a bad strategy to apply for different buckets, if you do? I mean, I'm asking sincerely. I don't understand. I mean,
Before she answers that, I want to raise one thing in addition. It's a side issue, but you need to consider it. Right now, you're talking about monies.
Laura, you're going to have to get on a mic for video.
Okay, a side issue that is related to what you're discussing right now. Obviously, you're discussing monies as to how to do these projects. The whole idea behind this planning for Nueces County and regionally is because the water as it flows, if you change the route or change whatever it is, it may affect it somewhere along the ways. So that's the whole idea of having a plan countywide, so that you can see strategically where you're going to do the construction. So that's something to consider.
And let me just ask this to JJ. JJ, when we did Petronila, Tierra Grande, didn't we do a study of where the water flows from where it comes from?
Yes, Commissioner, we did do a head-cross modeling and modeling to Tierra Grande and Petronila.
So where does the water come from?
As well. The upper Nueces County, north, west Nueces County.
Jimbo's
It all
County,
comes in the Petronila watershed.
in Jimbo's County and Playboy
Yeah,
County.
it all originates.
It's not like we haven't been there, I mean, I just don't want people to think that we're not doing our job or, we're not, we've been doing this for almost 9 years, Judge, I mean, it's just something that.
Well, we haven't made any progress then in
Well, no,
9
because
years, have we?
Nobody wants to. Everybody wants to do planning. Nobody wants to do construction.
No,
So,
we actually have done construction,
No, we've done-
Commissioner.
we've done a
Every
lot.
single
We've done
road
a
that
lot,
we've
Judge.
done
We've
has
done a lot.
drainage.
We got water to a lot of the colonias. We've done a lot.
Yeah,
you know?
just so you know, JJ, can you answer the question? Do you know how much, if you have the greatest LMI out there, do you know how much the grant possibilities are? Because it's not 75%, as you just stated earlier, because I'm looking at the rules. The maximum is 40%, 40% only. That means the county would have to come up with 60% if it met the best possible criteria, 60%. That's why this funding source is not the best funding source. I want to make certain drainage is attacked. That's why we started with this program last year. To act like we're not focused on drainage is absolutely, not true.
We need tax bonds in North Beach. We do the tax bonds over here, I mean, there's ways to do it.
Yeah, there are. And it's called finding the right project to marry with the right funding source. And you need to make certain that Again, if Maria, through grants, had the opportunity to have worked this grant, then we would have had a Nueces County, and I understand that, JJ, you've worked on Tierra Grande, you have put forth the effort, you've brought us this. We even discussed you getting USDA grants, if you'll recall, and we said at that time, please contact Susan Roth, please make sure, I made sure I connected you guys. And, you know, this grant did not come to our attention until, I mean, from your perspective, you didn't contact the office, Maria didn't know anything about it till a week ago. And again, I bring up the point, only 40% can be attacked by a grant. The rest is a loan, which is,
Well, it starts at 40%, and there's a certain factors that go into it. And we can do the calculation. I can email it to you this afternoon so you can have a better idea of what the grant to loan could be on those.
well, that's category 3, but under category 2, it's, the highest is 40%.
Yeah. And to Commissioner Chesney's question, in our meetings with the Water Development Board, they basically encouraged us to, you know, if you have clients that want to apply in any and every category, they can because it's different pools. But
So is the highest, what the judge, I think, just said, and I'm really trying to get this straight because I am
it's
lost,
yeah.
is the highest grant potential, and I think what you just said in 2 is only 40%?
No, it's, they have a calculation to where it starts, like your calculation starts like, okay, you're getting 40% grant. And then if your LMI is a certain way, then you get 10% more. And if you, it's different little factors that add into it.
Can you
So I was
get up to
saying,
75%? Well, I think can you get up to 75% in all buckets? Or
No, it depends on the
or 2?
projects.
Let's stay 2. Let's stay in 2.
Yeah, the projects, they're scored differently based on like the cost-benefit analysis and all that stuff. So they all, depends on the project. It's almost like every project will be its own individual
Okay, and so
grade.
I'm gonna try one
Yeah,
more.
it's pretty complex, the way they set up their formulas.
So I'm gonna try one more time with Ms. Roth. Can you explain to me why you think it's not good or is good, or whatever it is your answer is on applying to different buckets or different, whatever they're called? No, sorry.
No, it's all good. And just to kind of show or to follow up from what JJ was mentioning, this is a graph or a slide, I should say, from Texas Water Development Board that outlines category 2. And the projects that y'all have got identified fall under category 2. And this shows you how much grant you can get for each component. And you just add them all up together, and that tells you how much total grant you can get through category 2.
So that would be 10 plus 40 plus 5 plus 5? Is that what you're saying?
Right, but.
So that would be 60%, if you think is all you can get? Or-
But like you guys are, it is y'all are an MSA. You're not outside of the MSA. So like if you're outside of the MSA, then you get 10%. If your population is declining, which it's not, but if it was, then you would get a certain amount or percentage. It's like you go through and you have to like answer each section of what you fall under. I will say your unemployment rate is higher than the state, and I calculated you would get a 3% grant for the unemployment rate.
So what is your calculation that the highest we could potentially get out of 2 is percentage-wise?
You know, I didn't know you had the LMI information. I was basing it just because the county, I was assuming the county would be the applicant.
It would.
And that, yes.
It
and
would be
that-
the applicant.
And that you would have to look at the county's overall. I have not verified that with Water Development Board,
Okay.
but I would assume, and if that's the case, you don't, you don't fall under any of those items, so.
Is your answer, okay. So is there a deadline on this application for number 2?
It is. It's also Monday, June 15th. And I'm not trying to say, and I agree, Water Development Board, they've probably, of course, they're going to, I mean, I'm not surprised. They probably said, yes, go ahead and apply for all the funds. This is just from my experience, that if we're putting together a large planning study and it's almost cart before the horse, I think they may wonder, I think it just may make them wonder what our priorities are with the planning. And that's the reason why I was saying, like, not to say you can't do some of these projects, but maybe just apply for Water Development Board Category 1 and then look at the CDBG MIT funding so you could get full grant and let JJ work, and that deadline isn't till October 28th. That's just an idea.
Let me just say one thing.
I don't know if that
Ms.
helps.
Ross, Water Development Board,
But-
throughout the last years, and we're still working with them right now in one of our projects. We developed a relationship with Water Development Board. They understand where we come from. They know what we've done here. They know we're credible. They know Nueces County is comply with whatever we need to be complied with. So it's not like we don't have a relationship with them already. I mean, we have a real good relationship with Water Development Board. So that's a plus for us, that we have developed that relationship in the last, 6, 7 years.
And you do. They've mentioned that they have a great relationship with y'all. And I think, again, it just falls back to, you could go the route with no loan and put these projects in as a placeholder with CDBG money. Or if you do want to take out a part of a loan, then you can go with Category 2. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you what you should and shouldn't do.
So we're
I don't
out,
know.
so we are in an MSA, so we don't get the 10% piece on your slide.
Right.
Okay, and then on the unemployment, we would get something there, because
It-
we're above the average.
It's 3% is what I
3%.
calculated.
So then the green nature-based, let's assume that,
Maybe
JJ,
yeah.
would it meet your green nature-based?
Probably.
Okay, so that's
Yeah.
8.
Yeah.
And then the rural applicants is 5, so is Nueces going to be considered rural? Because the applicant is Nueces.
That's,
It's going to be debatable as to
It-
whether we're rural, okay, because we're an urban center. So
that's-
you may or may not get that. So somewhere between 8 and 13, and then on the AMHI, we're not going to meet it as a Nueces County applicant.
if you're able to carve out this location, then it may be different. But if you're looking strictly at the county's AMHI, you will not get any
Right,
points.
but the question is, City of Petronila is not putting the application in, Nueces County is, so it's going to be based on Nueces County AMHI. And so that's why when we looked at this, we said the maximum you could get here is about 13%. It's not like we didn't look at it. We looked at it very carefully. We want these projects. I want these projects. That's why we endeavored to begin this exercise. But it's, to me, at 13% grant, JJ, I mean, everything else is the loan. And again, you're going to be competing against tons of different types of grants. And we believed, and you and I spoke about this, that it would be in our best interest to say, this is the one that we're going for. Again, if you want to go against the advice of the consultant that absolutely has had an incredible track record, as they say, you have the right to do so. But the reason that we decided to do this
Well, it won't be his
was
call,
with the
Judge.
strategy.
It'd be my call.
Yeah, it's
It
y'all
won't
are
be his
making
call.
the decision.
It'd be my call.
Well, I think I was,
Well, I mean, I don't
Talking to
have
the-
to agree with the consultant if I don't think she's right. I don't think she's right. I mean,
I mean, at the end of the day, you can apply you can submit the application or you get invited. If you don't want to go after it, you can always decline it. I mean, it's not.
you
bad
just
thing,
get
but
in
what if
there.
they offer you 30%, then
and so when you and I spoke the other day, and that we talked about how important it was to have a strategy, and you said, I can understand that and agree. I guess between that and the time you spoke with Commissioner Gonzalez, you changed your mind?
No, it's definitely good to have a strategy. The planning grant is definitely a must. I mean, it would be outrageous if you don't go after that, because you never seen, you could get as much as 90% grant on that thing. And the master drainage plan that you have right now, it's about 15 years old.
15 years old.
It's
And
about
did it
15
cover
years
the
old.
entire county?
It was most of it, but not, it didn't cover like Corpus Christi.
Beside-
It didn't come into Corpus Christi. It
Right,
was-
didn't come into Corpus
yeah.
Christi. So,
And it is about 15 years old. So if you go after any, like maybe even GLO grants or so, there's gonna be a little box in there that says, is there a master drainage plan? And is this 10 years or newer or so? And there are a bunch of other grants, they'll always ask, is there one that gives you extra points? Well, we have one, but it's 15 years old, so category one is definitely a must. I mean, there needs to be one, but there are immediate problems that the commissioners, keep getting calls after every rain.
Yeah,
so-
well, and those
so,
calls have
that's-
been coming for years and years and
Oh,
years,
yeah.
JJ. And guess what? That's why we're drought ridden, and that's why this comes up when it rains. But it has not been raining, and so when it rains,
Oh,
it
yeah.
comes up.
Everybody comes up.
And we've talked about how important it is in Robstown in particular. It's an infrastructure issue. It is not it is drainage, but it's drainage as a result of crushed pipe, right? Not water flow.
Yeah, Blue
It's not-
Bonnet, yeah.
Blue Bonnet. So we could fix Blue Bonnet with the price tag of what?
Blue Bonnet's about 1.2 million or so.
1.2 million. So let me get my little calculator out.
Is that Blue Bonnet yours?
Actually, it's 1.
Blue Bonnet, I think the project is estimated 1.4,
1.312.
1.3, 1.4.
And mine is 1.6.
Yeah.
So 1.3 plus 1.6.
And so I want to chime in on this because, I had,
Commissioner?
after touring a lot of
I'll
these,
wait till she gets through.
a lot of these communities, a lot of these areas in precinct 3, after the consecutive weeks that we've had of, 2 inches or more, like you said, Judge, people don't complain or talk about drainage or worry about it when it's dry. And we hit a patch of there, about a month of, continuous rain. And Blue Bonnet may be the infrastructure issue, and I'm hoping that we can get, there's different ways to try to clear out and bore out the drainage there. But, when you drive through there and you're in an SUV and the water's, halfway up to your door, people can't even get out their doorways of their own homes, it's concerning, whether it be for 1 day or 3 days or more. I appreciate the work that Juan's crew did by getting and pumping that out, because it wouldn't have happened naturally, because that community is actually, you would think, would have great drainage because they're surrounded by drainage ditch on the north, east, and south side of the community. But they get stuck after it gets filled for a certain amount of time. And that's not even looking at other communities out in Banquete and Agua Dulce and other areas that get flooded when we get these rains. It's all coming from Jim Wells and other counties. So I do appreciate that planning, and that's why I supported item number 6. When I first got on Commissioner's Court, that was one thing I asked for, and Judge Neal shot it down, was, countywide drainage plan, a countywide way of approaching this. So I appreciate, you bringing that issue, that matched and mirrored mine for these last few years, and, we are moving forward. But, when you get out there, and we all get the calls, and you see it firsthand, when you go, you can't even get out the vehicle because the water's so high. And once again, people can't even get out of their homes. The planning is great, and we need it, and that's why I supported it. But we also need to have something now. And if there's easy, quick fixes for Blue Bonnet and other neighborhoods, then I'd be happy to sit down with Juan and try to figure that out, get some engineering done, get some specialized vendors and services to go out there and clean out those, the pipes underneath. But if you look at the way that Blue Bonnet drains, I mean, they have metal grates just underneath into the asphalt. It's not a typical curb and gutter like you would find in most neighborhoods in a bigger city, like you would find in Robstown or city of Corpus Christi. And so the way, I mean, not being an engineer, but just looking at it, it's like, how does it even drain the way it's created? So that needs a major overhaul of millions of dollars to create curb and gutter and a system that's going to work to really empty it out the right way. So, for me, it's all about, we got to find something as soon as we can, because, yeah, I guess we're lucky in a way that we only get these calls when people are flooded in, but, we can't ignore it either. And I know we're not, and I know we're moving forward, but we also let the community know this is what we're going to do in the short term, but this is what we're doing in the long term. And I can guarantee you, a lot of people will have patience and totally understand the plight that we're in, financially, to be able to afford this. But we also need to give some solutions. We also need to give some recommendations and put those short-term goals, fixing up, either, fixing up these neighborhoods or creating new drainage ditches or ponds that will help with the rain, because it's heartbreaking to see people that can't get out of their homes.
It is.
And and I've seen it in the years that I've been here, and you see it again, as soon as last Monday. And so for one of the things I wanted to do was to try to get this on the agenda as well. And I didn't know that we were having item number 6 on the agenda, so I was gonna file basically what was item number 7, which I didn't even know Commissioner Gonzalez had, I guess, the same mindset as well. So it's kind of teamed up. That's why you'll see that slide presentation that has both neighborhoods, because we all have it, right? We have it in all of our precincts. My thing is, though, I agree with Commissioner Gonzalez. We must find a way to do some sort of fix. And strategy, I'm all about strategy. I don't want to dilute the water. I don't want to hurt our chances. If this is, the bigger plan that we're looking at, it could be hurt by asking for these smaller 75% or 50 or 60%, however we're going to argue. I don't want to do that. I want to go after the grant money that will help us out. But we need to also have, I think, strategy that we're planning it, but also strategy of when we're going to fix it. And I agree, 2 to 5 years down the line, it's just another 2 to 5 years that people are going to wait, and we're going to go through more rain cycles, rain events like 15 and 16 right before I came on as commissioner. Those are the big floods that everyone out in Agua Dulce and Banquete talk about. And it's nothing, it has to do with the drainage system, but also has to do with the way the railway is constructed and the way they've built up the railways running through those communities that have dammed up the water, that you find low-lying homes that for some reason were built below, and JJ and Edward have taken me out to see that they are below street level. So if you can imagine street level, there's some homes actually not sunken in, but just by the landscape is below. And so those flood up with just an inch or two of rain. So we got to find a longer-term solution, yes, but we also got to find some short-term. So that's all I'm asking for.
And I think you should put it on an upcoming agenda. If you think, for example, on Bluebonnet, and I'm specifically addressing that because I think it's infrastructure-based. But when I'm presented with this Category 2 scheme that you see on the wall behind me, and I see that the total amount for both these projects is $2.9 million, and I say that the maximum is 13%, then I write down that $377,000 would come from Texas Water Development Board, and we would have to finance $2.5 million. And that's not something that's been presented to this court. Conversely, on item number 6, what was presented was a way to basically get out with zero commitment from this court to be able to address the whole planning. That's why I say it's important to make sure that we have a financing structure. And I'm not sure what the financing structure was for $2.5 million, but that's what you need to plan for, because $2.5 million is what's needed. Do we need to write a check for it? Maybe. Let's bring that up. We all agree that drainage is a problem. Your issue is no different than her issue.
No.
And let me tell you, it's no different than his issue either. They're all important, all of them. And to act like if you don't do something tomorrow on this particular grant, I suppose you could throw everything at the wind. But you know what? That is not to me, that's not the way for success, because you've got to answer to this court and to the public where you're going to, the $2.5 million has to be borrowed. And again, I think the point that was being made is that why don't we go for the 100% being given to us? If the projects are worthy, and I believe them to be, if the engineering is sound, and I believe it to be, then have a little patience. Because let me just tell you what we know about CDBG MIT. Maria has been working diligently, and we are ready to write these applications immediately. In fact, they're ready to receive them immediately. So we're ready to go. And I think what's really important is to understand the rules of the game. And the rules of the game are, under this Category 2, this county would be borrowing $2.5 million. It's not the best use of the dollar. And that's based on 13%. And if there is another mechanism, let me know it, but you didn't present it.
Can I say something now? Okay. I hope I can remember my train of thought. First off, Susan Roth was hired because she's an expert in what she does. She's been successful. So I think we have to listen to her. We hired her, so we need to listen to her. I understand your point, Jag, and John. I have the same problems in my area that you guys do. Northwest, Juan and them were out there pumping water out of people's yards. They look like lakes. So I could add mine on here. Mine might be 1.5, and then we're up to 5 million, not counting Brent's. That's not even including North Beach, the problems that we've got. I think we have to have a strategy, and I don't want us applying for these two categories to affect what we're applying for the planning. And I say that because when I got here, I also went to Judge Neal, and that drainage has been my #1 priority. And he gave me his stuff, go for it. I tried. He did try. And I think the courts have tried all these years. But now I think it's time to do some action. And I think the first thing that we need to do is the planning. Because if we don't fix what's coming up there, it's not going to help us down here. And to me, it's a waste of money if it's still coming because they've done nothing. And we sit and do stuff, it's just going to be for what? I think we need to apply for the CDBG money for sure. I don't know about these two. I don't want to affect, and we don't have money. We know that with everything that's gone. I don't know where you get the money from this. I'm not like you, Jag. I'm not rich in my precinct. And you and Brent. Me and John just don't have as much. So if y'all want to loan us, go ahead. But I don't know where we're going to get this money from. And to me, all areas are just as important. They're all the same. So I think the plan, the strategy is a good strategy, and I think just apply for the CDBG, see if there's anything else that Maria can come up with. And to me, that's a start for us, and we do need to get it done. We need to do construction, but we don't have the funds, I don't think, unless we get grants.
Well, I know there's a GLO money coming due in October, right, Maria?
That's CDBG.
CDBG.
So that's not that far away,
I
Jag.
don't know how much it is. How much is it?
It's 100%. It's 100%
No,
grant.
what's the total amount?
I think he means how much is
It's
in the
up to
pot.
$10 million
There.
in the categories that we're looking
Yeah,
at.
but not for, it won't go all to one area.
We'll probably have a workshop on that. So there's actually several funding pots. There's a Hurricane Harvey competition. We can submit up to 6 applications, up to $100 million each, 3 regional, 3 individual county projects. There's also a May 2015 flooding competition where we can submit up to 2 applications for $10 million each. So there's a lot of potential with CDBG MIT. But again, that's due in October. And we will have to have public hearings, and similar to what we did with CDBG, the disaster recovery money for the county roads, we would be doing that for the mitigation
So
money.
why
But
is
this
it
is $4.3 billion.
Why is it that we can submit 2 for that and here we can't submit 2 for this one? I mean,
That one, it's how it's written into the rules for the CDBG MIT. That's how the GLO had outlined them. Now, there's a lot of little nuances with that funding, which is why we would probably need a workshop to go through all of those requirements. But actually, Blue Bonnet and Petronio would be great for CDBG MIT because there is a low to moderate income component on that particular grant.
well, I don't know, I'll make a motion, we go to 2 and, we go for 2 and 4. If you guys don't want it, don't want it.
Mr. Roth, can I just, one more time try, do you believe that applying for 2 will affect us getting somewhere else, based on your knowledge and your expertise in the water board? I'm not sure I've still gotten that answered yet.
You know, Commissioner, I don't know if I understand when you're saying if we apply for both, it'll affect us getting.
In other words, what I've heard up here is that there's a concern that if we apply for too much, that it could affect our application on the one that we really want, all of them, but on the one that we know we really want, which is the #1 one. So in your expertise, do you believe that by applying for more than one bucket, that it could affect getting something somewhere else?
Well, it wouldn't affect, I want to say, if you're applying to GLO for the CDBG MIT,
No,
I'm not
one-
worried about, but Water
Right.
Development Board, this is my 2 cents. I feel like when you submit this big project saying you want to do planning, like you want to do this regional planning because you really want to have like a good plan in place to do mitigation. Mitigation is like the next step. And so my worry is if you're putting in this very expensive regional planning effort and then you have these isolated projects for specific communities. Not that they're not good projects. I think, my opinion is, I think you're kind of giving off a message of, again, it's kind of the cart before the horse. So it's kind of like, well, then why are you doing this big planning if you're wanting to go out there and start, I don't know, if you're wanting mitigation money? And that's kind of why I was thinking, like, just as a strategy, what if you submitted your application for the Water Development Board planning, not saying these projects aren't needed or the engineering, like, it's all good, I would think. But I would just wait, like, submit the Water Development Board and then come after that and then submit those applications with Maria's help and everything and go for the 100% grant. This is just, again, my 2 cents. And then go for the 100% grant and do that after we've done Water Development Board and put that into the GLO.
And I'm still, thank you, I think.
Does that kind of help?
Well, it kind of helps. I think you're kind of saying that you think it could. I think I'm hearing you think it might affect. I understand your argument on the one hand about, well, why would you do planning and then go for money for other projects? At the same time, the whole world knows that everybody's got drainage problems all the time, and doing the planning first is certainly good, but I wouldn't want to do the plan and wait 3 to 5 years, and I know that's not what we're suggesting, because we know apparently Bluebonnet's bad, and we know the project that Commissioner Jagg's bad, and we know the project. So I don't think it's going to take a plan to tell us that we should go fix those projects, right? Now, how we fix them and how the approach is and what the water flows are, certainly I understand what you're saying on that. Again, trying to understand what this bucket 2 is, I'm hearing all kinds of different numbers, and I don't know where the judge keeps getting this 13% part of that grant, because what I saw in there was at least potentially a 40% getting the grant. But do you agree with what she's saying, that we would only get potentially 13% in bucket 2? Because I'm not understanding that from the presentation. So there's some disconnect. She thinks it's 13. I don't see 13. I don't see how she gets to 13. So can't you potentially get up to 40 or 50 or 60% of that potentially? Even if we don't decide to do this, I just need to understand this number 2.
I agree with the judge. I mean, well, let me back up. My understanding, and again, this is something I have not vetted with Water Development Board, but if you guys are the applicant, they are going to be looking, I would think, looking at county data. That's what I'm doing right now for this Category 1 project. I'm filling out the annual median household income for Nueces County, and I'm doing it on a weighted basis because we have 3 counties involved. For Category 2 projects, my understanding is that the applicant, that they will be looking at your AMHI number for Nueces County, and that number makes you disqualified from any of those percentage of grant money, just because your AMHI is higher.
And so there's a disagreement between you and him, who's also done a lot of this stuff, and he's saying he thinks we could get substantially well more than 13%. So, and what you're saying is you qualify and you say, I haven't verified this, but your understanding is, so how is there such a disconnect between you and him? I guess that's another question I got, because I mean, if there's that big a disconnect, if the judge is hearing from you potentially that all she thinks we can get 13, and he's telling us he thinks we could get 40, 50, or 60%, that's a big disconnect that needs to be reconnected somehow.
It is a big disconnect, and he is looking at the LMI, not the AMHI values, the LMI for that specific community. Let me back up. I'll be honest, I wasn't aware of these projects, so I didn't vet any of this with Water Development Board.
Right.
But I will say, I didn't even really go down the path of trying to find out too much more about Category 2 for you guys, mainly because there's going to be, no matter the amount of grant, you're going to have a loan component. And I've been just trying to look at opportunities that give you 100% grant, so that y'all don't have any loan. That was my
And that's really fair, but
kind of thinking.
But I think the disconnect here is significant enough that we, because if I'm sitting here listening to if I'm Barbara Canales and I believe what she says, which I believe she believes it, I wouldn't want to consider 13% either. But if I'm listening to JJ in the back and he's telling me something completely different, if that knowledge would have been made to the judge, can't speak for her, wouldn't try to, but she might have a whole different impression coming into this meeting on this whole bucket too. And so that's really putting me and really the court at a disadvantage, because if in fact we could, and the judge feels that we can't, and JJ feels like we can, I'm going, okay, what the heck do I believe? Now, to Commissioner Vaughn's point, we don't have any money, right? So whether we can get, we still, even if JJ's right, or whoever's right, that we could get 75%, we'd still have to figure out where to come up with the 25%, which is no easy task either, but it's a heck of a lot easier than 87%, because if she's right, and I believe she thinks she's right, and probably based on the information she has, so I don't know how to rectify this, and what a little kind of puts me and torques me a little bit is, and again, this is nobody's fault, so don't get mad at me, is here we are having to make this decision because we have to decide by June 15th, which is coming up pretty quick, and we got a lot of uncertainties in this. So, and there's no question, I don't have the shovel-ready projects like Commissioner Matas and Commissioner Gonzalez, but I also want to support them where I can too.
So I'm reading the rules, and I mean, JJ, you can come forward, but I do want to move on. But the rules talk about AMHI, and the applicant would be Nueces County. We would not meet the AMHI rules. I'm sorry, the AMHI component. So that's the disconnect, not the rule, not you're going to agree that we don't meet MSA, right?
Yeah, what I was gonna say, Judge, and probably in the interest of time, what we can do is we can go back and rerun the calculation. And I agree with Commissioner Chesney. I mean, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Jack, if it's 30% grant, in fact, I mean, it's really not feasible. You know, if it's 50% or more, it might be something that if I was on your shoes, I would probably look at it. But
that's a good idea. How about
13%, there's no, I mean,
No, and how about this? I mean, could we go back and run the calculations, and if somebody comes up with something that's closer to 75 or 80%, then we can have an emergency meeting if we had to or something, and come back and talk about it, because there's a huge disconnect on this, and so I'd like to know who's right and who's not right, and I'm not meaning that
And it could be a misinterpretation, but like I said, I have the rules in front of me. The rules are put forth in summary in this slide. We should all agree, we do not meet MSA. So take out 10.
Yep.
We don't meet that, okay?
Yep. And
There's debate about AMHI. I don't think we meet that either, okay?
That's the one that's debatable.
Yeah, and I think what you thought, the disconnect, is that you were saying, but Petronila does, Robstown does, but that's not how it works in my mind, because the rule is the applicant's AMHI is taken. So now then you go to 5 and 5 and 3.
If you pick the entire county, you'll definitely put you at a disadvantage.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. We can go back and run the calculation, and if it's something, then, I mean, obviously.
And the other thing might be, maybe Petronila and Robstown need to be the applicants here. Maybe they need to make their own applications real quick, because they would qualify.
Well, the thing, Blue Bonnet is not under the city of Robstown.
It's not, it wasn't annexed.
That's right.
So that's where it gets tricky.
That's what it's all.
Petronila would
So,
work, but not
for the
Robstown.
people in Robstown here, if you don't think that I fight for you guys every day, well, we got a major problem. I thought about this. I begged, we looked at it 100 times. If there is a way to get you what you need, I'm gonna be on the roof of the Nueces County Courthouse to get it for you. This did not meet it.
Me too.
And that's the problem, is that you have to understand the rules, and if there's a disconnect, and to be honest with you, I didn't realize we had this disconnect because I'd already spoken with JJ less than a week ago. But having said that, we have to get to executive session to talk to these folks that need to catch a plane. If you want to go make a phone call, check it out, but I'm telling you, under this right here, if AMHI cannot be met, which I know for a fact Nueces County does not meet it,
It's a good idea.
the highest number you can get is 13%. And there's no way,
And if that's the case, yeah, no.
Judge,
And
hold
that's
on,
the
hold on.
case, that's not gonna work.
Can I make a suggestion? That's a great idea. How about you guys, we got a ton of stuff to do. Why don't y'all go talk, Ms. Roth and you, and do exactly what the judge is suggesting, and go talk to someone who knows the answer. So, because we're sitting there speculating on things that, if it's 13, I'm out. If it's 75, I'd like to talk about it. So I'd like to know what the number is before making a decision. So
And
can
that-
y'all just go talk while we
Fair enough.
we got a ton to do.
60 to 75.
I mean, if it's way up there, that's different. And I think the judge might even, could look at it differently, because I know she's gonna scream
Well,
hard for Rouse County.
I would look at it differently. Of course I would, but because I'd already looked at it,
Can we
you
table,
know-
then can we make, can I make a motion to table this discussion for later in this meeting, so
Mm-hmm.
that the two of them can go talk and call the Water Development Board, blah, blah, blah? Is that okay?
Okay, so we have a motion to table in a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. And by the way, the table is for a few hours.
Correct.
Or an hour, or whenever we can get an
End of the
answer.
meeting, whenever we can get.
It's not a
whenever-
table forever.
Right, correct.
And, okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Laura, I know, I see a lot of people, good people here waiting to visit with us.
I gotta eat.
I need to get into executive session to visit with True North. And I know Johnny was here, and John's here. You good on time, Judge? All righty. I'm going to give notice here at, the time is 1:57, that we're going to go into executive session at this time. It's authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. And of course, we have authority to do so under the sections of that code, and those sections are 55107.1, 72, 73, 74, 745, 76, and 86. There's a variety of reasons to go into executive session, and one today is to discuss security devices, but there are many others. They're all listed. They're including personnel, county advisory boards, economic development, et cetera. Upon completion, we'll come back into an open session and take any appropriate action as needed. And again, I'm gaveling us out at 1:58 for the clerk. Grab some lunch. And mics are now off.
Yeah, really, Brant.
Great. Hello, everybody. We're back on the record. We just came out of executive session, and if anyone's tuning in, or it's hard to believe you'd be with us all day long, but welcome back. And we don't have any action to take, but executive session was very important and very fruitful, and now we're back, and so we're getting back into our agenda. And just because it'd be nice to, finish what we left off, it's my understanding that we might have some information, and the information that I have can maybe be confirmed. I think Susan already left, but JJ's here. But JJ, this is what I got. I got one piece of information about Petronila, and if they would need to apply, since they are designated as a city, but they would only qualify for 15% grant and would need a $3.8 million loan. Nueces County would have to apply for Bluebonnet, but would need to look at the AMHI data because it's not in the city of Robstown. Is that correct?
Yeah, I kind of putting it up, I'll pull up the definition of what they define as.
No.
Okay, but just so we can go on to Bluebonnet, do you agree that the Petronila's maximum is 15%?
As far as Petronila, if they apply on their own, they don't have the funding or the.
Yeah, they don't have the funding.
So if
And-
we,
It would have to be through the county.
And if we went through the county, the maximum we could get would be the 13%.
No, you could get the, as far as what the definition on the intended use plan is, the average, median household income is for the project area. So they do define it in the plan that it says it's the average household income of the project area.
Okay, but then I got here that, let me back up, that Petronila's AMHI is only $7,000 more than Nueces County.
Yeah, but, Petronila, I think it's the highest, like 66.
Right.
66,000, I'm sorry.
So, in other words, Petronila's not gonna get there for us.
Petronila might not, once we evaluate it all, it might not meet that.
Right.
so what are, okay, I can't
So-
understand. I don't know if I can't hear him real well. So
Well,
what
I
are
think you need to get your mic
Yeah, so
on.
what are you saying we could get out
So-
of two at the max on each project? I just need to know.
Let's take it
that.
one at a
Yeah,
time.
something that I can sink my,
Yeah, I think it's on, but, oh, there you go. Hello. Yeah.
So the information I got, Commissioner Chesney just wants to talk about one at a time. So
Yeah,
on
I'll say the
Petronila, what is the maximum that we could get on Petronila?
percentage.
Percentage wise, I don't think it can get the 40%, it'll be less than that. So we'll have to do like a full blown evaluation and all that on the, as far as what percentage it could get. But right now, we're looking at it, Bluebonnet will get a higher percentage because they will be under the Robstown medium household income.
So,
But
so
so
does- you
Petronila
can-
will be higher, they have a higher income.
So do y'all
than
agree on this? I can't hear you, sorry.
Okay, let's just take Petronila one at a time. I'm trying to find some consensus
And I'm trying to
here.
find, yeah, what you agree on.
Yeah.
Give me that,
On
please.
Petronila, what I was given is that the city would qualify for 15% at most, and if we did it, their AMHI is only $7,000 more than Nueces County's AMHI. So back on I've got to get my screen up on the.
Yeah, so you would have to go lower on the AMHI percent. that
Well,
you- that
but
you pay.
Nueces doesn't make any of the AMHI.
Wait, hold on. What do you two agree on? That's all I want to know. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, well, what are we here for again?
That's what they were doing.
Wait, hold on. Have y'all sat down and talked about this?
No, I was.
Okay, then why are we here again? I thought we were waiting on the two of y'all to talk and see if y'all could come to a consensus on the rules. Is that not what I thought I made a motion to do?
It's on page
Okay, well, then I don't think Judge, with all due respect, can they go back outside again until we?
Yeah.
And we can move on? Y'all need
Look,
to go talk.
here's what we're trying to
I don't mean to be
do.
rude, but I mean,
Is
it's 4 o'clock.
let me go to another subject matter. What we need to do is, all we're trying to figure out is what the maximum grant is for Petronila and what the maximum grant would be for Bluebonnet if Nueces County was the applicant. Now, let's all agree that if Petronila was the applicant, they would not qualify, they would not be able to do it. So let's put that on the shelf. You're in agreement with that?
Yeah, they don't have the funding.
Okay, now go and figure out if Petronila can be what the apps, okay, go ahead.
You, Sorry, y'all. What I would, well, for Petronila, because they are, kind of the change in the situation is looking at Water Development Board data. I just went through and looked at kind of the census data that they have online available for these applications. Petronila is classified as their own city, so they wouldn't, Water Development Board would not be looking for you guys to submit this for the city because they are a city. And cities and counties apply for this. So looking at the grant percentage of what Petronila would qualify for, and really quick, it's not LMI values. They're looking only at AMHI. That's the difference.
So do y'all agree on Petronila or not?
In Petronila, they would only get a 15% grant at the most is what they would qualify for based on their values. And so if they would like to
No. If we apply,
finance-
no, I can't,
Oh,
if we applied, what would?
Water Development Board would not want you to apply on behalf of Petronila because they are a city.
Is that right? Is that right? Do you agree?
I would have to check on that.
Okay, so y'all gotta go back. I'm sorry, I don't mean to do this, but y'all gotta go, we all still don't agree on anything.
Well, and really quick,
I'm not
I
trying
mean, I'm so sorry, these are not my projects, and I'm just trying to like look at
Right.
information at
I know
here
you
the
are.
last.
No,
I apologize.
No, but
what
I
if-
mean, you were
what if-
caught off guard, and that's why I thought we sent y'all off to go look and check and talk and come back. That was what I think.
Well, I
my
guess I
motion
think
was.
she went and talked to Water Development Board.
I checked with Water Development Board, and if you're a county, and, I mean, if an entity is not a city or they don't have a way of applying, like if they're located, say, like in the county, then the county would need to be the jurisdictional entity to apply on their behalf because they're not a city. But if they are a city, they need, Water Development Board's gonna go and look at their AMHI value, which is listed for the city of Petronila. You look at their AMHI value, and their AMHI is actually $7,000 more than Nueces County. And Nueces County didn't qualify. Petronila definitely doesn't qualify for any of those AMHI grant numbers. I went through and looked at their other values, and they only qualify for 15% grant. The project is, and again, I'm just looking at this quickly here today, their grant, the project's about 4.7 million. They're gonna maybe, they'll get a 15% grant, at the best, and then they would probably need to take out a loan for 3.8 million. And if they're only a town of 143 people is what the census shows, I personally would say, I would not recommend this. There's no way 143 people can
Yeah.
support that debt service.
I agree with you.
And I would do a CDBG grant CDBG MIT, because I was visiting with Maria, and they look at LMI values, whereas Water Development Board is not.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Okay, but now,
But we
unfortunately, my area is not just Petronila, what we're trying to work on. I got Tierra Grande right next door to it. Tierra Grande is a colonia.
Oh,
So,
okay, that's a
uh,
different,
Yeah,
yeah.
so that, if I can't do Petronila, I'll do Tierra Grande, and we already have all the plans for Tierra Grande. And we all have, also trying to get detention ponds there in Tierra Grande. So, I'm not just saying here Petronila is my problem, I got problems all over. But, I'm just thinking if Tierra Grande is a colonia, we should qualify for it, with Nueces County.
Right. And the problem is that we don't have the backup documentation, for that right this second here at 410. If you want to, we can let them talk about that and come back. But what was on the board was Petronila, and that's why I have Susan, here, because she is the Water Development Board expert. And I really do think that we've got to be able to have, again, had we not had this discussion, we might have gone forward with a grant that was completely not the best for the county. So, and again, it's very important, if they're not going to let the county do that for Petronila, that one's a goner. So let's just move on from that one.
I agree. Yeah,
We'll look at Tierra Grande.
So let's go to Bluebonnet though, because that one's next on the radar.
And Bluebonnet, what I want to say is, and this is what I just confirmed with Juan and Maria, that I wasn't sure if Bluebonnet was considered in Robstown's city limits, and we could, and they were able to confirm that they are not in Robstown city limits. So since they're not in Robstown, we can't look at the Robstown city data. The Robstown city data is great. I mean, they would get practically almost like a 51% grant if it was located in Robstown, but it's not. So what I was trying to kind of share is that what Water Development Board, because they're not looking at LMI values, they're doing strictly AMHI, and they have the data broken out by census tracts. So what I would recommend is taking the subdivision for Bluebonnet, overlay it on a census tract map so you can figure out which census tracts you need to look at. And then Water Development Board will have you do you just need to do a weighted average of those census tracts looking at the AMHI values because they have the data for each census tract, like they have the AMHI, they have the population, they have the unemployment. So you would just need to go through, it's just an exercise that needs to be done that I can't do right now.
And so as we sit here
So
today.
I don't know how much grant.
As we sit
I
here
don't know.
today, you can't say what it is, right?
I agree with that.
So that's the problem with Bluebonnet. Okay,
Another aspect, also real quick, is because we just jumped into this project too with last Tuesday or Wednesday or so we were just gathering data and everything. So another important aspect that we haven't talked about is that even if you were to approve it today, we still have to run a cost-benefit analysis. If that cost-benefit analysis doesn't pass 1.1, I believe, then it'll be nonsense to submit it because we won't we'd match it. So it's still, I mean, I'm sorry, but it's kind of like we're working as we go here, just trying to meet the deadline. So that's another factor, Judge, that,
Right.
that even if we were to approve it.
So are you guys okay if we move on and just work on the mitigation, or it's y'all's precincts?
I would rather wait till October, to be honest with you. I mean,
Okay.
Even if JJ's saying 50% or so, and we don't know the exact number,
Yeah.
it's not worth it. It's just not. I mean,
It's
let's
not.
just work towards October. I think we all need to have a workshop and spend a day of prioritizing and really
Right.
figuring out our strategies so we can all hopefully focus on our neighborhoods
Right.
and our areas that we feel are important and go from there.
agreed.
I agree. I'll give you-
Okay, go ahead,
Oh, I was
Susan.
gonna say, JJ and I were just talking, we agree.
better quit while
as-
you're ahead,
We,
just
okay,
kidding.
we agree, we agree, and it's, yeah, and Commissioner, I appreciate you mentioning, Moderate, about just with your district or your precinct, because that project, it's only 1.3 million for Bluebonnet. And since we don't know the percent grant, and at this point, I'm just so worried that this little project could jeopardize or not, it just could send a mixed message about our big,
Right.
2.25 million. I'm just a little concerned.
We're going to get the right project. We really will. The right funding sources for these projects. Okay, on number 7, on number 7,
Just move to table.
motion to table.
Joe, is that okay?
Table, yeah.
All right, motion second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign.
That's Gonzalez's motion to table. So
I know
just-
it,
No,
for
no,
the
I want to make
clerk.
sure, because
I'm
it's his
sorry.
precinct. No,
Yeah,
I
I think the clerk just needs to be
Right.
told that. All right, so let's go to JJ's,
Okay. Thank you all for working on that.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much. Thank you.
so, really, I need to go back in order because people have been waiting here all day. And, I've got Johnny Hip here from the hospital district and John Martinez here, chairman, sorry, just saw you, Judge. John Martinez, chairman of the board of the hospital district. And we have a discussion about the Medical Examiner Office Site Selection Committee and its proposed new location. And so you'll recall that this is a project that is inside our capital improvement plan. And what we did was the court hired the Smith Group several months back, last fall. And the Smith Group has completed their assessment, and all of the commissioners have been provided a nice bound copy of that assessment. And so now the next part of it was the court declared a site selection committee, and then that committee met, and today we're here to report our findings. And we don't have the Smith Group on, do we? We do, great. Boy. I bet you. Good afternoon. Nice to see you again, Chris. Let's roll that volume down just a bit.
Which one are we on?
Chris, no pressure, but you need to do your best editing here on summary. But what we want you to do is to run through those great slides that you have. And let me just allay everybody's fears. The purpose of today is to show you how we get to the next step. This doesn't mean that we have identified a funding source for this building. It does not mean that we have identified all the questions that quite frankly need to be answered, but you can't get there unless you know where and what you're gonna build. And the where part is what we were hoping to answer today. And I don't want you to think we're catching Mr. Hip and Judge Martinez off guard. We had the opportunity to meet with them via Zoom with Chris Knorr and the team from the Smith Group, so they know what's coming, and it was with their blessing that we moved to today's agenda item. So I just want you to know that they have discussed it, but they wanted to hear from us. Depending on what happens here, they're gonna go back to their board and put it on an agenda item, depending on how that goes. So, take it away, Chris.
All right, great. Thank you, Judge, and thank you everyone for having me today. About how long, I know that this has been a long day for everyone. Do you have a feeling for how long you would like me to go over and how much detail that we get into?
I would say leave the detail out, because what we're really looking for is the location, the options. Let's talk location, let's talk the options, and let's talk about some of the issues that were brought up. Everything from, neighborhood to economic development, some of the things that we highlighted. If you'll allow me to be conductor, I'll let you play the instrument. Let's go ahead and go.
Oh, that was cute.
So thank you again. What I wanted to do is just briefly give you a little bit of background on why the facility is where it is and about how large it is. So many of you likely know that the medical examiner serves the county, Nueces County, but it also serves a very large geographic area in southern Texas, about a 100-mile radius, which is very appropriate for a maximum radius based on national standards. So it's really a regional asset for public health, and one that, as was mentioned earlier in many of the other speakers, or at least many other speakers noted that your population is growing, and it's growing quite fast. So the demand on the facility is going to be even greater. Based on a number of conversations with users, with the medical examiner staff, we looked at the medical examiner's needs, a potential expansion for toxicology in both staffing and use, and investigations. However, that future program for toxicology was decided that would be something that would need further discussion within the county. And at this point, it's not necessarily recommended that that's a component we move forward with, that the county move forward with, which would give the building about a 29,000 square foot footprint. So in order to understand how the building organizes and the site for that matter, we go through a process called the perfect diagram. We want to know how the spaces relate to each other. We were able to do that virtually with the users this time to be able to understand what their required adjacencies are and make sure that we understand security and entry points. Developed their specific perfect diagram, so it may look a little bit messy, but if you get into it, it actually gives a lot of information on how the building may be organized. From that, we build a bubble diagram that shows the primary spaces and their relationships based on that perfect diagram. And after that, we get into how the site is organized and the flow through the site. We looked at 3 different options that were without a specific location in order to understand where they felt the building organization would be. Option 1 was a 2-building scenario with administration and the morgue separated. Option 2 provided a more rectilinear space with a linear flow. And option 3 was how you would fit that onto a potentially square site, one that would require the building to be a little more compact. In the end, the users appreciated the general layout and flow for the exterior on the option 2. So we incorporated a few of the aspects they felt positively about on the other options in order to come up with a idealized site, something that was about 300 feet by 500 feet with different entrances for staff, visitors, and decedents. placed that onto that idealized site in order to understand a little bit more about what's happening. For instance, here at the front lobby, trying to promote entry sequence so that people know when they're coming to this building where they should be going to, and then being able to set a secure perimeter around all those elements that really need to be isolated from the public and public view to be good neighbors. Here, swinging around to the back side of the site, you can see a flow for decedent entry and exit, and then also for a mass fatality zone where trailers can be parked in the event that they're needed. So based on those discussions and a number of discussions, or a couple of discussions with a group of members from the Commissioner's Court, Commissioner Vaughn and Judge Canales and others, we talked a little bit more about what happens on the existing hospital district site. The existing ME, medical examiner facility, is tucked over here on the western portion of the overall site, surrounded with a red dashed line. We looked at that idealized site, how it might fit in two positions on the overall campus. One of the first option, I should say, provided good access both to 25th Street and a nice visibility from Hospital Boulevard. The main detractor for that site test fit was that part of Hospital Boulevard would have to be closed and the complexities that come with that and dealing with the city. The second option oriented the building north and south, with Hospital Boulevard being maintained and Buford Street also maintaining as kind of the area where service entrance would be made, similar to what's happening with the hospital today. But it also gives some other opportunities with the new asset, with the new clinic building that's on the eastern portion of the site. How would Hospital Boulevard maintain its prominence and actually increase that prominence? And our team felt like it would be an opportunity to be able to establish a number of parcels that would march their way down Hospital Boulevard, allowing for the medical examiner to be one of those parcels, opening the center for better use of potentially in the future a larger building or larger occupancy if necessary. It also would preserve a drive aisle to be able to maintain the existing medical examiner. As when that construction is occurring, we want to make sure that we're maintaining operations for the medical examiner and staff. So moving in a little bit closer, the overall footprint would be approximately 300 feet by that same 500 feet as mentioned before. So this site fits quite well as far as in relation to the idealized site. Maintaining the existing medical examiner here, and their drive would be sequenced. So the construction of the parking zone on the west side would be a secondary component that would happen after the building were occupied and the medical examiner were shifted over. Some of the benefits of this site were that visitor parking would be off of Hospital Boulevard near the main visitor entrance. There would be a space for a toxicology expansion to the east, along with the potential utilization of retention for a potential pathway and wellness area. The benefit to providing a screened yard at the rear of the building would be able to be a good neighbor, one for all the residential components there, and really clean up that back side of the site. Right now, it appears that there are a number of smaller, more service style uses, and putting a wall up wouldn't necessarily be something that would be seen negatively if it's landscaped well. So again, trying to move into a three-dimensional view of what the building might look like on the site. Having a prominent visitor entry near Hospital Boulevard, something that would start to set up a dialogue that was close to the new clinic building, hopefully. Separating the mechanical units that are going to be likely a roof-mounted unit toward the back, away from that entry, to make the building scaled more toward the visitor, the human, but also allowing for a taller vertical space for the autopsy area in the back due to the needs that it has. At the rear of the building, again, trying to maintain that secure decedent entry and exit. The alignment of the mass fatality trailers has been placed off of the street running to the north, allowing for secure parking for staff, but then also an open air, a non-secure access to the trash so that medical examiner staff don't need to take out the trash the specific day and hour of the pickup. In the end, the site would allow for the return of the existing medical examiner and parking zone back to the hospital district. Another opportunity would be that some of that existing parking could be utilized for the medical examiner, and the building could shift to the west slightly so that you can be a little more tight to the existing residential apartment buildings to the west, preserving a little bit more room for the hospital district. But that doesn't mean that it specifically needs to be that way. The site could be platted today and remain as shown, and another property could be available for hospital district use. So I know I moved very fast. Are there any questions or thoughts on what was presented?
You did good. This is a time, just hang with us for a second. Johnny, would you mind coming up and explaining the relationship of the ownership of the land? Talk about the platting. You're just being super proactive on platting. And then maybe talk about Christus's relationship and some of the things that,
Tyner, I think you're muted right now.
Okay, sorry.
There we go.
Kind of give us some
No,
of the things that we brought forth.
Sure. Commissioners, just to answer one thing to help you get oriented to the property about where Chris is talking about. If you've been here a while, you may recall that at one time there were the Samaritan clinics on the hospital district property. And essentially, this is the location of where the Samaritan clinics used to be. The area Chris mentioned is currently parking lots and concrete slabs that are left over from the clinics. The clinics were demolished about 30 years ago. So there are two things that when we had the call yesterday, I just wanted to let the judge and everyone know on the selection committee. One, the property that is identified by Chris, the one that's currently shown on the screen, is leased by the hospital district to Spawn, and we will need to extract that portion of the property from the leased assets list. And so I think Juan's working on getting the meets and bounds for that if this proceeds. The other one is that the hospital district is in the final steps of platting for the first time the memorial property. Back when the hospital was built and all this time before, it was not required that the property be platted. And so the hospital district has been on a 2-year process now, which will be finished in about a month or so, getting that property platted for the first time. So essentially, in order to meet the city's platting requirements, we had to do some additional infrastructure in the ground, sidewalks, fire hydrants, those kind of things. And so that property should be ready to go. If the property is used for this purpose, we'll need to take one additional step with the city, a small step to get that portion platted one more time, because I think the original platting contemplated something else than what would be going on there. So back to the lease, it'll probably take us a couple of months to get that done once we get the meets and bounds and have the description of it. And it's likely, or not likely, but we could, if the county wants to proceed this way, just to amend the existing lease we have to add this additional space. So the part that Chris has marked out on the red X there, I think there was in the conversation expressed yesterday some interest in maintaining that property for other reasons. It would be difficult for the district to use that property once the new ME building is put there, because the thing to the furthest west is a fence. And so basically that area would be shut off. So we wouldn't contemplate that that this would get in the way of any further development of the property, whichever direction we go with that.
So we haven't made a commitment to doing this because we don't know how much it's going to cost. And I think the last time, if I remember right, we kind of voted to go see what we could find out about a space or stuff like that. Location and things like that. So obviously a lot has been done based on that draft that we all got and everything that's moving forward. So I guess at what point do we come to that, like, okay.
We're almost there.
Okay, because I don't want to, I feel like a lot of time has gone into this and a lot of energy, and obviously probably a good deal of initial funds, not anything horrible or anything. So I just, like I said, I'm just kind of curious, where do we get to a point where?
Where are we going from here?
Yeah, because it was a pretty big price tag
And I'm
on
gonna
this
take
thing.
one little step backwards,
Okay.
just to kind of finish it up for Chris's purposes, but the site selection committee was myself, Commissioner Vaughn, Tyner, help me out, guys, missing Michael, procurement, and Juan from Public Works. And we did spend a lot of time on this, but the way we got here was the court approved the Smiths Group assessment. Like I said, please take you got lots of weekend work, but take that home, because what you're gonna see is that as we've grown and as our region has grown, the necessity for a medical examiner's office or forensic institute has become one of these urgents, not, we talked earlier about needs versus wants. So to get to your point, Commissioner Chesney, is that we are now ready to say, okay, how could we get to the next step? Well, the first is to identify where this location would be. And we did evaluate 3 other locations, just so you know, and they were mainly eliminated because there's nothing like free land, so to speak.
No, I think I think
Yeah.
y'all done a great job on the location. I mean, it makes sense.
And it's not free, Johnny,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's almost, Johnny. $1 a
That's pretty
year. I
free,
know,
yeah.
it's
No,
not
I-
free, though.
No, I think y'all done wonderful on that. I just remember, I know that.
Right.
That's, just the
So-
price tag scares me a little, and I'd like to start having
Right.
some discussions on
Yes,
where
so-
we're going on that.
So I was hoping we could have a little workshop on that with other big items that are coming up. But if you kind of want a little teaser for right now, because the Smith Group knows a lot about this, is that because this building is spec'd at about 35,000 square feet, I'm sorry, Chris, what is it? Close?
It would be a maximum of 35,000 square feet if the county decides to incorporate the toxicology space, about 29,000 square feet otherwise.
Okay,
29,000.
so let's kind of go somewhere between 29 and 35. We do not have a regional toxicology lab, and so there's some revenue models that need to be run as to what would happen if we could have our own lab and everybody was using us, and we would be able to charge for those services rather than sending them off-site, third-party. And again, we could only do this if we did a new building. Okay, so if we did this, one of the things that we talked about, by the way, just to remind the audience and everybody, Smith Group is building, probably is one of the most, well-known national architectural groups that are working in this space, this arena of medical examiner forensic institutes. And currently, Chris, you're building how many? 4, 5?
Yeah, so we have a number of projects underway, 3 that are currently under construction and 1 more that will be starting soon. Yeah.
So it's great to be able to talk to someone who's can not only just assess you, but also who has intimate knowledge on how to build these types of buildings. And so one of the things that we've discussed is a design, build, finance procurement. And that would be new for the county, but it would be probably very well suited for our county. Under that model of an RFP, we would ask companies, entities to submit bids that would allow us to design, them bid it, and then finance it on a third party, either through a team approach or through themselves. Sometimes people are fully integrated, sometimes they decide to create the team approach, that's usually how I've seen it. And it's a very good mechanism for a political jurisdiction. So what we've done is had that preliminary discussion, so that's the teaser ahead of a workshop, is that we could not afford it right now, but what we could afford is to probably pay for design, because design is usually 10 to 12% of the cost of the building, and we could do that through COs, current COs, pay for the design,
But.
and then finance it.
And what do you think the 10% would be? I mean, that.
Well, if I did it on, I'm just gonna throw out a number, $16 million building,
I was afraid you were gonna say,
Okay.
okay, so you're.
then that would be around 1.6 million.
60 million?
Hey,
Wait,
don't
wait,
you, aren't you in the title business?
Wait. Did
Don't
say-
you know
wait,
that stuff
wait,
costs
Did
money?
you say 60 million?
No, 1.6.
Oh, my gosh.
16.
I was thinking, where'd you come? Okay, never mind. I thought you said 60. I was like, oh my.
Bring the hearing aids out.
No,
Okay.
please, really. I'm okay with that. Okay.
Okay,
No, I'm okay
so
with that. I'm just-
16.
60 is a little better.
I have a little lisp working, so 16. And so under design, build, finance, a third party would agree to finance the remainder of, well, all of the construction, and then we would lease back from them over time. So it's a way of financing over time at great interest rates right now, and there's a very good chance there are many companies that would want to do this. Why would they want to do this? Well, they love working for political jurisdictions because we are.
Good risk.
We are good risk. We pay our bills. And it helps us because we don't have to appropriate or allocate all those funds at once. And so again, I'm afraid that you can't get out of the business of the medical examiner's line of work. This is a fact of life.
No, Judge, I think we way overdue with this kind of building. We need it, and I think that, the toxicology room probably will come right after that, or even before that. But I think, I've always thought that the services we provide to the other areas should always bring in some money.
Yeah, it
You know,
should.
and especially we have the lab there, I think that we're talking about maybe pay for half of it as we go along, but I mean, I think a time is now to really look at something like this here.
And we need to talk to the auditors about the revenue models, because there has been some, I'm gonna say, interesting models used in the past where the way our pathologists bill third parties and what we get back versus what they get back. And it's time to modernize everything so that it's good for everybody. So anyway, there's that piece of it, but I think that what we need to bring to you is Michael is gonna really have to have his work cut out, but I think he likes new and exciting ways of doing things. And so it's gonna kind of be upon him and Juan to sit with the Smith Group and kind of get to, and the county attorneys.
We already have templates. We have templates.
And, yeah, they have templates. We already have things working. But the reason we wanted the hospital district to come is based on all we really wanted to make sure this agenda item addressed is, can the site selection committee make a recommendation, and we do, I do, or Carolyn, would you? We do on the behalf of the committee to the court to say, if we were to build this building, this is a site that we believe is in the best interest of the county. And with that, if the court will vote on that, then Mr. Hipp and Judge Martinez can then take it from there, because we can't do anything until the hospital district says, we choose to lease our land to you, and they have to jump through some hoops with Christus in order to get that accomplished. So, once we make sure that the title pieces is clear, then we could, in short order, look for a method of procurement that would satisfy our financial needs, our design needs. And by the way, I just throw that out. We could roll all of it into a financial plan, Commissioner Chesney. The reason I like to say, it's like a mortgage, you should always put something down. Why, but we don't have to. We can use the method of procurement to allow us to do that. But what I like about us paying for design is that means we control design, right? We control that piece of
And you're ready
it.
to go too, once you get it going.
And then you're
Do
shovel-ready.
you have to pick the option on there? Because it's a different.
No, today it's just, oh, yes, thank
We
you,
do,
Carolyn.
it's a
We
different
do have
portion.
we have option 1 and option 2. Option 1, remember, had some impediments for Hospital Boulevard. This is option 2, running, thank you, Chris. Go ahead and put that back up. That's option 1.
So what does the site selection committee recommend? Which one?
Carolyn?
Two was
Option 2, running north and south.
Okay, without committing to
Good
whether,
call, good call.
without committing.
Yeah, this is no commitment.
Without committing to doing it, I would move that we accept the selection committee's
Second.
recommendation, but that's not my commitment to do it. It's just moving forward and get going.
If there were a super friend that said, Mr. Qualifier,
just-
I would
you know
make
what?
you that cape.
I just am not there yet. I'm
I'm
not
so
off
good
board.
with
I'm just
that.
not-
I'm so good with that.
I'm not off board. I'm just not on board
I know,
yet.
it's great.
I've still gotta think
But the
about this.
point, thank you for your motion. Tyner, did you want to
Well,
say
I
something?
was just going to suggest, we didn't set this up for action today. We need to bring the feasibility study back to court, and we plan on finalizing.
Okay, that's fine.
And we're actually going to present this to the hospital district.
On the
On the
24th.
24th.
Okay,
as
so
well, to
today
get
was
their
a
feeling.
preliminary to let
Just
the hospital
preliminary.
district know what we were thinking. Okay, that's fair enough.
Okay, I withdraw my motion.
Second,
Okay.
draw my second.
Very nice of me to
And-
make that motion.
And just as a reminder, we will have that joint session on June 24th. Thanks for being here all day. It'll be here at the Central Jury Room, and we're going to be discussing behavioral health, and it's going to be an amazing session. Another one of our first ever, really great. I mean, for the public, I would think that's really exciting. But Judge John, I just want to say, thanks for being a part of this effort, because we know that there's a lot that obviously you can do with your health center here. And we think that this begins the it's the begin of the begin, so to speak, to your complex that is the future of this space. The space is gonna change, and we think it's gonna change for the better. We didn't talk about it, but do you want to address some of the things that we did talk about with regards to the neighborhood and some of the things that we were interested in? I don't know if you want to mention that real quick, like that we were committed to going to the neighborhood, and you were really you thought that was a good idea.
Plus, you've sat here all day. You
I
ought
just
to
thought you
talk.
should say
For
one word,
sakes,
man.
You know,
One
come
word.
on.
I appreciate that. Yes, we are committed to going to the neighbors. We're not adding anything that's not already there. You know, obviously, the medical examiner is already in that location, but it is a much more significant building. And I think that when you look overall at what's being done with this property, you know, you've got the Hector P. Clinic on the one side. That's a beautiful facility. You've got Memorial coming down, and, you know, I think that having this other facility on the other end is gonna make a big difference to the community, especially to the west side, to this community. The things that we're putting in there, it's very thoughtful what's going in and how it's gonna affect it. And also, there's another beautiful building that's gonna go in on this property. So hopefully, you know, in 10 years, we're gonna see all this property filled with great things for our county, and for our area. So, I think the selection committee did a good spot, even if there are other spots in the community, you know, with the expansion that's being done with the New Harbor Bridge. Everything kind of comes into this area right here, so it's easy to get to from all areas, whether you're coming from Laredo or coming south or coming in from Victoria. This is a very good location, which is easily accessible to all those places. So I'm happy to be a part of this. Thank you for including me, and I look forward to working with the county and the hospital district and seeing what we can do.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Okay, great. So Tyner, no action, but I think that gives them the direction that they need to go. And good thinking on that plating, because that could have really hindered us. And now we've got that behind us, and so that's great. And for our friends from Austin, Texas in the audience, the Smith Group is the same people that built the Travis County Forensic Institute. So, you know, if you saw that architecture, you know how beautiful that architecture is. And every space has to have an element that you say, I'm adding to the neighborhood. If you're going to invade someone's space, you need to think about how you're affecting that space. And so I think that's a really positive comment on the Smith Group. Chris, we're gonna let you run, but the commissioners have your big packet, and we're gonna let them contact you. We're gonna let them ask questions through Tyner. I know you'll make yourself available, and there's next steps, and we're gonna work on those next steps with Juan, with procurement, because we're gonna have to figure out what options are available to us and how we get there. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for this opportunity.
Appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you,
All
sir.
righty,
Thank
all right.
you.
Going through, we're now at number 4. Let me give you some good news. After number 4, we get to skip straight to number 8, 9, and 10, and then we're done. I'm going to table number 11 as a parting gift to all of you today.
Motion to table.
I don't feel like arguing. Okay. All right. Number 4 is, when I said our friends from Austin, Jeff Barton's here with us, with his colleague, who he will introduce. They are part of Dandy Planning LLC, GAP Strategies. You all approved their selection and procurement some courts ago, but it took a little while. They've worked out a contract, negotiated contract with our county attorney, and before us today is the execution of that. Let me tell you that just to remind everybody, it's in your packet, but it relates to the coordination and planning for the abandoned Harbor Bridge right-of-way. Jeff's here. In the interest of time, you've been here all day. You should at least get to say 5 words. But Laura, just tell us, this contract is ready to go and is submitted for the court's approval. And I'll make the motion just for the housekeeping.
Second.
And a second, and then we'll let us, if I were you, I'd just let us vote, but you know how that is.
We can just let them vote. That's good.
Okay,
No, no.
look at, see?
Yeah.
Take it easy,
Call the
right?
question.
Take it run.
Yeah, no.
I'll call for the question, then you can say something. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Jeff,
Commissioners, we look forward to working with you.
that is spoken like a old commissioner. Thank you. Got a lot of good work to do.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate you.
Did you get a chance in the interim to meet Mr. Breyer?
We got a chance to speak, Commissioner,
Great,
Judge, and
yeah.
we're gonna be meeting on Friday.
That was worth the wait. That's great. We got to put everybody's minds together. Thank you. We're going to skip on then to number 8. And JJ, tell us about the Nueces County Mobile Command Center.
Hello again, Judge Commissioners.
Hello.
Greg here has a presentation real quick.
Okay,
and
Greg.
It's just, yeah, he's right behind me. And
Tyner's gonna get it.
about to put it in, and this is a emergency command center that we're designing for y'all. We were able to already find a container and a trailer. We find those through one of the government surplus sites in Fort Worth. We had priced the container and the trailer at about $20-some thousand, and we were able to get them for y'all for like $3,200 or something like that. And
This was the famous Judge Jag and Edward trip in the middle of COVID?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it was the COVID Fort Worth and back.
The COVID Fort Worth and back, I told him, don't stop.
Fort Worth and
Don't
back in
fight.
10 hours.
Don't even gas up. Just get there and get back.
Well.
I know they had to gas, but,
Just so you know, Judge, yeah, Edward did not get off the car at all.
okay,
I
good.
had to put gas. And I had to use the restroom. So.
Yeah. Well,
I'll
so
leave
you got
y'all
us
with
a
it.
good deal, and also
yeah.
the funding source of that was Commissioner Gonzalez, so we
Commissioner,
want to make sure that we pay homage there.
Yep.
And then, so the next piece of it is about the design. So
So
we own this trailer,
Yes.
and now we want to fix it so that it become a mobile emergency operations center.
We have a design already.
Yeah, you have the
I'm
picture.
sorry, you've done the design.
Yes.
Right.
And you have the picture of the trailer
it.
there on the presentation, so you can
Okay,
see it on your
great.
screen. And that was actually sitting at our yard right now because they brought it from Fort Worth, but it got here on a weekend, actually on a Sunday. So we just told them, go ahead and drop it off at the site. So now whenever you're ready, we can move it to where you need it.
We had it painted and put a new roof on it.
Yep.
Great.
I'll leave you all with Greg.
Thanks,
I know
Greg.
I've never been here for.
Yes, next slide. Next slide. Hi, my name is Greg Fuso. I'm an architect with ICE. We are building this in coordination with the ICS, needs for be able to, promote a remote EOC. And I do have experience with EOCs because Juan and I built one down in Kennedy County a long time ago. And I was on the emergency board with Texas A&M Corpus Christi when I was working there. Next slide. Now what we project is that any number of any different types of commands will be able to take this trailer with its already built-in container and be able to park it somewhere during an event, be able to utilize the ability to go out and look at things that are happening, remote, instead of going remotely. And usually what happens is that you'll notice that data and electricity go out in certain events, and this gives them an opportunity to go to an air-conditioned space to be able to relay information back to command center, wherever that may be, that they might locate this EOC in the county. Next slide, please. Technically, what it is where we have a container in which we're going to build all these interior items. We are going to have a remote generator and also a water and effluent system. That means being able to supply for the kitchen and the bathrooms, because we are envisioning 3-day parking wherever the site might be. In other words, they just live there for a while, for 24 hours until the event is over. Most really important, we do have a very good air conditioning system. During an event, especially during the summer, it's going to get hot. It is a metal container. It will get hot. One of the neat things about metal containers is they are naturally impact resistant. So in that way, it can take any sort of bullet type of thing and impact and be okay. Next slide, please.
Before you go back to the next slide, let me just see
Sure.
that ramp there's really gonna be a ramp that goes underneath the trailer. You'll be able to pull it out and it'll be a ramp.
A lot of these components we can use from RV type of components. That's the beauty of it is mostly things we can pull off the shelf from somewhere. That's how we're gonna save money, we believe. The slide shows you just in interiors about what it is that we're looking at. We have basically just ports where you can come in with a laptop, communicate with the main command. We have a small kitchenette where they can get snacks and be able to live out there for a while. We have small bunks that we expect them that they can get a rest, you know, in case they have to go in 24-hour shifts. We have a shower. We have a bathroom with fully manned toilet and lavatory. And we have a small office command that can also serve as a meeting room. Okay, next page. And here's the important part. How much is it gonna cost? We have a retail value. Okay, this only means how much we know, how much it costs based on a new facility. But we fully expect during the process of construction, as we pull more and more off-the-shelf type of items and work with other types of subs, that we can get that cost way down, way down. One of the things that we did do, in fact, was we designed it with metal stud walls and typical insulation. Subsequently, we did find a company that pre-manufactures all this insulation already.
That's nice.
And so we're gonna be able to save several $1,000s on that as well. Lastly, we expect this project to go on for maybe 2 more months, and then we'll be ready to be fully operational. And that's really all we have to say in terms of our progress.
We didn't bring the videos on the installation of the pads inside for the walls.
Oh, I don't think we did, do we? JJ?
And have you, Greg, it's Greg, right?
Yes.
Greg, have you had a chance to sit down with Melissa Munguia and have her look at it? If you haven't, would you do that for us? She needs to, you know, she's obviously the coordinator here for emergency management. And, you know, I've learned that when you can make changes while you're still in design, I mean, I know you've designed it, but it's still very easily adaptable.
Okay.
You know, she's got the latest and greatest ICS, you know, I mean, every need is basically based on your own local, you know, functions. I would definitely say you need to sit down with her and whoever she says, but most likely her team, her deputy, and just sit there and, you know, look at it. And there's no time like the present, because next week we're gonna actually have a drill down at the fairgrounds. And so it'd be great to capture, you know, her maybe right after that, where she's got everything fresh in her mind.
Right.
So just food for thought,
We'll do
and then, you know, obviously keep us all updated. But thanks, so Commissioner Jag, we passed this item, I guess, a couple court sessions ago, to have all the design work done. And so what about, do you have a cost estimate, like on this is where she could probably help, the technology that's needed?
That's right.
The satellite system that's
right.
needed, all those things.
The 2 big items we don't have included
Yeah.
are the furniture and the IT equipment.
Yeah.
And all the communications.
Right, right.
Because obviously we have to communicate with the
Right.
county and what they use.
Right. And just so you know, Commissioners, we've been using the Sheriff's Mobile Command Center at every single testing unit. Has every single testing opportunity. And during spring break, CCPD, when we were spread thin, we even borrowed CCPDs, and then, of course, they had to be on the beach during spring break. It's a tool that we would like to have in our arsenal, and like to have for consideration. Today is just presentation only, as I understand it.
That's right.
But I think by working with Melissa, you're gonna be able to hone in on technology. You're gonna be able to hone in on grants. I think I gave this to Maria once already, but, you know, there might be some opportunities for grants for something like this. But definitely, see if you can make that happen. Again, give her some time because of the drill that she's preparing for. She was in the courtroom earlier, but I think she stepped out. Otherwise, I'd say go catch her in the hallway, but she's listening, I'm sure, so she'll get a hold of you.
I wanna real quick just thank Edward and Mr. and Greg and JJ, because they've been very patient, and we changed it like almost like 7, 8 times already, you know, on some other designs there. So, you know, I thought we were ready to bring it in, of course, y'all can look at it and see what you want, you know, see where we go from here, but, you know, as Melissa looks at it too, I mean, I like to work with her as we go along with this here, till we get it finished, because, there's a lot of things still need to be added to it that we, you know, that we need to do, so. But I'd be glad to work with Melissa on this.
That'd be great.
So,
Well, I just feel that, you know, we're learning so much now about what our needs are. In literally less than 90 days, we've dealt with a variety of emergencies, and they vary. And, but the other thing that I learned from our mobile medical clinic is that having these assets are just phenomenal. But there's a couple of things we all need to consider, and that is that you gotta have your generator.
That's right.
You gotta have a way to move it, right? It's gotta be moved, and it needs to be protected. And even these containers are vulnerable to the elements. And so this is not to mix apples with oranges, but one of the things that I wish I had still up here is remember the old ME office will get knocked down if we build the new one. Okay, this is an if scenario, but if we were to go with the new plan that you saw in option 2, and then if that old ME office gets knocked down, theoretically, that might be a great place to have a metal building, JJ, or something like that, where you could house this, plus your morgue trailer, which we own, plus the mobile medical trailer, which we own. Because putting those out in the elements is a way to lose your money very quickly. And right now, we are lucky that we have the fairgrounds, but the only reason we have the fairgrounds open to us is because they were closed due to COVID. So we were able to use that space, but we still have to pay for that space. So I guess what I'm saying is that these are the considerations. Don't build it unless you understand how you can use it. Don't build it unless you know how you can keep it safely. And so I just want to point that out, that we have that morgue trailer. We have, in fact, in the county, we've got 2 now. And so I think that those are all good things to talk to Melissa about. And maybe that's not the best space, but again, it's a free space. And so free is good. So we want to think about where we would store something like that and how we would protect it for longevity. Because once you build it, it'll last a good long time if you take good care of it.
Right. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Okay, appreciate you.
In closing, Judge, I just want to say that we're looking at right now, at actually covering the outside, it's a shell. And it's like a paneling, but especially made for that. So you wouldn't even think it's a
You wouldn't think it's a container.
container. So, and also the inside, it's also some